Go promote Hollywood great motherfucking episode tonight at our Easter Bunny Goddamn Bash with Lord Rick. And here is Let 'Em Burn by Hollywood and Troy. For everybody who's here, man, we're going to have a fucking kick-ass time. Cause one hell of a show. And we got a bunch of guests calling in tonight, and we're going to talk about the Valley of Fire. And if Let 'Em Burn ever kicks in, I ought to tell you something about this song. I don't ever have luck with it. Do you think I'm cursed because I constantly play this song? It's like, let 'em burn, you know? I almost burned once. I almost burned in some fireworks one time. I also burned one just now, you motherfuckers. Because it's stoning. It's time to get stoned. Just like goddamn Passover. And anyways, we got a couple callers calling in. I'm going to pass you guys through after the song. I give you Let 'Em Burn.
Like bitches, you get scared when I see I'm begging. The ones that don't understand, see I'm spells come. Now go back a couple bars, maybe you understand it some. Won't you let nigga burn? Wanna see the fire for back before I cock back. I'm hotter than a pot, 8-0, gotta think fast, that smells potato. 8-0, I stack like Lego, full like Play-Doh. 4 real pesos, not no Play-Doh. Hot like fire, when you gon' learn? You can't ask me, let me burn. Let
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Angel of Thy Night radio show. We're hosting live in Las Vegas. This is your host, Lord Rick. And I'm stoned, and this is our Easter episode. What a great time to fucking do this shit. But you're going to find out the real meaning of Easter, and I'm going to fucking offend you. You're never going to look at Easter the same goddamn way. Because you got Lord Rick in the house. That's right, you bastards. I've resurrected. But let's get on with the show, because tonight I bring you a whole new revolution of radio. And it just gets better and better, and more and more people are tuning in and calling in, and it's like, wow, we get 20 calls a show and shit like that. You fans have been great out there. And, I only host a show every couple weeks, and it's just amazing the hits that we get, the ratings that we get. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start a new little foundation from Angel of Thy Night Radio. And once a month I'll DJ and I'll do an episode called Nightfall. And that's really, it's not going to be me raw. It's going to be for you, the listeners. We're going to go ahead and we're going to bring you some music. I'm going to go ahead and DJ and we're going to have a good old fucking time. Of course, that's if, my connection allows me to, but when you live in Vegas, you get all the neighbors are like sucking power from one another. And we also have a new co-host tonight. Her name is Angel, and she's worked in radio before. And she's going to go ahead and call in tonight. She's looking very forward to dealing with you fans out there, you know what I'm saying? Very forward to it. She has not called in yet, or if she did, I muted her, and then I think she had hung up. That kind of shit happens all the time. If you want to call in this show, you need to pester the shit out of me. You'd be like, I'm calling in. You'd be like that caller 203 a couple weeks ago. That guy stayed on hold for 2 fucking hours. Who the fuck stays on hold 2 goddamn fucking hours? You must really love my fucking show. The things people do to try to get on satellite radio. And you know what? This may not be satellite radio, but that's the one thing nobody owns is the Lord. This is Lord Rick Radio. Thank you. I love doing this show. And those fireworks that we had, I had some fireworks at the end after I played a few songs because I wanted to play music and everybody said it was a little bit low. I played, the last song was by Hollywood and Troy. Before that was Delirium. The first one I played was Blue 10 Gel. The second one, Jesus Christ, I'm stoned and I don't even remember. Oh, yeah. Helium Vola. Little bit of an electronic band, and I wrote them on MySpace. I've been writing a lot of bands, I've been contacting a lot of bands, and we're going to probably be getting some new bands for our show, and how it works. If you're a band listening, you just contribute music to us, man, and I will promote you. Either you have a choice, I can promote you for the rest of our goddamn Angel of Thy Night radio lives, or, I could promote you for a season or two, and what we do is we make the episodes available on disc, and, so if any bands want to sign a release with the good Lord, go ahead and get in touch with me. We'll promote your band, and eventually when we expand on our website, we'll be able to put banners up of your band on our site. The promotion's endless, man, so we'd love to have you, especially gothic bands. We're really looking for goth. To tell you the truth, I think the gothic lifestyle is starting to get to me a little bit, folks. I bought black hair dye, black nail polish. I took out my fucking spike wristband. One of these days, I'm going to get gothed out. I'm going to come on this show. I'm going to show you what the lifestyle is all about. I'm going to give you a lesson. We got a new microphone tonight. I may sound a little bit lower. I may sound a little bit higher. I may sound like I'm on space. I don't fucking know. But I know that you people are hearing my words tonight. Words that are very powerful on this Easter weekend. But anyways, everybody's showing up late, And you know, I'm sitting there a couple weeks ago. I'm like, hey, you know, I could be late to my own funeral. I'm actually on time tonight, and I'm doing it drinking, I'm doing it smoking, I'm doing it partying. I'm getting laid in Las Vegas. That's what it's all about, right? Good times, just not great oldies, right? But anyways, I want the people that are over there on my sister network, in the radio show host of the network. I want to thank you for attending tonight, the Angel of Thy Night radio show. And I extend to you a personal welcome. How many radio show hosts do you know does that? This one does. Because you're all with me, even in 2012 when the world fucking ends. You'll see. Did you hear the latest? We're all going to get cooked in 2012 by the solar storm that's coming. And even if you got a spacesuit, it doesn't matter because your penis is going to shrivel up and it's going to crinkle, and you're going to have radiation poisoning, and you're going to piss out fucking green. Speak to me. Caller, looks like 375-575. It really doesn't matter, but you are on the air.
Hey, Rick, it's Missy.
We also
Rick?
got a very... Oh, how you doing? Yes, can you hear me?
Hey, pretty good, you? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Maybe there's... Okay. I'm glad you decided to call in. You called in on time. God bless you.
Thank you.
I'm very glad you called the show. The fans of the Angel of Thy Night radio show, they missed you. You got fans, Missy. What do you think about that?
So I've heard. Yeah, there's one that's been kind of hounding me on my website, so I've been told her, look, you know, whatever.
You know what, though? You're not fucking your fans. You know what I'm saying? I'm fucking my fans, but you're not fucking your fans, and that's the problem. You need to start fucking, or you're going to get fucked back. So, you're being technically fucked, and I'm technically getting sucked. Welcome
anyway,
to our
I've got
Easter
my
bash.
website up. You know, I got my new website up, which is good. Eric, I got my new
That's
website
excellent.
up, which is really
What
great.
is your website? What you're our first.
It is.
Hey, you're our first chapter. I got to. Excuse me. I got to commend you for this. You are our chapter with our society. What do you think about that?
Rick, you're breaking up, hon.
You can hear me.
Rick?
What do you think about being? What do you think about being the first? What do you think about being the first chapter with our organization?
I think it's great. We're growing. I've got 4 members right now on my website. I'm hooking up with a lot of different chapters throughout the country. Things are growing a lot. I've gone life member with International Ghost Hunter Society. I'm getting my state certification as a ghost hunter on May 1st. And everything's looking good. I can't complain.
I wouldn't complain either. You got to understand that you got fans out there. And for the last month, everybody's like, where's Missy? Where's Missy? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I thought you got abducted. I didn't hear from you for a week.
No, I know. I lost the number. And plus I've been busy at home and busy with websites. Just everything's backstacked, piling up and all that stuff, so I have to kind of clear everything out, you know?
Yeah. Well, See, the thing is, I posted the number everywhere. It's on Theatrical Clowns. That number's everywhere, and you never lose it because all you have to do is go into the forum and look back. It's just, just type it in the search, and bam, it pops right up.
Okay.
But I think I'm going to start. I think it's a good idea from now on when you're on MySpace, when you're on all these sites, put our radio show number and our code. Put it right on the website.
Okay.
That way people can call in and because
right.
I have this one board I run for mentally not really mentally ill people, but people that have different issues, mental issues, like depression, or they've lost a loved one. It's a support group, And I tell these people, I'm like, ask Dr. Rick, ask Dr. Lord Rick. I tell them I'm the doctor and I do handle their cases. And there's nothing nobody can do about it. I'm just offering a public service, because I'm an empath, and I am, to a point, extremely psychic on certain energies and different things.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I hear that, and a lot of my stuff right now has been, on my site, I try to keep it at least, all ages,
mm-hmm.
family friendly, nothing too crazy on there. I do a little bit of the psychic, a little bit of the, paranormal, a little bit of the ghost hunting. I try to kind of intermix it all together a little bit, but I do try to keep it clean. All ages, family site.
Yeah, I hear you. I run a family site, too. It's called the Paranormal Ghost Society, folks. It's a real family-oriented site, www.paranormalghostsociety.org. Missy's site, now, Missy, you're going to have to forgive me because sometimes I lose a little bit of my brain. Because sometimes
okay.
I travel sometimes I fly to other places and I just, a little absent-minded. But why don't you tell us the link to your website? Go ahead and advertise it here. We got thousands of people out there listening from our widgets. Tell us what you got going on.
Okay, it is http://freewebs, freewebs.com/PGSNM.
Did you?
And it is an all ages family site.
That? Oh yes. After all, you are a chapter of the Paranormal Ghost Society. And you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I want to be honest with you. That's a wonderful thing that you're a chapter of New Mexico, because New Mexico is a very mysterious state. And pretty soon, once you get your investigations and things going, I'll be able to say, hey, check out what Missy did, and we're going to spread the paranormal love across the country. We're going to spread it.
Amen, honey. Amen.
Booped.
I believe it.
Booped. Mad. But anyways, did you smoke anything tonight like I did?
What?
Did you
breaking
smoke?
Up, hon.
Did you smoke like I did tonight?
No, I don't smoke.
You don't smoke? Did you drink
Nope.
tonight?
No.
I would like you to at least get yourself a glass of wine to celebrate with me tonight, because it's a very special occasion. They even got the banner on
Actually,
you.
I don't drink.
On your...
Soda pop is about as far as I go, hon. I don't drink. Believe me, I was in Italy at the time. I was about 14 years old at the time. I didn't know that the wine I was drinking was actually wine. I thought it was soda. It tasted like it. I got a little bit. I didn't like the way I felt, so, I decided, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. Right then, I said,
I'm laying off. Let me ask you a question, a serious question. Do you like mushrooms?
No.
You do not like mushrooms. Why?
Mm-mm. I don't know.
Why?
They just have a funny taste to them. I don't know. Just something about them don't set right with me.
So let me get this straight. You don't smoke, you don't drink, and you don't eat mushrooms on your pizza.
Nope.
Okay.
Actually, I'm a meat eater.
Oh. Yes, I have to agree. You would
I like
see
free meat,
less,
cheese,
yeah,
and sauce.
just like the movie Waiting, folks. Sprinkle a little bit of cheese here, a little bit of sauce, all right? I am very glad that you called in the show tonight. And, if you want to go ahead, and there is something that you wanted to talk about publicly, and I'm going to give you your chance. You said that somebody's conspiring against you on your new website, and you haven't given out the link, but they sit here all day.
Well, it's not necessarily conspiring against me, but, they seem to sit on my site and watch every move I make. I'm going, whoa, wait a minute here. That's a little freaky, I'm not really used to that. This is what we need to do, okay? Eventually I'm going to come visit you in New Mexico. We're going to smoke one on horseback. Why we look for UFOs, okay? Just one. That's it, just one. I've never actually seen a UFO, believe it or not. I've never actually seen one. Yeah. My husband has seen something weird. In fact, just the other night, he said he saw something over here behind the house. It didn't have the normal light pattern, like you see on a normal aircraft. And it didn't make the noise that an aircraft makes. And I'm going, okay, that's a little strange, because I didn't hear anything except for what sounded like a jet engine. So I'm kind of going, okay, it's probably just one of those military jets, going over the house. And, I'm just sitting there going, okay, what's going on with this? I mean, it was really weird.
I sympathize with you because I see these things too. See, I live outside of Las Vegas. You got 100 miles of desert where they used to bomb atomic, where they used to blow up bombs, and I'm going up in the desert where the bombs were bursting in the fucking air. I mean, this shit would cook within 10 miles, and the nuclear threat is very scary. And Obama wants to get rid of all nuclear weapons, but the problem is it will never happen because every country has a secret project where they keep weapons of mass destruction in case of a world emergency. So even if Russia says, hey, I am getting rid of the nuke, the Russians are not going to get rid of the nukes, which is a very scary scenario because a whole city can be taken out in a matter of seconds. The mushroom cloud, when it hits, it multiplies, and that wind just blows houses down. And I was sitting there the other day thinking nuclear war actually is quite spooky, I mean, my son, I asked my son, I said, what are you going to do if the atomic bomb goes off? He says to me, dude, I'm going to play Guitar Hero, okay? It's like, I'm going to play Guitar Hero when the flames hit me. I'm like, rock on, brother. My son, rock on, brother. So you need to get on horseback with me.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, I ride.
Okay. Yes.
I ride, so I don't smoke, just so you know.
Just one.
I do ride, but I don't smoke.
You have a fan that likes to call in. He's a good friend of yours, caller 203. And hopefully he calls on in tonight to speak with you. I'm sure he's very curious about your chapter. And
203,
of course,
that would be what, California, Los Angeles area, something like that, 203, I think?
I think it's Connecticut. I think it's out in the middle
Connecticut.
Bumfucked nowhere. Bumfucked nowhere. Yes.
Actually, where I am is nowhere. Let's put it that way.
Do you ever say the fuck word? That's what I want to know.
Occasionally, if someone gets me angry enough. If someone pisses me off enough, you bet I do.
I noticed that you fuck a lot this week talking to me. You said fuck more than the good Lord this Easter.
If someone gets me angry enough, yeah, I'm known to do it.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, you're on one of the most sinful shows in the country. Shows about drinking, about smoking, about good time. You know, it's about partying, about nude girls. You never know what's going on in my studio when I'm hosting on the Angel of the Night radio show. And on the line we have Missy. And we have caller 203. And, you know, he ended up hanging up, so.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay.
There you go. Got caller 203 on the line. That's
Hi, Rick.
actually,
How are
you know, probably the Bridgeport. Hi. You up tonight, and caller 203.
What about Bridgeport?
Bridgeport.
Rick?
Isn't that where you're from? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right outside of Bridgeport. Lousy city, full of scumbags. Anyway, Rick, good to speak to you again. I won't take up too much of your time.
Well, I'm glad you called in tonight because you asked for Missy 2 weeks ago, and I have Missy here on the line. I asked her to call in tonight because it's
Well, Rick, let me be the first to say that it is an honor to speak to the lovely Melissa. Melissa, how are you?
Howdy do. Oh, I'm doing good. I can't complain. Chapter's growing, you know. What can I say?
What is that, 4 people now?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Keep them coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I mean, I'm hooking up with a lot of sites, you know, a lot of chapters and things, you know, groups throughout the country, and, you know, I can't complain. Things are doing really well.
How's the
really
book
well.
coming?
I'm not sure yet. I've got one finished, and I've got another one in the works. And I've got a third and a fourth kind of in the wings. What? I'm sorry?
Yeah. Yep. Do you have any good recipes you want to share?
Well, I do, but you'll have to wait for the cooking books.
I've got a fantastic recipe for a tuna taco that will knock your socks off.
Tuna taco. Oh, my God, I love tuna. Shoot.
It's cooking good looking.
Yeah, the cooking books are really great.
Okay, but I got a question for you.
Sure.
A question for you, Missy.
Sure.
2 things. When your cookbooks come out, are they going to have your photo in the cookbook?
One of them has my photo right on the front cover.
Okay, cool. Because that's how my book's set up, too, that I wrote. The other question is that are you going to put a photo up on your chapter site? Because you know, now that
yes, I actually do have a photo of me now. I do actually have a photo up there of me now. It's on the photo gallery on my site.
Okay. One of you sitting down? You're like sitting down, right?
Yeah, I'm sitting down.
Okay, then
I mean, not in the photo, of course. No. This one is my Old West photo. I don't put up any other photos of me. That photo is probably the best one I've got. And I do try to present the right face, so.
Missy, what is the website again?
freewebs.com.
Yeah.
/PGSNM.
Oh.
Enjoy, caller 203.
I'm sorry, I just did not get his name.
She wants to know your name.
Oh,
Introduce
Butch.
yourself to. Who are you?
It's Butch.
Butch.
Connecticut.
That's right. There you go, Missy.
Rick,
Okay.
I missed the first 20 minutes of the show. Can you give me a 10-second recap?
Yeah, I played music, was stoned, and don't remember anything else.
Yeah, same show as usual, I guess.
Yes, same shit as usual. I fucking got stoned. I forgot what I said and I move on, and bada bing, bada boom, by the end of the show, I remember what I said. We are talking bad about Easter. This is Passover.
What are your plans for Easter?
This year, I don't know, man.
Oh, and hey, Rick, one other thing about my site is I do have a forum where members can, talk paranormal and all that good stuff.
Cool.
And I have some stuff about New Mexico paranormal sites.
There you go. I think that's what you really needed. I think you needed to be able to go out there on your own and do this rather than have, join a forum like that Wild West forum. You paid $50 or $40 to get in.
45.
And they kicked you out. And they fucking kicked you out of there. Like I said, the fans are fucking you. You're not fucking the fans. I'm fucking the fans. I'm fucking the fans. When I got done with my radio show 2 weeks ago, I went on Craigslist. I called an old friend, or a friend I started calling, talking to. And I told her, I said, I just got done with AngelOfThyNight radio. She's like, that's so neat. Girl was at my door 15 minutes later and 7 minutes later. I don't know what happened, man. We are doing every fucking position you could think of. All right? See, I fuck my fans, Missy. You gonna let your fans fuck you? Who? What?
No, not with my husband around, that's for sure. I'm married. I'm married.
Wow. Are you happily married, though? I mean, seriously.
Yes. Almost 13 years. It'll be 13 years in June.
Because you were complaining to me, like, a week around Valentine's Day about your marriage.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a tiff.
And I thought it was over for you and him. I really did. But caller 203
No, we worked it out.
Is available. He's a fine man. If there's any problems, you can go ahead and you can go live with Butch in Connecticut.
Oh, no, I like it here in New Mex. This is my home.
Hey, Missy, I'm on your website. Is that picture of you that you're talking about the one, are you holding the rifle and the pilgrim hat?
No, my husband's holding the rifle. I'm holding the pistol.
Oh, what a lovely lady.
Thank you.
That photo looks like it was taken in 1900.
1870.
Yep.
So,
Background.
what
1870,
does that make
1880 background.
39?
No. We had that taken in Arizona back a few years ago.
Ah.
I had that
Quite
taken in
the
Arizona
lady.
a few years ago. Huh?
You are quite the lady, I'll tell you. Are you now? What's this about? You're coming to Las Vegas because the problem is I may be leaving the Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Well,
thing is, there's a convention.
Oh.
Well, thing is, there's a convention coming up that I need to be able to attend.
Okay, so what is this convention you're going to?
It's called IIAI. It's for things like yard haunts and Christmas shows and things like that. Things for the entertainment industry. And I'm hoping to get some pointers for my yard haunt and for my Christmas decorating show that I do here and the whole nine. So I'm hoping to pick up some information.
So, OREO conference out in Las Vegas, right?
IIAI.
Okay.
I believe is what it is.
Well, if I'm still in Las Vegas, feel free to look me up. We'll climb a mountain.
Okay, yeah.
All right? We'll climb the mountain. That's what I do. A lot of strange stuff. You go right up to the peak. Last time I went up, I lost all my...
I know, I read.
You like mountains? Wait till you see the mountains on Las Vegas. You'll love mountains.
Actually, I have some relatives over there. Actually, I have some cousins. I have an aunt. I have an uncle. I have some other cousins variously scattered around Vegas. So, yeah.
And you have, and Billy the Kid's your cousin too, right?
Yes, he is. He's
how many
actually my
cousins
ninth cousin. He's my ninth great cousin by blood. By blood.
He was pretty crazy,
and yes,
wasn't
I'm
he?
also a Jesse James descendant.
Wow. Jesse James?
He's my great-great-grandpa.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Jesse's my great-great-grandpa.
Do you know who I'm related to?
Huh.
Do you know who I'm related to?
Nah, who?
Take a guess. The universe.
Jesus.
The fucking universe. That's who I'm related to. I'll tell you, I look at things in a whole different light. When someone can answer to me how you can, let's put it this way, live, die, and love all at the same time. When someone can answer me or answer that question, it would mean that their IQ is as smart as mine. And nobody's been able to answer that question. So,
that's a brain twister. I'll have to think on that some.
Because I want a female to answer. Because if the female answers it, then I figure she's the right female. It's like, whoa, this girl comes from another fucking planet like Lord Rick. It's like it's like living in Smallville. That's what I do.
I'll have to think on it.
Smoke the shit and fucking. I smoke the shit and I fly. My planet ain't fucking Krypton, all right? Therefore, I am related to the universe. How? You can speak, Misty. I don't.
Well, in any case, I also have, that Billy site. I'm still working on it. I'm getting the last of the bugs worked out of it, and I'm hoping if everything goes right to have it ready by the end of the month to go up. And that'll explain a lot of the way that I am.
Missy, I noticed on your site, you've had these psychic abilities since you were 3. Could you describe what you understood at 3 years old? I didn't even know how to poop in a toilet yet.
I don't really know how to explain right off, really. The things that I saw when I was that age, it blows me away to this day, honestly. To me, I'm still kind of going, okay, what was that?
It was probably the Teletubbies or Big Bird.
No. This was way more complicated than anything those could come up with.
But let me ask you a question, Missy. Do you like this guy?
What? What now?
Do you like Butch? Do you like Butch?
He seems okay.
Come on, be honest. I'll treat
you
right.
He seems okay.
Missy, I'll tell you what happened.
He is all right.
I was there with you that day at Burger King when those guys were stalking you. You know what I would have done?
Yeah?
I would have taken
I know what I almost did
do. Yeah, but the difference between me and you is I would have done it. I would have taken a Whopper, I would have shoved it up their ass, and then I would have flipped them upside down and put their head in the deep fryer, put their ass right in the toilet, flush it, take the secret sauce, put it up their butt with the Whopper, and then make them eat a shake.
I'm sorry to be laughing, but that just sounds funny. I'm sorry, just the way you put it sounds funny.
And then
I'm not laughing at you. It's the way you're putting
it. Sweet, passionate love. All right.
I see some attraction. I see some attraction here going on, man. There's love going on, folks, here at the Angel of Thy Night radio show, and I welcome all you new listeners out there tonight. I do pay attention. Peace, man. Hold up your fucking pipes. Hold up your drinks tonight, because we're here to fucking rock. We're here to party. We're all bastards in the end. So drink up. I got fucking Guinness. I am stoned on this Passover. We're going to appall you this Easter. We got Missy and we got caller 203, which is Butch from Connecticut. We got two people talking from opposite coasts here. And what I see going on is a little bit of attraction here. These two could talk for fucking hours and days, man. Ay, ay, ay. But anyways, go ahead, Missy. I got a question for you. Okay, and this is
sure.
I mean, this is you may take this the wrong way, but I like to learn about life and death situations. Okay.
Okay.
Let's say you were on a vacation. Let's say you were on an investigation with me. Okay.
Mm.
And there's a fucking horse. There's a horse, a guy on a horseback. He's holding a gun up to both of us, and he tells you. He says, "I'll tie you up, and I'll cut your legs and your arms off, or else you jerk off the horse." What would you do?
I'd whip out my .38 Derringer. I'd whip out my .38 Derringer and I'd kill him. I'd whip out my .38 Derringer and I'd kill him. You wouldn't jerk off the horse? You wouldn't jerk off the horse? No, I'd pull out my .38 Derringer. No, I'd pull my .38 Derringer and I'd kill him. Because you know what? Honestly, the kind of blood that runs through my veins, he'd be dead. He would be dead. I guarantee you, he would be dead. And then I'd take his pistol and I'd put a couple more slugs in him. You're carrying guns. You're carrying guns on the investigations. I do commend you for this, because we need more gun-carrying investigators when we're out in the desert and we see strange things like I seen a fucking couple weeks ago. Yeah, but the thing is, you got to be sure of what you're pulling on. You got to be sure of what you're pulling on and who you're pulling on. Because I also carry a 45 6 gun. I also carry a 45 6 gun. Horse. You pull on the horse. No. You don't pull on the horse, you die. What's it going to be, life or death? I carry a 45, Rick. You think the asshole on the horse would do something to me? Oh, hell no. Hell no. Right, let's upgrade the question. Okay, three guys. He would not. Let's put it this way: the horse would live, the guy would die, and you know why? He would not be facing just me; he'd be facing an army. He would be facing a freaking army. Army of what? No, because my ancestors would be there. All I gotta do is ask. Okay. The last time a guy faced me down with a gun, the guy almost died. Yeah. I almost blew a guy's head off. The last time somebody pulled a gun on me like that, I almost blew somebody's head off. This is the fucking Wild West, man. This is serious shit. I deal with this too. I know a guy who's like you, Missy. He's a good buddy of mine. His name is Boot. He lives up in El Dorado Canyon where we're going. And he's a desert survivor. He knows how to survive. He's a survivalist, spelunker, everything. And he's an old cowboy, and he used to bootleg stuff, but he's a great guy, man. And I'm going to see him tomorrow night. But you would get if you came here to Vegas and I took you up there to introduce him, you would fall in love. I'm telling you. This guy lives he's got his own trailer back in the canyon in a beautiful view of the river. Beautiful view of the river, and it's just haunted with ghosts. This would be the guy that you could spend the rest of your life with. He's a good man. He's looking for a girlfriend. He's looking for a girl to come live with him and cook and watch the sunsets, But this guy takes me into the mine. You'd never believe how many spirit people seek me out here, hon. You'd never believe how many spirit people seek me out here. I know. Well, the thing is, I would introduce you to this. He's a bootlegger. I'd introduce you. He loves to drink. I mean, we were drinking. You know what? Actually, I was climbing. Let's see, my 8th grade cousin and also my let's see, it was 12. Yeah, my 11th great uncle was a bootlegger. Both those guys were bootleggers. Both of them ran Shine. Yes, they ran Shine. But that was back in the hills of Kentucky,
Missy,
Tennessee, and Arkansas. So.
Missy, a relative of mine is also a bootlegger. He got in trouble because he got a copy of the new Monsters vs. Aliens movie before it came in theaters, and he was selling it.
No, I'm talking moonshine, hun. I'm talking moonshine.
Yeah, he got a copy of
moonshine, that's what he does. He bootlegs moonshine.
The Michael Jackson movie.
Mm-hmm.
He got in trouble for that one, too.
I'm not talking movies. I'm not talking comic books. I'm talking moonshine. Shine.
Oh,
Shine. The stuff that you go, woo, lightning. Yeah.
I thought you don't drink. You told me you
don't
didn't drink, but
I don't
talking
drink.
about?
No.
Okay,
no,
but
because my ancestors were moonshiners. My ancestors were moonshiners. Right. I'm not. I don't do that stuff. No.
1800s. Because
1800s
I know he's
and early 19. No, my ancestors were bootleggers, moonshiners, shiners. Yeah. Like the guys, that started NASCAR. Yeah, those kind of folk.
All right. Well, when you come to Vegas, if I'm still here, I'm going to take you to meet a professional moonshiner. Guy's great, man. He's like I said, all you people listening out there, you're all like brothers to me, man. You're like brothers to me. So, I meet a lot of good people in my field of work, which is the paranormal. And, of course, entertaining as well. We've had a lot of great people writing me lately, and they're like, Rick, I want more shows, and they're asking me. So it's really good, the response we're getting. And we're glad to have you on the show tonight, and we're glad to promote the chapter. And I made a banner for you, and I'm going to put it on my website probably tomorrow, and you will be listed as our first chapter, which is, congratulations. Okay. I mean, you fill out the paperwork. You've always posted in our group. You've always been a great member. You call in the show. I mean, it goes on, and I want to compliment you on that. Of course, you got to understand that there is a little bit of satire going on tonight because we sit here in life and we take things for granted, and we are always serious. And the whole point of the show is not to be serious. And we have people come in our chat room and they're wound up so fucking tight. I don't care what the goddamn media thinks. I am the fucking media. I'm Lord Rick of the Angel of the Night radio show, so I blocked you. Kiss my goddamn fucking ass. Bye-bye. And on to you, Missy.
Amen. I hear that, I hear that.
Is right.
A question real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, Missy, I got an F, Marry, Kill question for you.
Okay.
You ever hear those?
The who? What?
Yeah, an F, Marry, Kill. You get to marry one guy.
What is that?
You get killed. I'm trying to explain it. It's an F, Marry, Kill. You get to fuck one of them. You get to marry one of them, and you get to kill one of them. So let's.
I've never heard of it.
Well, you're hearing it right here on Angel of the Night Radio with your host.
Yeah.
So Misty, we've got President Obama, we've got Burt Reynolds, and we've got Lord Rick. You have to kill one of them, you have to marry one of them, and you have to fuck one of them.
I'm not even going there. Let's put it that way. I'm not even going there.
Well, at least you give the benefit of the doubt. Tell him what you'll do to him. Are you going to kill him?
I'm not going there. Let's put it that way. No. That's a little too much out of my league.
Well, you can take the easy way out and say you're going to marry him. Will you marry him?
You got to marry me? Marry me, kill me, or fuck me. What do you choose?
I'd have to think on that some.
Come on.
Well, Rick,
the ladies love me.
I don't think we're going to get. Rick, I don't think we're going to get an answer. So let's turn the table on you. Let's say
Go ahead.
For you, we got Rosie O'Donnell. We got Whoopi Goldberg, and we got Ellen DeGeneres.
I don't know who she is.
Okay, then let me put another one in there. Let's think here. Oh, boy. Glenn Close.
Why can't you just put Carmen Electra in there? Make it a little easier for me. Oh, okay.
She's off limit. I already took her.
You could put Missy in there. You could put Missy's name in there. How about that?
All right. So we got Rosie O'Donnell, Whoopi Goldberg, and Missy. F, Mary, kill.
You want the answer? I'll marry Rosie.
The whole world.
I'd marry Rosie because she's got some money, you know, and she's got cocksucking lips.
I'm gonna throw up, Rick.
I think I would kill Whoopi Goldberg. I would kill Whoopi Goldberg.
Wouldn't we all? Just
because I really don't like her acting, man. I don't like her acting. So, you know, just be like, kill switch, see ya. If that was
Rick,
a scenario, and then who? I would have to fuck Missy. I would have to fuck Missy because I've known Missy for a long time, and I mean, obviously, what I got to give is very special. So she'd be one lucky lady. So did that answer your questions tonight on this interview?
Yeah, but the one thing I'm shocked by is you're doubting Whoopi Goldberg's acting ability. Surely you've seen Ghost.
I've seen Ghost. I've seen, oh gosh, both the Sister Act movies. They're hilarious.
Oh my! Don't get me started on that, girlfriend. So, Missy, will you accept Rick's seed?
I'd rather not discuss that.
But you got to understand. You got to understand. He's just being honest, asking you questions.
I know.
I mean,
I know.
It's a part of spirituality in life. Share and tell. Nobody's going to ever know that what you're telling us. Hell, I don't even know what I'm telling you. So by tomorrow, everybody will forget. So just answer the man's questions. He appreciates it. He's a good guy.
I know, but I'm not exactly comfortable with that line of questioning.
She's shying up on you, Butch. She's going to have to take it now.
I'm not happy about it. I'm not too happy.
You're going to have to make the decisions for her from here on.
Missy, what do you think?
I don't need anybody to think for me, thank you.
All right.
Yes,
what do you think about 2012, Missy? Is the world going to end? You think the world's going to end in 2012?
Let's put it this way.
Is it going to end?
I don't know. I've heard one way and I've heard the other, so I don't know. One way or the other, either way goes, something's going to happen, but what? I'm not even going to try to think about it. Too much to wrap my brain around.
Amen.
I just figure that if it's going to end, it's going to end, and hey, I will have done everything I wanted to do in life, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I see it.
Do you hope you have your books out by then?
Oh, I know they will. You kidding me?
Okay. Where are you going to sell your books at?
I'm going to sell them on my PGS New Mexico site, Paranormal Ghost Society site. I'm going to sell them on my Billy site, and I'm going to sell them on one other website. Well, actually, two other websites I also have. 2 or 3, maybe.
Well, you know, I really hope it works out. Missy, I hope it works out for you with the books.
I know it
you're able to put cookbooks out. I would like you to possibly do a 420 book for me sometime. You know what I'm talking about?
What? No, not really.
Come on.
Marijuana recipes, how to make pot brownies.
One of those.
Pot rice Krispy treats. I want you to make a nice recipe book. Okay. I mean, I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know, it's great that you're trying to do your own thing. It really is. It's great that you're writing books and trying to do things that will, you know, help better your research into ghost, especially in the Wild West, where, you know, New Mexico, Arizona, Southern Nevada, it's all Wild West.
Let's put it this way. I went over to the St. James Hotel, and I'm going to tell you this from experience. I went over to the St. James Hotel, and I actually confronted T.J. Wright. Yeah. And you know what? He's not as bad a man as what they made him out to be. He is not as bad a man as what they made him out to be. He's a good guy. He's really a good guy. Very much the gentleman. He's not the one that creates a lot of havoc. He's not that guy. No, He said, no, that's somebody else that does that. That's not me. So, you know, I did confront him. I said, hey, is it you that did that? He goes, no. I'm going to tell you that honestly. I said, you know what? Man, you're cool. You're great. Good guy. I actually went into the room where my grandpa Jesse James and my cousin Billy the Kid did stay at. Yes, both of them did show up. I saw both of them. The lady that was with me did not see them. I did. And she said, well, your grandpa's been terrorizing ladies. I goes, Grandpa, I'm going to tug you by the ear, and boy, you better not let me hear that again. He goes, yes, ma'am. I goes, yeah, that's what I thought. Yes, ma'am's the right answer, honey. Even though you're my grandpa, I love you to death, but, you know.
The Wolfinator is on the line.
The champ is here.
Who?
You're related to Jesse James?
Yeah, he's my great-great-grandpa.
Oh, I didn't know you were related to the host of West Coast Choppers. I'm a big fan of that show.
No. Well, he's my cousin.
Wow.
That one is my cousin. That one is my cousin.
Related, so have you met Sandra Bullock? Aren't they married?
No, I've never met her, no. I've never met her.
She was wonderful in the Glass House.
But anyway, so also when I was at the St. James, I stopped on one site about, I'd say midway on the first floor level in the hallway, and I couldn't feel anything from like my waist down. I asked her, what happened here? The lady that was with, I said, because I'm getting a vibration like something happened to somebody in the mid-region of the waist. Something happened here. I feel it's something with the back because I was getting kind of a sharp pain in my back, and I couldn't feel the rest of my body. I goes, what happened here? She goes, oh, somebody was shot in the back right there and killed instantly. I goes, you're kidding. She goes, no, I don't know how you were able to take that. I said, well, duh. Yeah.
Powers.
Yeah.
Well, I have some powers, too, and if my caller, from my investigator named Terry, wants to call in, we can elaborate on something that happened at the Valley of Fire. I'm just waiting on her, because this is news-breaking information that I'm going to be releasing tonight. You know, people think because I'm some guy that gets stoned and goes out in the desert, they think I'm a fool. But what they don't understand is I'm a survivalist, and I can survive in almost any condition possible on an investigation. Snowy mountains, cliffs, whatever. I am trained to be able to do this.
Who is that guy with the low voice?
We're going to have her call in. Have her call. I'm going to ask her some questions. I'm going to ask her some questions about her because it was
Rick,
her
there's
first
somebody trying to talk over
out.
you. Rick, there's somebody trying to talk over you, and I don't know who that is.
Must be the devil. It's Wolfinator. What's going on?
Who?
The Wolfinator. Rah.
Who's that?
Wake up, Missy.
He's on the line, Missy, and he wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Speak up, Wolfinator. Or speak up, man.
Okay.
Wolfinator.
Who's that?
Wolfinator hung up, so that's all right. If Wolfinator hung up, there was somebody in a room that says they're a fan of yours too.
Okay.
And of course, you know, people think because they think that because they're in the chat room, it doesn't matter if you flame the chat room. All my listeners are listeners because they want to listen to us from widgets and shit. That's how dedicated my fans are. You guys are listening from my websites and shit, man. You don't have to be in the chat room to listen tonight to our show. But all is fucking good, man, and everybody should come on out tonight and party with the good Lord this Easter weekend. Because we got a lot of good shit coming up. This episode's only a quarter over. I got 3 more quarters like a goddamn football game. And I'm going to come out the Super Bowl winner. You got that? And we have Missy on the line. We have caller 203, and we're talking about Missy's cookbooks and about her abilities and her new chapter and her recent success. I wish all men and women out there the best. And you know, you got to be the best you can fucking be, no matter what it is you're doing, whether it's the paranormal or your radio shows. But if you're out there listening, since we got a lot of listeners tonight, www.theradiostation.info. Check them out. That is the network. That is, we're all networked together, various shows. You can check them out. Don't take my word for it. The shows kick ass, and I've been tuning in too. Huh?
Anyway, so basically, where I had stopped in the hallway there at the St. James, I literally felt like I could not feel the rest of my body. I got that vibration like something had happened to somebody's waist down. And she said, oh, somebody
Angel
was shot in the back. They're,
Angel's calling in.
You know.
And very late.
Yes, sorry, we had
You're
horrible
late on the
weather.
job, girl.
We had horrible weather, and I had tried entering the code for the show and kept losing the signal on the phone, so. Better late than never, though, right?
Better late than never, but don't forget, you're going to owe the good Lord.
That's fine.
DJ.
You know, payment is due at the time of meeting one another. Sometimes within the first 10 minutes, if you know what I'm saying. Anyways, folks, caller 203 we have on Missy, we have on Angel. She is our new co-host of the Angel of the Night radio show. I think she'll do very good.
Hi.
Things are happening, folks, with this show. We're expanding, man, just like my goddamn presidential election. Check it out. The banners are all over the place. Sign the petition and say, yes, we want Lord Rick to run for fucking president. And I know you fans will vote for me, and that's all that matters, man. Stay with me. Support me to the end. We're here to bring you many more episodes of Angel of the Night Radio tonight, tomorrow, and any fucking day of the week we feel like it. And if you've checked out our new site, you will look and see a banner, and it's called Nightfall, and that's going to be our newest show that we're going to be running. And I will DJ some music. People can just come chill out, man. Have a few beers, smoke some fucking herb, put some shrooms on some fucking pizza, eat the shrooms off. And of course, we got Missy on the line, Angel. And I was trying to
Hi.
I was trying to compare life and death situations. So was caller 203. Caller 203 is on the line. I'm sure he's got plenty of questions for you, because he always is curious about our new co-host. So say hi to each other. Everybody, welcome to the Angel of the Night radio show. Let's get smashed tonight. Including you, Missy.
Hello, caller
Angel.
203. Hi.
Hey, Angel.
What are you wearing?
How are you, hon?
Hi, I live in a house.
Yep.
You live in a house?
Where do you live?
I'm in northern New Mexico.
Oh.
I'm in, like, north central New Mexico. I have a 3-bed, 1-bath house.
Do you have central air?
Yeah, central
Pardon?
air.
Is
Yeah.
the basement finished?
I don't have a basement here.
Oh, wow.
There are no basements here.
Yes.
What do you pay for electric each month?
Oh, we pay about $45 a month.
Oh my God.
Square footage are we talking?
I think it's. You know what? I don't even remember now, honestly. But it's pretty good size.
Countertop. I love
Hey, Missy, is it big enough for me to live with you? Is it big enough for me to come live with you?
Well, it's big enough for guests, but for a short time, so.
Rick, she won't even allow.
I'm like a farm boy. I'll shovel horse shit for you, okay? And you can take pictures.
Actually, we
and
don't
we'll
have
put them
horses
on
here.
MySpace.
That's the neighboring property. Neighboring property, they've got horses and all kinds of critters, you know. Oh, and that's another thing. Out here where I'm at, they have an annual cattle drive that actually shuts down one of the main roads near Taos. I swear, it ticks off all the drivers out here. It's like, what's the matter with that? So a cattle drive shuts down the road for a couple of hours. Big deal. Been there, done that. Yawn.
So, Missy, what are you going to do if I move in with you? What are you going to do if I move in? That's what I want to know. If I move in with you,
I don't have much
okay
room for
a while?
visitors. Actually, I don't have much room for visitors. I have one room that's my storage room. One is my main room. And I've got my living room, my bathroom, and my kitchen. That's about as big as my place is. And my office, of
How
course.
many bodies are in the storage room?
No, we don't. Oh, no, we store Christmas
I make a great
and
roommate,
Halloween
Missy.
stuff.
I clean, I cook, I change diapers. I make a good roommate.
I don't have any kids. I have one cat. If you want to put up with a perpetual 3-year-old.
Fucking.
If you want to put up with a perpetual
big farm
3-year-old.
boy. Gothic farm boy. I love the outdoors, man. I camp. I sleep on the ground in the fucking cold looking for the Jersey Devil, all right? I'm like a fucking
Okay,
boy
last Halloween, we had something really freaky happen here. Okay, I was taking pictures of my Halloween setup, and on my neighbor's granddaughter's camera phone, there was a face, literally a white face with red eyes and a black hood over it. And, you know, I thought, what's the skull doing on the table? I look at it again, I go, whoa, my gosh, you know? I go, whoa, gee whiz. So I took out my my sage and I smudged and everything was cool. So, you know, I'm Native American for those of you who don't know. So, and so I smudged the whole area. You know, got it all cleaned out. So that thing, whatever it was, ain't come back. Thank God. You know.
Gee whiz.
But we do have a few odd things go on here, mainly around Halloween. Halloween things are very, shall we say, not normal. And
you're living in bumfuck nowhere. I would be scared if I were you of having things shoved up my ass. I go out in the desert and I almost get things shoved up my ass. I could imagine how you feel in the middle of New Mexico, nowhere. Just like the song, movie, Rob Zombie, you know, Devil's Weekend.
Well, let's put it this way. It's beautiful here. It is absolutely gorgeous here. We're about 1,000 feet from the Taos Pueblo Res. About 1,000 feet just down this way from my house. And I've got a ton of cousins and everything over there, and so this area is kind of real protected, if you know what I mean. Real protected.
You know, I want to interrupt.
And if something here don't like you, it'll get you kicked out.
I want to interrupt you for a little bit. And I wanted to start the value, but caller 702 on the line, and I know she's dying to say hello. Our investigator from Las Vegas, her name's Karrie. Are you with us, Karrie?
Yes, I'm here.
Don't
Hello?
be scared. It's only 20,000 people listening. Nothing to be ashamed of. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
You know, I couldn't be better, to be honest with you today. The last couple of days of life has been really, I mean, really great. I'm like, what the hell is Steven lately, you know? Maybe that thing that, I don't want to say it's a thing because I actually do know what it possibly was or is. But ever since I've seen that thing, I've been kind of having like good luck shit happen to me. I don't know what it is, but like lucky rabbit's
sick
foot,
as a dog.
you know?
I haven't had good things happen. I've been very, very sick since then, and I'm just now barely getting over it.
You know, I'm tomorrow. You're going to want to dress appropriately for our investigation because I'm taking you to El Dorado Canyon tomorrow. It's an area I visited 3 times in the month of October. It has 100 mines, a camp, which is part of a ghost town, and the ghost town itself, where people now build a few houses in the area. I got friends that live in them houses. When you go to the end of the road, it dead ends at the river. It's gorgeous. Colorado River, I believe. So we're going to a mystical location tomorrow. And I want to let you know we're going to be returning to this place. It's a mine, and on the parts, and you can't get into it. And in front of the mine, on the floor, is a Bible. And it's sitting on the ground right in front of the entrance. But if you climb up the rocks, there are 2 other entrances into that mine. And normally what you do is go to the higher entrance, and you go down a shaft that's about at a certain 45-degree angle, and you go down into the shaft, and it goes into the main tunnel. We're going to go ahead and explore some mines tomorrow. They are haunted. And you're going to have a great time. You're probably going to get more.
That is why they've got the Bible up front, Rick. That's why they've got the Bible out front. I see who you're talking about. Just you talking about, I'm picking up the energy of it.
On the website. But
yeah,
anyway,
I know.
Karrie
But with just you talking about, I'm picking up the energy. I see several men. They are wearing, you know, like the old lantern type hats, like the hard hats with the like old lantern on it or candle or something. They're looking right at me. I can see them.
Well, here's what happened to me, Missy. I went by myself up in the fucking valley and walked up to the mountains, and I climbed a rock, and in front of me stood the entrance. And when I climbed up, I stood in front of it, and I looked down, and the pages of the Bible were blowing. I walked past the Bible. I stuck my face between the cage, and there's like bars, and I shine my light, and all of a sudden I got this breath of fucking hot air in my face, like something breathed in my face. And I just took a couple pictures.
Because you were in his face.
June was snoring in the car. Well, Karrie's going to be going with me to a very terrifying location. It's dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. But we have a guy out there who gives tours.
I see who's there.
He's with us, and he knows all the mines and the safe spots. But he hasn't been in a lot of them.
I see who's there. I see all the people. Rick, I see all the people that are there.
Mine looks
I
like
see
a
them.
skull.
It's like
It looks like a skull. There's 2 eyes and there's a giant mouth, and in the mouth is the steel bars. It looks like a fucking face. It's just very spooky. I'm going to be taking Karrie there tomorrow evening. We're going to go in there before sunset, look around, take some EVP, take some photos, because, folks, you're forgetting that the Angel of the Night radio show is hosted, even though it's hosted by me, it's part of the Paranormal and Ghost Society. And this is what we do. We go out, we party, and we find the goddamn paranormal. And Karrie here is our newest investigator.
You were in his face, and that's why he breathed in your face.
Well, see, Karrie's our newest investigator, so her first location she did, her paranormal location, was at the Valley of Fire. And for those that are listening, the Valley of Fire was home to the Anasazi Indians who lived along the cliffs that bordered the Valley of Fire, which runs for about 15 miles across and 15 miles wide, and surrounded by 100, 200 miles of fucking desert and canyons. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's a valley. There are mountains on all ends. And we took Karrie and I went out there, and I took her on this trip because I had to put it together because we already were out there once, but at night you get turned around down these dark desert roads. There's, you know, it's a very secluded location. So I took Karrie out there.
That's why the Anasazi chose it. That is why the Anasazi chose it, is because of remoteness.
They disappeared. And the Lost City is located near the Valley of Fire. The Lost City goes for about 20 miles of pueblos go along the Valley of Fire into. There's some small towns out there that are cool. And Missy, I'm going to talk for a little bit with caller 702, Karrie. So I just want to put you on hold here.
Sure.
But okay, because here's what happened, folks. You know, we went on an investigation. We couldn't find the Valley of Fire. We missed the turnoff. You know, ended up in some small town, which kind of looked. You know, I seen a sign for a cemetery. It looked creepy. But there's a lot of towns in Nevada that just have history. Were built on ghost towns, and you know, I'm asking for directions at a gas station. There's 3 hot fucking broads sitting out there. Okay. Sorry, you know, but they were cute, and I thought, man, why the hell am I living in Las Vegas? All of the Nevada girls are cute. They're wild western fucking, but Missy is from the Wild West, you know? But anyways, Karrie went with us, and we started off at the stone cabins. They're very creepy. We had bats almost hitting us in the face. The bats were swooping down. I took pictures. What are your thoughts on that, Karrie? It was your first place. I'm just curious.
Well, it was just, to me, it was just very peaceful and quiet. I got what seems to be one EVP there, but it was just like a ticking sound that I couldn't explain because you were pretty far from me. You were way on the other side of the third cabin, and I was inside the first cabin. And I heard it with my ears, and I got it on my voice recorder. But it was nice. I was a little shocked with the bats. I've never really been around bats before, but I loved this. I loved the cabin to go back.
Honestly, I wish I could be there. I really do. I wish I could be there.
Right. Well, you know, Karrie, you had seen me climb and stuff, and you have to understand that I had an accident a couple months ago, and I was able to do some climbing, but I almost, my knee gave out because when we went to the Fire Canyon area, I climbed up the cliff, and when I climbed up, I seen you standing by the truck, and I was thinking, wow, you know, I'm right on course, but I still have a bad knee, you know, but I'm still very agile and able to climb. And tomorrow we'll be doing a little bit of climbing. I work with phases with my investigators. We'll start off hiking and walking, eventually climbing it. You'll never climb no cliffs, trust me. I'll do the climbing of the cliffs, but there will be some rocks and things in the mines you got to walk over, crawl under, or whatever, because the mines are very, very secure mines. A lot of people go out there hiking in them, but the problem is nobody goes at night because of the ghost. A lot of ghosts. But you were in the Valley of Fire. You were in the Valley of Fire with me, and you know, at first you seemed a little frightened, you know, but then as we went on with the investigation, you got a little bit more bolder. Like I left you alone at the Seven Sisters. What was your take on the Seven Sisters? Do you feel? Did you feel weird there?
Yeah, I did. It definitely had a much different feel from the cabins. It was, I don't know, it's hard to explain the feel, but I mean, especially we had that little cold spot that was right outside my truck there. It was, nothing happened really while I was in the cold spot, which I had expected it to, but it didn't. But as soon as I was leaving, I got what on my voice recorder. I didn't hear it with my ears at all, but on my voice recorder, I heard what sounds like a male voice saying "what," but that's about it. Once I got between the first two sister rocks, I had what looked to be like a female form that was following me, But that was as much as I could deal with at that point, that being my, I was still pretty new to the night. I wasn't really prepared to deal with anything like that, so I headed back to the truck. But I know you experienced what you heard was voices.
Yeah. I went off by myself, and I climbed some of the bigger rocks, and I got about 4 rocks away from you, about 200 feet away, but way between them, and I climbed up into a crevice onto a ledge. And I was about 30 feet up, and I thought I heard a female. I thought I heard a female voice, or, it was very weird. It's like EVP. You can't make out the word. It was just like a little bit of a hum, and I sat up there and I thought, this is weird, and I couldn't see your lights. I was in pitch black. My batteries weren't strong. I didn't charge them because I didn't know I was going investigating. So I had very low battery lights the entire night. I did not have good lighting like I normally have. And I sat up there, and there was all kinds of writing, and I thought, this is the 3rd time I've heard some female off in the dark of the desert. It was like it was, going past me. I could feel the chills. And I sat up there by myself, and then I got worried about you. I'm like, shit, I can't leave somebody alone for too long because, well, you know what happened. You know what you've seen. You know what you've seen a couple weeks ago. And that's what's living in the desert. And I want to tell you people the story because this is going to be mind-blowing news. And, I see people leaving, which is really like, what the fuck, don't fucking leave, because I'm going to tell you guys something, okay? And we're the paranormal investigators who found it and who did it. But we went to a place called Atal Rock, and it's a giant rock. It goes a couple 100 feet up, and there are petroglyphs on some of the sides high up. It's a good climb, but it's manageable, and they paint or they scrape in on the stone little ladders to show you how they designed the petroglyphs. We went up on the stairwell. We climbed about 150 steps. We climbed about 35 steps, 40 steps maybe. I don't know. I hear a lot of static. Whose phone is that?
I do too.
Not mine. Not mine, sorry.
All of a sudden.
I have to mute caller 2 or 3 for now to tie up the line. But anyways, we sat up on the platform, and somebody's crackling, and I'm going to go through every one of them.
There's it, my phone. I still have severe weather off and on around where I am.
I'm just making chat room mods. But anyways, we sat up on the platform, and I took some pictures of the petroglyphs. And Karrie here had asked me if she could go use the bathroom or start heading down because Karrie doesn't like heights. And tell us what happened, Karrie.
Well, I went ahead and I walked down, and I was headed straight for my car. I knew exactly where I was going. I knew I was going to put my equipment away and then go find a restroom. And I got actually pretty close to my car, I would say not even 50 feet away, and something in the brush just like shook it. It shook the brush right next to me, and I turned with my flashlight and I looked, and about 5 seconds you can hear absolutely nothing on my voice recorder. Became very confused. This thing that I was looking at, I can't even hardly explain what it was. It had ears like a fox. I would say it was a cross between a fox, an owl, and a really old man with a long white beard. It's like was crouched down. It was very small down to the ground. And in my mind, I just kind of said, no way, I'm just seeing things. But I remember that about 5 seconds later when I turned away, I remember I had felt so confused, and I couldn't remember which way my car was. I couldn't remember what I was doing. And when I was coming to my senses, I realized I had pissed myself. I was so freaked out, and I didn't know how to handle it at all. And then I went ahead and continued with what I was doing to the restroom, and then Rick came along, I would say about 5 minutes later, Rick.
Yeah, hey, man, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, here's the whole thing, folks. Here's the whole thing, is that I had asked Karrie if she's sure she wants to go alone. I felt like we were watched. We were sitting about 100 feet up on a tiny platform. I was taking pictures. I had a smoke because I was just trying to relax. I was like, the investigation is done. Let's go. And I made a video walking down the steps. I waited 5 minutes till you left. I seen you go out towards the bathrooms. I did see you stop and shine the light in the bush. And I thought, what is she looking at? You look like you were lost and couldn't find the truck. And I started packing it up. I finished my smoke. I took a couple pictures. I made a little documentary video going down the steps. I shut the video camera off. I put the video camera in my pocket, and I went about 20 feet on foot to the left of the stairwell at Attel Rock, and there is a bush, a very thick bush and tree that grows, and it's about 10 feet by 10 feet and maybe 10 feet high, and I'm walking and something shakes the tree violently. And I thought, come on, you got to be kidding me. What the hell? It looks like something being eaten in there alive, you know? And I walk up very slowly. And after stopping in my tracks once, being very alert that I am, I continue to walk by the bush, and it starts shaking violently. And I look to my left, and I see something with fox ears, but it looked like a man crawling on his hands and his knees and had fox ears, and I seen him transition into a creature that looks between, I can't even define it for you, man. I just cannot do it. I came face to face with this thing, and its eyes were fucking black as the night. The eyes were very big, very hollow, and it was a crossbreed of three things. In other words, what I am trying to tell you is that I came face to face with a skinwalker, or what they call as a Native American shapeshifter. I have seen this thing, it was transforming. It crawled on all fours backwards while looking at me with the fox ears, and it changed between half animal and half beast, and it had a mustache, a very long gray mustache, and eyes howl like the night, and my light shined in its eyes, and the eyes didn't blink. The eyes were howl like a fucking something with no soul. And I stood there. I was 4 feet away, and it backed up 2 more feet, and I was 6 feet away, shining my light on this thing. And I put my light down, and I thought to myself, where is Karrie? Because I shined it quick on the truck. Karrie wasn't in her truck. And I did not walk fast. I walked very slowly away, because when I encounter wild animals, you do not want to startle an animal. I backed slowly away, and I went to the parking lot and put the flashlight on the truck, did not see her in there, and I knew she had to use the bathroom, and I'm like, it's been 10 minutes, man. Is she hiding in there, or what happened? And I went behind the truck, and I fucking pissed, and I heard that thing out there while taking a piss. I had to go so bad, because I took on the trip raspberry or black tea, and I took a variety of teas that I bought to keep my fluids and all that up. And so I was constantly going to the bathroom, and I'm like, God, Karrie must be in the bathroom or something, and this thing's out there moving. It's watching me. It's watching me piss, all right? My dick's out of my pants. And, I mean, I'm not joking. I'm telling you the truth. That's how it went down. And as I was peeing,
Yo, Rick.
I sat down, I stood there a second, and I heard it move, and I grabbed my fucking knife really quick. I put my hand on my 8-inch blade, and I kept my hand on it at all times. Because that thing now was moving around, and it was watching me. And I seen it. But when I walked away from it slowly, because that is one of my protocols, is do not panic no matter what you see, I slowly walked away from it. And I said to myself at first, you know, hey, wild animal, but then, you know, this thing is fucking on all fours, or it's sitting up in the brush just staring at me. It's like, you are no fucking animal that I know. You are not from here. You are from this fucking world, but you are not from here. I'm sorry, but what I fucking seen was possibly not from this world. And I came face to face with it. You know what? I'm glad I didn't snap a picture, because although it appeared little physically it appeared little, spiritually I think it was extremely, very, very advanced, enough to make me even uneasy. And I came face to face with this, and Karrie, I called Karrie's name. I'm like, are you all right? And she's like, no. And I'm a little bit worried. And I start walking towards the bathroom. She's like, get blankets, get towels, you know, or whatever from the back of her truck. And I brought her them, and I don't think she expected to be in the woman's bathroom with me on the Paranormal and Ghost Society's investigation. But she's on the toilet, and, you know, I got to go in there and hand her blankets. Because, well, here's what happened. Karrie, you weren't coming through that good, but, you know, you can go ahead and tell the listeners what happened there again for one more time.
You want me to start from the beginning?
Yo, Rick, man, let me ask you something. So this is El Presidente.
No. I just, you know.
Hello? Can you hear me, Lord Rick? Hello?
I can't. I could barely hear. I could
Hello?
barely hear you.
Man,
yeah.
Turn me up in the monitor.
What's your question?
Can you hear me? Yeah, man, was he walking backwards, like upside down and backwards on all fours? You know, like when you was in gym class, doing the crab walk? Is that what you're talking about?
No, not like that.
He was on like an animal, but walking backwards like an animal? Hello?
Well, when
wasn't
I
an
saw
animal. Something between animal and man. Go on.
Well, so I was wondering, you guys been to the Kyle Crawford's mountain ridge in Utah? Because, man, me and my boys, we was there a couple of weeks ago. We was, you know, so high on, we was smoking Skull Face, you know, and there's some serious paranormal shit going on over there as well. We experienced pretty much the same thing. There was a place where there was a hideous car wreck. It was right by the Rob Dobby River, and we was all high, and, you know, smoking the Skull Face and doing a little bit of Atomic Childs. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
we heard this thing coming out of the brushes, and man, I put my flashlight on it, and it was just like you was talking about, man. Is gray, like big gray-ass mustache, right? And it did yours make a noise like a shit, man, kind of like a dog and a hideous car wreck? And
it was quiet. It was real quiet.
Oh, for real? Because, man, this shit, see, I got scared. But it wasn't because of the look at it, man. It was like, it sounded like a fucking black axe just going through, tearing down shit, man. I mean, it was scary. It was like, it was a little more human than it was animal, but it still had, just like you talking about, when we shined the flashlight on him, his eyes didn't blink.
Yeah.
I was like, man, what kind of... my girl was with me, and, you know, she was like, what kind of Jaina is this shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, she was all nervous.
Right.
The guy,
man.
His head looked, he looked like it was just a skull with hair. You know what I mean? It is.
Yeah,
It's
exactly
like we was.
You're right. You're right. You're totally right. I think I actually have to agree with you on this. That's what it looked like. It was just, I don't know what it is. I know it has to do possibly with the Native American culture to that area. It's near the reservations. It was Anasazi territory. This creature was guarding the rock. It sat in a bush. It spooked Karrie. Karrie peed her pants. All right, it's the truth. She peed her pants after right when she seen it, I guess. She did not make it to the bathroom.
Yeah, no shit, man.
And this thing waited. It waited for me to come down, and it was not scared of me, and that is why I did not take a photo, because it was not scared. It pushed the bush aside. It had the bush a little bit to the side, and its head was looking right at me, and it was a decent-sized head. It was a human-sized head, man. A human-sized head was just there, and eyes as black as night. It's just Skinwalker. It's a Skinwalker. Right. What about you, Karrie? What's your take on it? What do you think it is?
You know, it's hard for me to say. I'm leaning more toward the demonic realm. But it's hard for me to say. I think it's really odd, too, that on my voice recorder prior to this 5 seconds of time, you know, you can hear the wind howling, you can hear crickets chirping. But when this is happening, when I'm looking at this thing for this seconds, you hear absolutely nothing. It's dead silent on my voice recorder. And I heard nothing other than the bush shaking when I walked up.
Yeah. Do you think
that's weird shit?
Do you
man,
think it did it to you?
What it did for us, man, it looked like a fucking like it had a human head, like you're saying, with the eyes black as night. But man, the noise it was making, it was like fucking killer napkins. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, his head was just like a Quaker's head, but it couldn't see nothing. But just his eyes, it was like a Quaker ninja, you know. But you know, I was doing some research on the Wikipedia, and I found there's he was talking about the American Indian tribe, right? There's actually a tribe in Utah. It's the Jimmy-Yo tribe. And they have a lot of what you call traditions, you know, their traditions with their praying to their animal spirits and their shape-shifting. They believe that their shaman would shift into all sorts of different, you know, creatures and shit. And I'm telling you, I think you're onto something, man. I think it's probably something similar to that shit.
Well, I came face-to-face with it, and I'll tell you what, for me, it was strange because, normally I would have went back and brought her to check it out to double verify, and this thing seemed kind of like powerful because I didn't even think nothing. I got in the truck, and we kept matching words about what we seen because, see, when Karrie is in the bathroom, I got the entire thing recorded. I'm going to put it on my website in probably a couple weeks, or it's going to be on the website. I got the entire recording from what happened, and you're going to hear Karrie talk about the sighting she had. You're going to hear me talk about it. Keep in mind, this is her first investigation. We're comparing what we just seen, and she's filling in the blanks. I'm filling in the blanks because I'm sitting there in the bathroom. By the bathroom, I'm like, something just weird happened to me. I don't know if you noticed. I was like, but there's something in the bush, and right then and there, she's like, you could tell she was scared. She was really scared. We just came face to face with this thing, and I didn't even mess with it. Normally I'm an asshole sometimes. Okay, you got to be that way. And normally I'd be an asshole and jump in the goddamn bush. I'd jump in the fucking bush. Hey, let's smoke one. Peace. But no, I wasn't like that. I was very subtle. I was very relaxed. Huh. Yo.
Typically, with these kinds of energies, you want to leave an offering. Always. Leave an offering. Otherwise, the Skinwalkers will come. I know this. I'm Native American.
Do you leave, like, an atomic child on there, or do you leave,
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about sage, sweetgrass, sandalwood. You leave those bundled together in a red piece of cloth, and you tie this to like a bush or like a natural something. If you leave an offering, they will leave you alone.
So is it like some kind of, if you don't have that sort of thing, like if I got some leftover skull face, can I just leave that there? I mean, it's like, it's
yes,
an herb,
but leave it in a red piece of cloth. Leave it in a red piece of cloth and tie it to something. It is an offering of respect.
Or something like that?
No. A red piece of cloth.
Okay.
If you have a red piece of cloth, it has to be red. It cannot be another color.
Uh-huh.
This is the tradition.
Okay.
It has to be in a red piece of cloth. You have to tie it in this.
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
And you have to tie it to something like a bush or a tree or something natural. You have to tie this to it. That is an offering of respect. They will leave you alone.
Now, does that apply? Does that apply in the?
That applies to any Native American lands you go to. Yeah.
So
primarily in the Southwest, but I would do it just about any Indian lands you go to. And the reason being is you always, if you're going to explore their lands, show respect. Always.
So you should
leave an offering.
Hey, Rick.
It has to be red. They will not accept blue.
I'm here, man. I'm chilling out.
That makes sense, man. Because when I was on the, when I was there in the Kyle Crawford Mountains,
that was a Skinwalker. Shapeshifter.
This is really weird. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, because you know what? I saw a lot of red. It wasn't cloth, but it was like red paint on the sides of trees and rocks. Yes. Red was a primary color in the Native American palette. That is also in our medicine wheel. Red is one of our primary colors. That was just
no, that is a primary color in our medicine wheel.
Hey,
no. That is a It's red, yellow, blue, black.
Green.
Red, yellow, blue, black.
You think I was like
I'm chilling out and having a good time tonight.
Next time I'm going there, I'm going to totally give them a bit of my skull face. I'm going to wrap it up in a red cloth. Because I definitely, man, I want them scaring the piss out of me like they scared the piss out of you, you know what I'm saying?
And always let them know that you're there with respect.
This is real, man.
And they're not,
respect.
Show them that you're there with respect.
Yeah, because, you know what, I ain't trying to mess with the land or shit, you know what I'm saying?
I know, but if you're on Native American lands, there are certain customs and rules you have to follow. It's like going to another country. Same thing here applies. You have to follow the laws of the custom.
I'm going to do that, man,
because
I swear.
It's a sign of respect. If you go, like, to Native American lands, like, say, I go exploring, say, over on Taos Pueblo land. I leave an offering of respect. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because, man, I like going camping up there, but, shit, man, you can't get no sleep, you can't get nothing done, because it sounds like fucking black X's and hideous car wrecks going on the entire time. But, yeah, that totally makes sense.
The spirit people.
I feel you.
Yeah, the spirit people there, they want to know what you're all about. They're curious more about you than you are about them. And I know this.
Maybe you think the spirits were upset that, you know, the woman, Karrie, went to the bathroom with her
no. No, I don't believe they're upset at all. In fact, women, used to be tribal rulers way a long time back before the white men came. Before the white man came here, women were the tribal rulers.
Hey, you can hear
They
me.
were the rulers. They were the shamans. They were the healers. They were the mothers. They were the, you know, they ruled the clans. And in today's Native American society, especially beyond the Rocky Mountains west, the women are still the tribal rulers.
You sure about
that? Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, so, Missy, do you think I seen a Skinwalker?
Yes.
I seen one? You think I seen one?
Yes.
Serious.
I know you have. There's no two ways about it.
There you have it, folks.
I thought the man
Expert opinion
the
from
woman
Missy herself, owns the Paranormal Ghost Society chapter of New Mexico. And folks, you're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio tonight.
And I know, because I'm studying shamanism.
Chill out.
I'm studying shamanism right now. Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
And everybody needs to just take turns.
And I'm also shamanic descendant.
Speaking of taking turns, I think we all should take a bong rip right now.
Seriously.
We need to take a bong rip. Bong break.
Good idea.
Bong break, for real, dude.
Bong break? I'll go ahead, and you know what? I'm going to play a song, and we're all going to smoke the bong. And then I'm going to get right back on the Skinwalker thing that we had met up with at the Valley of Fire with Karrie, who's on the line, caller 702 from Las Vegas. Tomorrow, Karrie and I will traverse into El Dorado Canyon in search of Ghost of the Wild West, one of the first ghost towns that was near Las Vegas. A lot of history, a lot of death, a lot of killings, a lot of serial mass murders over gold. Very historical.
Hey, I like cereal.
And here's Hollywood.
If any of you are ever in New Mex, if any of you are in New Mex, you know where to find me.
That's right, advertised price. Today.
Yeah, you just tuned into the 843 Radio Mix Show. This is your host, Miguel Castro. I'm chilling tonight with my fellas Hollywood and Troy. We got the phone lines open live tonight, ladies and gentlemen, so I want y'all to call in on this Stitch Your Problem Saturday. Caller, you on the air.
Hey, Shawty, what's happening with you, cool? I was down here at Charleston, South Carolina. I went to the club called Kush Lounge, look at a nigga the wrong way, and niggas just went crazy on me, man.
I got something for you right here. I want you to check this out, my dog.
You better watch what you do, watch what you say, you better watch that do. People let you think. If you won't wake up in the morning, if you won't wake up in the morning, oh, no. And if you better let do, you better bust that do, you better bust that quick. If you won't wake up in the morning, if you won't wake up in the morning, oh, no. As I lay me down to sleep, I pray to God nobody come and pick my house to the creek. I know the streets and I up and out, you told the apes in the jungle. They better watch them niggas believe they stay plotting. No matter how much you cheese or say rocket, these streets ain't safe, they'll sink you like an 8-ball. So I ain't fucking with you if I ain't knew you from Gate Tall.
Watch what you say, you better watch that. Keep 'em out your bed.
If you won't wake up in the morning, if you won't wake up in the morning,
Troy, watch what you do.
I like that right there,
song is dedicated to my man from out of town, you know what I'm saying? Anybody else from out of town who don't understand what's going on down here, check that.
Casual, that's a good one right there, man.
Once again, the request lines is live open, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we can get into this next song,
I don't
Alien.
do much in the way of rhyming, hun. I'm not real good at that, but I know some people who are.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are no good at rapping, I hate to see your ghost hunting.
Back from break.
Jesus. Good. I needed one, man. That was a good suggestion by me, man.
I'll tell you.
Fucking bong break. It was getting too real in the room, man. Too real.
It's about to get unreal in a little bit. But
yes.
I'll tell you what. I will tell you the truth. And I came face to face with this thing, and I thought to myself, my whole perspective changed, because I see a lot of ghosts sometimes. But to see a creature that close, and this thing just stared at me. No smile, no sad face. It was just hollow stare. Just looked at me.
I'm about to rip your dick off, Rick. I'd have shit myself. I try to stay away from some shit like that for real, though. But look, you think that was a Jersey Devil or some shit? You sure it was a Skinwalker?
You know what?
It was a Skinwalker.
You know what? A Skinwalker, definitely.
It was a Skinwalker. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if it's got a big mustache to where you can't even see his teeth, then that is a Skinwalker right there. They don't even show their teeth until they're scared, I think.
I think it may have been
that was a Skinwalker.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question. What's
and
the lady's name?
In Navajo religion, you have to be very careful of the Skinwalkers. They can make you very, very sick. They can, in some cases I've heard that they have killed. Yeah.
Hey, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like the M. Night Shyamalan movie, where they be leaving red shit? Or no, they be taking red shit.
No, I'm a shaman, honey.
This shit come out and kill them?
No, I'm a shaman.
This is real life, man. Real life.
No, I am a shaman. I'm descended of shamans. No, what you're not understanding is I'm descended of shamans. I know about Skinwalkers. I know. I've been around the native elders.
That was probably based on a true story. So all I'm saying is that
this
movie
is not a movie. Well, he may base some of his stuff on real life stuff. I'm not saying he doesn't. I've never seen any of his movies. But regardless, that was either a Skinwalker or, one of the land spirits that protects the land.
Hey,
and you need to be very, very careful when in Indian territory.
You remember when you were saying about the primary colors of your medicine wheel? You're talking about the primary colors. Is red and blue happen to be one of the primary colors of your medicine wheel?
Red, yellow, blue, and black, yes.
Job well done.
Black ain't.
Technically, if you mix all those colors together, you
would be like red, blue, and green or something like that.
Folks.
You're retarded, dude.
I hate to interrupt this, but I have a little surprise for everybody. We have also another very
what we win? What we win, Rick? Tell us what we won.
What I won.
No, what did we win? You got a surprise for us.
Millie is out of jail. Not to change the topic or anything like that, but Millie's out of jail, and Millie's in our chat room tonight, and I would like her to call in. But we're very glad to have her with us. I'm ecstatic to have her with us tonight. I'm ecstatic to have her with us, and I would like her to call on the show later this evening for a little bit so we can talk. But it's good. It's good because we're starting to develop a lot of different co-hosts for our show, and I want to welcome all you people tonight. And for the new listeners who are listening in, we have Missy on the line. Butch, caller 702, Karrie, and the rest. My eyes can't
Don't
see
forget
it,
the
you know.
She-Man.
Medicaid's not covering the glasses. Sorry, folks. I can't see the screen. So you're just going to have to deal with, you know what I'm saying. But anyways, go on. I seen a Skinwalker. Karrie seen a Skinwalker. Did it attack us? No.
The She-Man.
But I'm telling you, man, the shit's real. The shit's definitely real. It's out there. And that happened in the Valley of Fire, where a lot of people mysteriously vanished and disappeared, surrounded by mountains at a 12-mile radius. It is dark. It is like being in a bowl with different canyons. And you go into these canyons, and they lead to different haunted locations, like the silicon white domes. And Karrie and I experienced something, I think, following us around the entire trip. It started off with movement. Then another canyon, we seen eyes looking at us. And then the last place we went to, we came face to face with the beast. Very powerful creature. It was half beast, half man, and it obviously wasn't scared. It got my attention. It shook the tree right when I walked past. There's no animal that does that, man. And it's like when it backed up, I could see it change, and I said, I said, this is some good fucking smoke. It wasn't the smoke, man. I lost my entire being stoned the moment I seen that thing. I lost it. Because I came face to face, and I know Karrie did, and I know Karrie, obviously it's okay to be scared of something that doesn't belong here or we cannot explain. And that is what we are. We are paranormal investigators, and we're giving you a show because we're outright fucking crazy to begin with. So why the fuck not get on the air and give it to everybody? But we've seen it. It's out there. It's by Atel Rock, by the petroglyphs. It's a very ancient, very spiritual site to the Native American people, and what we've seen was probably the rock's guardian. And I am sure if I disrespected the rock, that thing would have shoved its head clear up my ass like the movie Hancock.
And we're not talking about the wrestler, the Rock, either. This is for real shit.
Yeah. I totally agree. I mean, back then when we did a lot of our investigations, I dealt with a lot of ghosts in asylums. Very different type of scenario when you see an apparition. But when you see something physically solid and it's in front of you staring at you, you're dealing with a whole different ball game. This thing knows what it's doing. It knows how to escape, and it knows how to find you. And me and Karrie, we went into Rainbow Canyon area. We seen eyes. I said to Karrie, look, there is eyes.
Gay monster.
Those eyes were not blinking. And I said to Karrie, we're paranormal investigators. We are going to check it out. And we started to went over there, and the eyes were gone. Just vanished. And it was just the weirdest fucking thing. Like, what is watching us in this canyon? We were followed around everywhere we went. Duck Rock. I climbed into this giant
Spirits of
pit
the elders followed you.
Say what?
The spirits of the elders followed you.
The Golden Girls.
Nice.
Well, I don't know, man, but I'm telling you right now, we came face to face.
Well,
and
hey, Rick,
go on, Karrie.
Down in Duck Rock, remember we walked down in that canyon, and there was only one way down and one way back up, but we still managed to come up a whole different side of the canyon.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that, folks. We went down at the end of this dark road called Duck Rock. We were looking for the Duck Rock, and it ended at this deep fucking canyon. And I said to Karrie, we're going to climb on in the canyon. And we start going in between these rocks, and I get to a cliff. Not a big one, but 15 feet straight drop. I was almost ready to hang and drop down. I'm going down,
you
baby, into the canyon.
Stallone, didn't you?
Yeah.
You did a Sylvester
I told Karrie,
Stallone.
so we better. No,
that made me piss my dick out of my pants, for real though. That's some straight scary shit, man.
I tell Karrie, I said, let's go back. So we had to walk all the way back a mile down the road. And Karrie seen something. She seen something, and I heard something. And we're in the middle of nowhere, you know, and it's just something was following us the entire way. But here's how I am. I'm not happy till I climb a cliff or something. So I stopped at Fire Canyon, went into this steep ravine, and I started going deeper in a canyon. My only way out was the cliff. So I night cliffed it. If I can put my flashlight in my right hand, and I climbed on up, and there was Karrie right there. It was the truck, and I was like, not bad. But nothing touched me that deep into the Valley of Fire. I went deep down in, underground, you know, below sea level, it seemed like. And nothing.
You swim? You were swimming through that shit?
No, I climb. I don't swing. I climb. I climbed all the way up and out of the. It was like climbing out of the pit of hell, and it's just, you know, I went into the darkness, but nothing.
How are you climbing under the sea, though?
Nothing got me. Something almost got us at a public place. It wasn't hiding in no canyon. It was right there, man. Right outside in the desert. So the unknown,
Rick,
it can be anywhere, folks.
What was scarier, the whole encounter with this monster, or riding home in the Subaru with a girl with her pants covered in tea?
I don't mind giving girls a ride in the Subaru. Okay, me and that Subaru, we're close. She gets me everywhere. The Subaru, it's famous. I'm telling you. You just contact us. You just call our show. We're live in Las Vegas. You'll get a ride in the Subaru. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll fucking ride the roller coaster at New York, New York. What the fuck, right? We'll go upside down all around. We'll smoke a little bit of fucking weed and hash. We'll put smiles on her face. Go upside down, and I'll take you in my Subaru.
Hey, you take me in your Subaru, though? I'll ride some roller coasters and shit.
You know,
I'm down.
Dude,
ooh, I don't do roller coasters. I don't do roller coasters, unfortunately, y'all.
I do anything that
y'all
walks.
see the leprechauns say, yeah.
Let's put it this way. I have something wrong within, you know, my inner ear stuff that, like, makes me go all dizzy and stuff. Not a comfortable.
Oh, that's one of them parasites.
You'll go creature hunting, but you won't go on a roller coaster. That's crazy. So if you were going to hell, you would be riding a roller coaster the rest of your life instead of looking at the eyes of that demon thing pissing your pants 24/7. It'd just be you riding that coaster.
I'm not afraid of. Let's put it this way: I'm not afraid of whatever it was that Rick saw. I'm not afraid of it. No, I'm
look,
not.
though, if you was investigating some shit that was on a roller coaster and you had to ride the roller coaster through that shit, would you do it?
Maybe, if I could get up the courage.
That's like Final Destination 2.
I mean, I am super scared of roller coasters. No, seriously, I'm super terrified of them.
I'm super scared of them, too.
Now, what if you were researching a mine shaft and you had to ride one of those little mine carts? Is that the same or no?
No, not the same.
Okay, you're good
I'm
with
up
that.
for it,
Okay.
man.
You just don't like going upside down and everything.
I'm up
Oh, I can't tolerate going upside down because something in my inner ear, even hairpin twists and turns, makes me sick to the stomach.
It's not just a job; it's an adventure.
You'd hate to stand there.
No, even hairpin twist turns on a road makes me sick.
What if you was researching some shit in my pants? Would you go down there?
Guess who's going on the roller coaster?
No, seriously, even hairpin twists and turns on roads makes me sick to my stomach. No, seriously.
Now, what about
getting on the roller coaster?
No.
I can't be on a roller coaster, guys. I would literally be sick.
Good Lord, this Easter will protect you. Missy,
I think that's hilarious. Bring on the ghost. You can have the roller coasters. I'll look at demon hell, fire and brimstone all damn day, but don't give me the roller coasters. That's awesome. That's amazing.
Even twists and turns on hairpin turns on roads makes me sick. It does a number on me. I don't know why, but it does. I think it has something.
How was
like
Rick driving when you guys left there? Were you more scared by Rick's driving, like, oh, I'm high, get me the fuck out of here, or were you more scared of what just happened?
You asking Karrie?
No, I mean, like, was it more scary Rick getting the hell out of there, maybe swerving out of there, and to get you out of there into safety, than it was that thing you're trying to say? Because you don't like swerves and turns and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what?
All right.
I don't panic. Fear makes people panic. I have not panicked on my investigations. That is why I'm successful at what I do. If I panicked, it would be over a long time ago, man. I'd have seen that thing and I'd be like, I ain't going out in the desert again. I'm going in the desert tomorrow night in an area much like the Valley of Fire. It doesn't bother me. After I seen that thing, do you know what I did? Me and Karrie stopped off on the side of the road, and I went hiking by myself in the desert. And Karrie sat in the vehicle, and we were on two-way radios, and something screamed in my two-way radio. I lost all power. It sounded like the voices of 1,000 dead people. And she didn't hear nothing. She heard a few clicks. I wasn't clicking it. Here I am. I'm going off into the desert by myself, man. You know, and I know that thing's out there, and I'm still going out there because this is what we do. This is what we love, is the paranormal and the adventuring of it all. That's truly living. And, Go on. You know what?
Hey,
I
can ask a question.
What's that?
I forgot that shit. I forgot what I was going to say.
Dude, come on. Precious time. Damn, man.
Whatever question you want to know, I'll answer.
But you know what does help, Rick? You know why you don't panic?
Huh?
You know why Rick doesn't panic? Because of this.
Why?
Long break. Oh, that's why. Good old chronic helps you. For real.
Hey, when you guys saw that shit,
man.
Did you go back? Hey, you guys had some anal sex in that Subaru though.
Man,
you know,
this is paranormal, not gay hour.
No, Rick, tell him anal sex ain't gay if it's with a woman. That shit ain't gay.
What? What's gay?
I don't know, man.
Hey, you having anal sex with a nice one with a big old ass. That ain't gay, is it?
What, fucking a woman with a big old ass? I thought I had sex with a woman with a big ass the other day, man.
Did you have sex in her ass though? Like you stuck your dick in her ass?
No. It didn't go down like that, man.
No, I'm not talking about the vagina. I'm talking about the asshole.
What, anal sex with girls?
Man. That's gay.
There ain't nothing wrong. There ain't nothing wrong with fucking a girl in the ass, all right?
There you go. That's my man Rick right there. Fucking asshole.
There's a dose of reality. This is a dose of reality, folks. This is the Angel of the Night radio show. You ask, I tell. I'm a man. I'm a treasure trove of answers to most of your questions. If I choose to answer
You're a treasure troll. You're a treasure troll?
Tonight, I just might be. It's Easter. It's Easter. What kind of treasures are you going to get in your goddamn Easter basket?
Hey, what kind of things are you doing? An Easter egg hunt with your kids, or is he going to be playing Guitar Hero all day?
Probably going to do an Easter. I'm cooking a ham. Actually, to answer your question, I'm cooking a ham and a very nice dinner. I'm going to rent a horror movie for me and the kids. We're going to go ahead and play a little football, have a little bit of dinner. We're going to toss the football a little. We'll watch a horror movie. And then I'll squeeze in an egg hunt, too, probably, with that. And some chocolate bunnies and things like that. If you're more than welcome to come over after the kids go to bed. We could fucking smoke and have a drink and fucking party. We'll pick up some girls on fucking Craigslist. Everybody's fucking happy. The end.
You better make sure you don't eat all that chocolate. Don't eat all that chocolate.
I don't think I'm going to eat any chocolate.
No, get you one of them chocolate girls.
You know what?
Fuck her in the asshole.
The only chocolate I'm
going
to have is I'm going to probably bite one of the bunny ears off one of my kids' bunnies, you know, because chocolate does give you energy. And, you know, you need that energy when you're in Las Vegas and you're dealing with these weird Craigslist girls that you fucking meet. It's like, man, you know my Craigslist experiences? Well, I've had a few more Craigslist experiences recently. I'm afraid to tell these stories.
You could put an ad up there to see if maybe if you get one on Easter, if you can put those plastic eggs in there, maybe she can like shoot them out, like, you know, like the ping pong trick. But maybe we can do it with like Easter eggs. No, maybe.
Oh hell yeah! Shoot them out of her pussy. I done see some shit like that.
Guys, you want to hear a story, folks? I'll tell you a story. I'm going to tell you a story, all right? An Easter one. A few years ago when I was in Florida, I decided let's throw a goddamn fucking Easter party. And I had an egg hunt with like 200 eggs at this haunted mansion. And I invite all my friends over from the Paranormal Ghost Society, members, people I was hanging with on MySpace. We had an adult egg hunt. An adult fucking egg hunt, man. And I got fucking, I had condoms in the eggs, and we were fucking drinking and partying, and fucking people were crawling on all fours. I was like, holy shit. This is the Paranormal and Ghost Society. And it was a hell of an Easter party, man. Fucking, we had all kinds of Easter shit going on. I mean, you know, people love that shit. You put a condom in an egg, everybody goes home with somebody. Christ. That's my type of party, man.
Are you talking about used condoms, or? That'd be one hell of a shock. You could be like
buy different colored condoms.
Rotten egg.
Just buy.
Yeah, but that'd be
different colored
what you
condoms.
could do this year is you could
throw them in the egg.
You could put a. That's awesome, but what you should do is to be funny with one of the people is you should put a used one in there, and when they open it up, it'd be like, you got a rotten egg.
I want to you should put little tiny holes in all the condoms so you get some bitches pregnant and everybody goes home with a nice STD, you know what I'm saying? Do some shit like that. That'd be funny for real.
I'll tell you something. That party was great, man. I think I like made out with like 4 chicks that night, man. I think there was a girl like fucking nude on my bed and shit. Fucking nude on my bed. It was there's like crazy fucking parties I throw in for the Paranormal Ghost Society. But now, you know, that we got AngelOfThyNight Radio, you fans can come party with us any fucking time. We're going to try to bring Millie live on the show. We're going to try to bring Millie live on my show. Ain't she the one that did the... Ain't she the one that got too many food stamps and went to jail for it? No, not food stamps, man. But we're going to get her to come to the studio. I'm working on getting her a ticket here so she can come stay with me for a while. And I'm going to try to have her live on the show and get the camera working so that we both can host a show together. I thought it would be a really cool idea. But you know who I choose to ride a roller coaster? I choose to ride it with Millie. Me and Millie, we're going to go smoke some in a corner. We're going to giggle our asses off. We're going to get on the roller coaster, go upside down. I'll film the whole fucking thing on video. I don't care if I'm upside down. I will run the video cameras. That's not a problem. And hopefully I don't lose my camera. But, hey, you know, $50, $100, go on eBay.
That's the risk you got to take, man.
Anyways, yes, but Millie and I, we're riding on the roller coaster.
You know, I forgive her. Like, make a show of kids on that camera and put it up on the YouTube or something like that. I forgive her. She did that.
She's been through enough, dude. She's been through enough. You don't need to go through all that.
Hey, Rick, you seen Millie's
Millie should not take on the roller coaster. This is the she-man. Millie on the roller coaster. She will
and Missy are going to be at Burger King making out.
My God, man.
One at a time, folks. Step right up. Greatest fucking act on earth.
Or some dark tan.
God, we're all fucking lunatics, aren't we? We're all fucking lunatics.
Some nice little pink ones, though. I'll see some nice pink ones.
I've been eating too many Whoppers. Eating my Easter early, man.
I'm cooking ham. That's all I got to say here.
What day
ham
is Easter on anyway?
I'm sipping
it's
on
Sunday.
Sunday.
My kids voted on ham.
Sunday. Okay.
We had a man's vote today.
What the hell? Come on. What day is Thanksgiving on?
November 25.
Hey, can I say something? Hey, hold on a second, man. I don't need to be rude, but I want to say something to all yous publicly. Because, see, in a way, whether I'm the Antichrist or fucking God or Lord Rick or whatever the case is, you know,
God.
People pick at Millie and everything else. If you fucking continue, I will become the force that you do not want to deal with. I won't even have to lift a finger. Knock it fucking off. Secondly, I love Millie very much. Therefore, people are going to respect me and respect that, or they can fucking blow me. I am the host of this show. I own and have founded the Paranormal Ghost Society. I am the one that came across the beast eye to eye. I don't give a fuck, man.
You talking to me, Rick?
They want to be cool. They want to mock her out in the chat room. Fuck you.
All I'm trying to do is get your clowns. I'm just trying to get your back and talking about some nipples, man.
No, don't talk. That's disrespect, man. You don't talk about the girl that he is waiting for boobs like that. Okay?
I ain't talking about her boobs. I'm talking about her nipples.
You shouldn't be talking about anything. That's disrespectful.
You shouldn't even be on the phone. You need to go to bed or some shit. Go to bed. Rick, I don't like him. Make him hang up.
No, I'm not. He is going to stay on the air because I have respect
Tell him to be
for the
nice
man.
or something.
I have respect for the man.
You ain't got no respect for me? Nobody likes the black man. I see how it is.
I respect
Rick and
people's
Millie are like
honesty, man.
fucking Sherry. You can't separate them. You can leave Millie out of this.
Yeah. That's just
I wasn't talking about Millie. I was just talking about her nipples. That's all I was talking about.
Are you retarded, man? That is part of her body. You're just pissed. You're pissing everybody off. You pissed Rick off that he's trying not to freak out on you right now. I think you need to go to sleep.
Trying to guess the hue of her nipples?
Missy, you need to cast a spell on this kid.
All I'm going to say is enough, you three. I can do better than that.
Rick.
Watch this.
Get Jesse James to make a chopper for him.
Watching.
What do you see in the
Rick,
rim?
I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
Can we
I
get
think
back
that
to the
people
Skinwalkers?
shouldn't disrespect. People shouldn't disrespect women. People shouldn't disrespect
Can anybody hear
women.
me?
I have fun with women, but we respect each other. People should not disrespect Millie. It's great that she's here tonight. Nobody should make fun of her in the chat room. I think people should be courteous. She's being a lady tonight, and that's how she deserves to be treated, man. And if you don't, you're trying to get me to lose it is what you're trying to do. But you can't discourage me, man. I can go climb the mountain right fucking now. I'm in sync.
I ain't trying to make you lose it, Rick. I'm here for you. You know what I'm saying? If you want me to respect her, I'll respect her just because that's your wishes. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't trying to it'd be like if a girl was talking about a man's penis. You don't say that shit's disrespectful because it's a man. All I was talking about was their nipples, and I wasn't saying nothing was wrong with them.
No, you were talking about
Hey,
her breasts and
ladies,
everything, trying to get them on
girls
camera.
are sacred, y'all.
Yes,
exactly. Ladies, girls are sacred. That's sacred territory you're talking about.
Can we get back to the Skinwalker? I want to talk about the Skinwalker.
Leave some red shit on that Skinwalker and leave it the hell alone. It's going to bite your ass.
You need to get that guy out of here. He's ruining the show, man. Rick is a wreck right now.
I ain't ruining nothing. You just don't like me because I'm black. I've been a long time.
Why don't we just stop talking? Why don't we just stop talking?
Hey, Rick, can I ask you a question?
Rick.
Yes, man.
Go ahead. What's your question?
What are you drinking right now?
Huh?
What are you drinking right now,
What
Rick?
am I what?
Drinking.
I'm drinking Guinness. I'm drinking Guinness.
Can we get this back to the Skinwalker, or are we just going to listen to this all night?
You know what? If you want to ask me a question about the Skinwalker, I'll be more than happy to tell you. But I'm telling you what I seen was something I've never, ever dealt with in all my years of paranormal investigating. The thing is that I got Karrie to collaborate the story because she's seen it first. And she didn't want to say nothing to me because, like her, I'm a little more blunt. I'll say, hey, look, this is what I seen. She kept it inside. Just as any of you would keep it inside, you'd be like, no, it can't be. And I knew what it was. When I started walking away slowly, I said, man, and it moved. It was a moving creature, and it was watching the whole time, and I'm sure it watched us drive away. I'm sure it knew it was not there when we walked past the platform. It was not there in the bush. And we got up there, and I loved the view from high up. And then all of a sudden we come back down, and this thing's waiting. It's
Do you ever
like,
think
why
that
is it
maybe
waiting?
it's part of the mind?
What was that?
Do you think it's some sort of collision theory that brings this thing to the Earth, Rick?
I do think it's the right time and place. There's a reason why I seen it. That thing's so strong and so different than the rest of us. It doesn't have a need to do what it did. It's, you know, if it started coming up to all kinds of people, it would be in danger for it. But it showed itself to me, and it showed itself to Karrie. So obviously it knew we were not any danger. Now, I got a weapon on me, and I'll tell you what, if a lion charged at me, a lion actually charged, I would fight the lion face on. Even if it was a mountain lion, I will grab the knife. If it jumps, I will face it like a warrior. That is why my investigators will never, ever have to worry about anything attacking them, because I will stand in the way of almost anything, which includes a bear, a lion, and anything else.
So
That's
if you had a gun,
you
would empty your clip on that thing if you had a gun then.
What about a really big black guy?
Missy carries a gun.
Hey, stop talking about me.
I do carry a gun. That's right. I carry 2 of them.
I carry a gun.
I keep one at home.
Super Soaker 50.
I carry a 45 Ruger Vaquero 6-gun. I carry a 38 2-barrel over-under delivery Derringer.
I carry
that sounds like a gun. That sounds like a gun an El Presidente would carry, not a lady.
I may be a lady, but honey, I can still tote a gun.
So what's the best protection against a Skinwalker?
Respect.
You know what the best protection is? You know, I'll tell you what the protection is.
Respect.
The whole thing, the best thing you can do is do what I did. I backed away, took a step back, and I walked away very slowly, because it's. You
can also speak to it if you wish.
I don't want to wrestle with the thing. You know, it lives there. I respected it. I totally respect it. It is not something you deal with every day of your life. But I came close enough, and I know what it was, and I seen what it did, and it was totally real. Mm-hmm. And I'm telling you, the best thing I could have ever done was walked away. Taking its picture, even if I got away with taking its picture. Huh? Say what?
Let's put it this way: if any of you all are ever in New Mexico, I'll show you some things would literally curl your blood.
I would
if
believe
that
it,
thing
but
got
I'm
up in
telling you
your
right now, I mean,
if that Skinwalker got up in
we're
your
not out to hurt now.
shirt, would you have a shirtfight.com on that thing?
Let's put it this way: a Skinwalker is something
question.
you never want to mess with.
Whose phone is that?
Oh, wait. I guess I will have to start. There.
Hey, Rick.
I don't know who was making the calls, but I have to. I will unmute Missy in a second. Go on.
Hey, Rick, if I made you mad, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay, there's.
I ain't mean to make you mad, Rick.
303 was unmuted. No, man, I'm not mad. I just think, I was just saying earlier, people should not rag on Millie. Millie is somebody that's going to be, always a part of, she's part of my forum. She's, a co-host on the show. And, me and her have a lot of history. So we're trying to be together more often, I guess you could say. And people tend to come down on her. We know on a couple episodes of what went on, and, it was embarrassing to her, but enough's enough, People make mistakes, and people can be forgiven, and apologies and things are fine. That's what makes you more human than other people. And what I seen was inhuman, but I treated it as a human being, and I took my lights off of it, and I walked slowly away. So the Paranormal Ghost Society... The Paranormal Ghost Society, that is just that. We deal with things that a lot of other groups don't deal with. And this was just one of them. And I wish you guys could have all came out. We didn't have a lot of participants. And I don't know if I had too many people and they started running and panicking, what would that do for the creature in the bush? So it was just Karrie and I. And she wanted to scream very badly, but she didn't. But I sensed something was wrong at the time. Something just did not add up with the way she was acting, shining her light in the bush. She's seen it. I know she's seen it. And I've seen it too.
Well, had I screamed, you probably would have come tumbling down those stairs, too. And that would have been really bad.
Yeah.
Soda head.
I'm telling you. You're right. You're right. But that's the whole thing. What we're dealing with is just, it's not something you encounter every day of your life. I haven't gone out for 2 months, folks. I have not done no investigations for 2 months. And I kind of been on vacation, and I get back out of vacation, and I just hike a couple hours, man, and something's in the bush looking at me, and it's real. So, that just tells you right there, it doesn't. You can go out 1,000 times investigating, you can see shit. But the time you take a couple months off, you go back, and you're walking past a bush, and you see something that's like, not of this world. Where's the goddamn flying saucer around here? That's how it went down.
Hey, Rick.
Just like we went up at... Huh?
We cool for another bong break?
No, I'm not going to go on break because I got a lot of shit to cover, man.
I'm going to have a bong break. Where's that guy that be having bong breaks with me? Did he leave?
I had my bong break.
You know that guy that kept saying bong
yeah, he
break?
left.
Where'd he go to?
203, maybe.
No, I'm still listening, Rick. I'm just letting you do your
no
thing.
idea. I muted a couple people earlier because there's too many people. There's too many people that are on the air right now. So I will probably give it to one at a time very soon. 203 is still on the line.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm just letting you do your thing, Rick. I'll chime in if I see necessary.
Say what? We got 727 on the line, but I have not patched them through in a while. I believe that was the person that was making kind of derogatory remarks. And I'm trying to see who else we got on board. Are you still with us, Karrie?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. So, what is your take on the situation, though? I mean, when you seen it at first, you were in fear, but now you want to go out more and see more, right?
Yeah, I want to go back. I wish I had handled it better. You know, it wasn't something I was expecting to happen, but wish I had handled it better so I could have gone and checked it out, you know, better, you know, at the time we were there. But now I definitely want to go back and see if we can find something like that again, or even see if what kind of tracks are inside the brush, or, you know, right around the bush there. I think that would be interesting to see.
Well, here's the whole thing. I got an itinerary set that I'm going to go over later. But this week we're doing El Dorado Canyon. Tomorrow, obviously, before the sun sets. And then, of course, we go out 2 weeks from then to a ghost town. I got a ghost town. Problem is, the ghost town's it's over 150 miles. It is distance, but I'm going to have a lot of people interested in going. There may be 5 of us that go. And the ghost town has 70 structures that are abandoned. And we're going to go in there, we're going to explore the, you know, mines and the sides of the mountains and stuff in the ghost town. So we got a very interesting schedule coming up in the future. And you're going to be a part of it. Your vehicle's way better than my Subaru, but, you know, it grows on you. Of course, you've seen the Skinwalker, but then you're like, let me go out again and see what else I can see, because you just survived. You're alive, which means you've been given the ability to see more. You know, your life's not over with. This is just the beginning, man, of what happens in the paranormal and ghost society. We take you on a journey into the unknown.
Yeah.
You know, but what we do is very serious. People think because on the radio show we're comical, but, you know, in person we like to have fun. But, man, I have to keep straight at all times. I climbed out of a cliff on a bad knee, you know. We have to have our heads on straight out there. If I didn't have my head on straight when I went past that thing, it could have been a whole different scenario, man. Definitely. But tomorrow we face El Dorado Canyon. It's one of the most haunted Wild West places near Las Vegas. Best kept secret. Used to be a dirt road. A lot of murders, a lot of bodies buried out there, a lot of mines. There are things in those mines. There's supposed to be a gateway to another world. I captured a UFO on camera out there. It is a scary place at night. You will feel wind coming out of the mines hitting you in the face. It's just very spooky. What's going on?
Look, you said that you muted a 727 because he was being rude, and I didn't say nothing, but I was the one who was being rude. And I just feel bad now because you be muting people when really it was just me that was being rude.
Okay. Well, at least you admitted it.
Yeah. I'm trying to be cool now, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big fan of you, and I'm trying to be straight, trying to sit back, relax, recline, and just listen. You know what I'm saying? I'm going with the flow.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to have all the guests that call on our show tonight. I just, I want to make it clear that Millie's a huge part of my life, and I love the girl very much. There's a lot of women I love, but she and I are very special with each other, and I want to bring her live on the show more often. So hopefully Millie will be seeing me maybe in a week or two, and I'll be able to bring her on the show because she's always helped me co-host since 2 years ago. That's why we had the fireworks, and I had all the fancy music in the beginning of the show because actually we've been going a couple years at it, man. And it's a very good night because it's like our anniversary episode, and here we are Easter weekend hosting the show, man, and that's fucking fantastic, totally fantastic.
Hey, Rick.
I'm glad everybody's here, and And if people want to be assholes, fuck you. I'm the good fucking Lord.
You know what? You know what you got to do to windmill you over? You know what you got to do?
Bring her over.
The way to a woman's heart. The way to a woman's heart. I've found this. Chicks love that Build-A-Bear shit. You ever seen that?
Yeah, I got one for my son, the Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, you got to get one. You could have, like, your sunglasses and your crazy hair, and you can give him one of those fuck me I'm fat hats, and you can give him, you know, you can give it to Millie, and then you guys would be, you'd be in like Flynn.
I don't get it.
Millie should call on the show tonight, because I'd like her to call on the show, but, you know, all I'm trying to say by all of this, folks, is that when you're a member of my radio show and you're a member of my society and all these things, you make some friends along the way. And some of you people have become really good friends to me. Bobby T, I want to thank Bobby T of 101 The Wave. I think of Bobby like an older brother, man, you know? And I met him through all this, and he helps me in my show, and I honestly feel the same way, that he doesn't get enough credit. I missed his show, and I felt bad. But, you know, my roommate, his wife was in the hospital. He was missing her, going crazy. I spent some time with him. We watched the new Punisher, you know, so he was going through a lot, and I didn't make his show, but he's got a great show. And I'm going to put a banner up eventually on our paranormal site, because I'm going to try to run different things like sponsors and stuff. And I will put a banner up for his show, and people can click it, or they can watch him from a widget from the paranormal site. And that'll definitely boost up his hits and ratings too. So, you know, I want to help him out as much as he helps me. And it's just, you know, that's you don't find that type of friendship, man. You don't. And I want to thank him for being part of the show tonight, because I don't forget anybody. You know, I never forget people that are good people. Millie, I met Millie through my paranormal organization, knowing each other for 5 years, and we're trying to work on doing investigations together, and you know, being together on the show and all those good things. So, you know, it's you meet good friends through our society, and I got a question. Yeah, man. Yeah.
How would I? Look, I'm really interested in this shit. How would I join your society?
How would you what?
How would I join your paranormal ghost society? How'd I go about doing that?
Just go to our website, man, at www.paranormalghostsociety.org, and it'll go into a page called main./.asp, and you'll go there and you can sign up for one of our forums through Google, Yahoo. We have PHP boards, discussion boards. We actually own 2 PHP boards. We own about a forum on almost everywhere: MySpace, High Five, Pagan Space, I'mGoth.com. We got forums
got to pay
all
for
over, about 20. No, it's free, man. Just join the forum. I send out articles every day. If you want to post, I don't care what you post, you know. It's all cool. Our society is just here because we're here to enjoy ourselves, man. Nobody gets paid for what we do. It's all heart what we do. So, you know, joining our forums, it's cool, man. Go ahead, join them.
I'm going to be in Las Vegas next weekend, though.
What about next weekend?
Local?
Next weekend I'm going to be in Las Vegas, man. We should meet up.
I'm always more than happy to meet up with people. I meet quite a few people,
You know where Sam's Town is?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be staying at the Sam's Town.
I know Sam's Town. They got that forest display going on in Sam's Town. Back many years ago, I took a girl on a date there, and we kissed under the, you know, trees and the Christmas lights. It was all romantic, but we kissed. You know?
Yeah, man, they got them fake mountains with them fake goats and shit. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what it is. It's all dim. The lights are all dim, and it's like walking through a New York City park. But you know.
Yeah, and they do a laser show.
Back then, a decade ago, I took a girl on a date there. You know, we kissed, we made out, and next you know, we're at my place, and she's staying the night, and I'm cooking goddamn breakfast in the morning. I'm cooking breakfast. Good times,
hey,
man.
We gotta
I used
meet
to live
up,
in
though.
Vegas. Say what?
We got to meet up.
Well, yeah, man. It's cool with me.
You still live in Vegas,
I am
right?
always. I'm still in probably a couple more months. I'm gonna steal her. I'm gonna take her up to Sacramento because in Sacramento is some very old haunted places that I found, and I got a researcher that gives me information, and we found something pretty mind-breaking, or actually news-breaking, but I cannot say it at the moment. So I got to go back to Sacramento. It's just something that I have to do. We're leaving Vegas soon. I got about 8 more investigations left. Maybe about 2 months worth of investigations, and I'm out of here.
Are you still gonna do your show?
I do my show from Sacramento, probably. Vegas is like a second home to me. You got to understand that I visited here quite a few times. I've lived here separately 2 occasions, and I have no problem coming back here because it's such a great time living here. The mountains, man, I wake up to the snow on the mountains, but when the weather heats up here, my ass fries, man. I'm just like, I got to go where it's a little bit cooler, and I guess from what I'm reading, California's having a very major or over the summers it's been heating up out there and causing all these forest fires. And I'm thinking, man, it's almost as hot in California as it is in Vegas because of the global warming and all the different things that are going on, But
Crazy.
Definitely, man, our show is going to live on. Our show will always live on. I'm just trying to make it a better show. If Angel would call back in tonight, she's never co-hosted before with us, so she's a night owl. She'll stay up till 3, 4 a.m. I've known her for a pretty long time, too. Hopefully she'll call in and give her take, because she told me about something that happened to her on her back, dealing with the paranormal. We talked about it today a little bit on the phone. She called me up from Georgia, from Athens, Georgia, and she's like telling me, she told me a story today, So we've been talking on and off, so she sounds like she'll be a good co-host, and I hope all you people, show her your support as much as you show me your support. Yeah. And we still have 727 on the line, 575, which is Missy. I patched Missy through, but it didn't seem to work. So we'll try it again.
Rick?
Missy is 575.
There she is.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Over here in
Yes,
New Mexico, believe it or
575.
not.
I patched you through.
Yeah. There is a cemetery down near the part of Taos where it goes like from here to Paseo del Norte, which is the road that goes from here to Taos. And right, like there's a curve in the road, there's the gas station, there's the cemetery behind the gas station. And like the back lower part of that thing, something is trying to get my attention down there. And I'm going to go try and check it out one of these days.
Is there some way to turn her down a little bit?
You were just waiting for them to let you come back on and say that, weren't you?
What'd you say, Karrie?
Is there some way to turn her down? Because she's blowing my eardrum out. But if I turn her down, I can't hear anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea how you do it. Is there some way to turn her down?
Eardrum out. Ow. Ow.
Missy, do you have a way to lower the volume on your phone a little bit?
I
because
don't.
Maybe it's your phone.
I don't know. Let me look. Hold on. Let me look.
Okay.
Use her indoor plate.
Hold on.
I know.
Volume.
You're at a 10. You're at a 10. Need you about a 2.
How's that?
Jeez.
How's that?
No, that's the same.
No, it's not doing anything. Doggone it. No, it's not turning the volume down. Sorry, guys.
Wow.
I'm sorry, my phone just happens to be loud. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, it's okay. You know, I understand that it's the Wild West, and things are getting pretty wild tonight. Talking about, folks, we were talking about horses, dicks, and everything else earlier in the show. And we were also talking about booze, smoke, and mushrooms. None of them which Missy does, but I'll tell you what, Missy packs a punch. So you better watch it, folks. She packs a punch. She wanted me to say this tonight. I know she did, but she didn't have to say it. But, you know, she packs a punch. Right, Missy?
Mm-hmm. Let's put it this way.
Guns.
I do carry guns,
I
and
like you.
I
like you.
Missy,
you got guns.
Missy, have you ever shot anybody?
No, I pack real guns. I'm not talking any, you know, little water pistol-y things. No.
I know, but I'm asking, have you ever shot anybody?
No, I've never shot anybody. Thank God, no. No, I've never done that.
Have you ever come close?
Oh, yeah. I've come close about maybe twice. Yeah.
What was the situation?
Well, the situation was I was at a camp out, about 5 years ago, before all the stalking stuff started. And I was at this camp out. The guy was rip snorting drunk. You know, he'd been making a lot of advances toward me in front of my husband. He was, you know, calling me all kinds of things, laughing at me in front of everyone. Everyone was, you know, egging him on. And this guy, you know, I kind of confronted him and said, hey, look, you know, let's sit down, let's talk, try and work this out. I don't want to, you know, come out of this as enemies. I don't want that. I would rather come out of this as friends. And, you know, he said, oh, I don't want to talk. I said, well, look, maybe if we talk, we can resolve whatever issues we have between us. Let's just sit down one-on-one, talk this out. And I saw him start to go for his gun. He was carrying a pistol, I was carrying a pistol, but I was loaded. He wasn't. But the one thing he was loaded on was liquor. He was dead off his ass drunk. And I saw him go for his gun. I thought, oh, God, I'm dead. So I undid the latch on my holster. I said, I don't want this. Put that gun away. Put it back in the leather. I don't want this. And he started to pull more, and I threw, and I cocked. I goes, you don't want this. I don't want this. But you're pushing me now. He didn't think I'd do it. I did it. I put my pistol right...
That motherfucker.
I did.
That's unbelievable.
I said, I don't want this, but you're pushing me.
Missy,
I don't want to kill you, but...
Red cloth.
Red cloth wouldn't have done me any good at that point. But the one thing I did see when he... Let's put it this way. I put it right for his breastbone, right where his heart chakra is. I said, if you don't put it away, I'm going to kill you. I'm not going to let you do this to me. You're not going to push me anymore. You're not going to make fun of me anymore. You're not going to talk shit about me anymore. And let's put it this way. He wasn't facing just me that day. He was not facing just me that day. He was facing my ancestors too. My cousin Billy, my grandpa Jesse, my uncle Frank, my cousin Wyatt, my cousin Doc, Morgan, Virgil, Baxter. I mean, just any outlaw you could name that's related to me. Both sides of me going, you want us to pop him? Because all I heard all down both sides of me, I heard handguns cocking, going click, 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 all the way down on both sides of me. And then behind me, I heard click, 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 click. I goes, oh, he is facing more than just me. And it ain't just my gun he's facing. And I saw his face go white. I saw all the color just rain from his face. I goes, yeah, you don't want this, believe me.
I will cock
Missy,
motherfucker.
Missy, I love Rick. Rick's like a brother to me on the radio, but you need your own show. I could listen to these stories for hours.
I guess. But anyway, yeah, I've come close a couple of times. There was a guy down in town here. I was putting out some flyers for an event I was doing here at my home. The guy comes up to me like he's going to attack me. And I tense up. I look him straight in the eye, and I give him, you know, that old gunfight glare, like, don't make me do it. I don't want to hurt you, but if you make me, so help me God.
You learned that from your ancestors, right?
Right.
Billy the Kid.
Where was your husband in all this?
Well, for the one where I was almost attacked downtown here, he wasn't home at the time. But for the one at the camp out, he was there, but he was watching something else go on a few feet away. But when I saw that gun start to come out of the holster, see, what happens is when you're in a gunfight situation, you freeze. You don't breathe. You don't scream. You don't do anything. You don't. You don't breathe and you don't scream. That's the two rules. You don't do it.
This sounds just like Rick's Skinwalker's little story, except for you got a guy with a gun and he's got a skull with no eyes and a mustache walking backwards. You know, where were you? You should have been on that trip. You would have been like, I'll cock you, motherfucker. You would have
No, I would not have. No. Listen to me. When it comes to Skinwalkers, you never cock a gun on them. No. When you're dealing with Skinwalkers, this is a very different energy. I am more afraid of humans than I am of Skinwalkers.
Nice.
I am more afraid of humans than I am of Skinwalkers.
Would you hug one?
No. I most certainly would not do that.
Okay, then. All right.
What is a Skinwalker?
So then,
I guess we could go back.
Then you
what if we
them.
go back to that
Skinwalker
question,
is basically according to what I've heard tell from the elders, a half human, half, I don't know, half something else, that is allegedly supposed to be very, very evil.
The wolf. A wolf.
Allegedly.
And, like an owl. It's all those things. It's yeah, it is. It's a very
like a werewolf
thing. Werewolf?
Well, the owl in Native American mythology is supposed to be evil. The owl in Native American mythology is supposed to be an evil omen. Or an evil spirit or something.
You can't believe everything
I came face
they
to
say.
face with it.
That's what I was told, so you know.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Missy, I came face to face, man. So I know they exist.
I believe it.
I now know.
I believe it.
They're out there.
I know they do.
They're out there in the desert. They're out there in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, they are.
There's canyons.
Yeah.
And you know, Karrie and I, we covered a lot of ground. We hiked a few miles in the Valley of Fire. That's a long ways to be hiking around. And we went to an area you're not supposed to really go. It's a wild area, and there's a lot of unexplored places. So we don't know a lot about the Valley of Fire, and that is why I took us on a trip there. I wanted to know more, and I got more than I bargained for. And I came face-to-face with it. It is real. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody can convince me any different than what I seen. I seen it shape-shift in front of my eyes. And then when it got comfortable, it sat up and looked at me. And he's right. It did look like a skull. It was just very smart, much smarter than you'd think. So, and there you go.
Skinwalkers usually are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are they smarter than your average bear?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's smarter than most of us humans are.
Or instinct smart, like book smart, or like instincts?
Instinct.
Wow.
They're smart. They're not like animals. Animals know their territory. These things have a human mind. I mean, it knew what it was doing. I mean, come on. You see a guy with a knife on his side, and it still confronted me. It did not care about the knife at all, and it doesn't. So this thing is definitely real. An animal would have ran off, and it's something that I guess when you come across even Bigfoot, you look at it, you respect it. That's why people don't take pictures of Bigfoot, because you are so frozen dead when you see this. You see it in front of your face, you can't even lift the camera. You're just like, did I just see that? Because you just can't believe it. It's just so, you're conscious, your soul's reacting to it. At that point, your physical attributes, the things about your body, your muscles, they stop working. Your soul and your eyes, and you see this, but you can't react, and that's what happened. I seen this. There was no reaction from me except to walk away. It wasn't like, let me get the camera and everything else and start getting aggressive. Now, on another night, if I had a couple bears hiking, I may have jumped in the bush and said, "Hey, I'm Lord Rick. How you doing?" Seriously, but and I really do mean that. It's just like, Valley of Fire is just one of those places you just kind of value when you hike around. You're just like, you don't even really lift the camera much. It's just nice to hike through the little canyons and the little ravines and sandy terrains and things. It's gorgeous there at night. But
I totally get what you're saying, Rick. Rick, I totally get what you're saying about the reaction to the Skinwalkers. Same situation in a gunfight situation. It really is.
Yeah, gunfights.
Everything, all your bodily, everything just stops moving, stops working. You're frozen. It's just you and that individual in that 1 second. And
it's for that one girl who pissed herself.
Karrie. Yeah.
But, I look back on it, I'm thankful I did not kill him. It made me the bigger person.
What the hell are you talking about? Are you going back to that story with that guy with the gun and you almost cocked his ass? Are you going back to that
I did, but
story?
you know what? I'm thankful I didn't kill him.
I'm thankful that I was almost thankful you didn't finish the story. We're talking about Skinwalkers, and you're going back to that guy with no bullets. I thought that was the end.
Well, the thing is, the analogy I'm trying to make is that I understand where Rick is coming from. You see what I'm saying? Because that same sort of physical reaction. I know. There's the same kind of physical reaction.
Missy, I got a question for Rick. Rick, who would win in a fight? A Skinwalker, Bigfoot, or Missy with her Derringer?
Bigfoot. You know why?
Yeah, because I bet Missy would be too busy putting down the red cloth. Bigfoot would stomp on it after, and then he'd probably throw Missy off the cliff or something.
Wrong. Actually, animals react very differently around me.
Who said Bigfoot was an animal?
Because Bigfoot is part animal, honey. You've got to understand that.
What part?
Yeah.
Bigfoot is part animal, and animals don't react to me the way humans do.
What kind of animal
and
is
Bigfoot... Well, obviously, he must be part human at least, if nothing else, and part ape if another, or so I've heard.
Well,
I can react.
Bigfoot's extremely strong. Bigfoot,
yes,
something
he is.
that's 12 feet, 12 feet high.
But if you're gentle with him.
You have to, let me tell you something about that creature. That creature has enough force to break your back. Just pick you up and snap your back like a toothpick. A very strong hand, a very strong creature.
Mm-hmm.
It would tear a skinwalker limb from limb. It's not, skinwalkers have power. They might have claws and teeth and all that, but they don't have the power that Bigfoot technically has. Bigfoot is some people say he's a mystical creature, or he has power over the mind. So his mind's probably stronger than a skinwalker's because he's part the forest, the outdoors is his terrain. Skinwalkers still have human features, so skinwalkers cannot. Because they have human features, they are a little bit more weaker than a creature that is just of that size. So yeah, but what I seen had fox ears, and I watched the ears disappear, and it turned more into a skull, and maybe now that I think of it, the hair was kind of like stringy too in the back,
Like Haitian? Rick, have you seen Donnie Darko?
Yeah.
You have?
With the bunny and
shit? Did it look
with
like
the
that
bunny
creepy
and all?
bunny guy? Did it look like that guy, Frank the bunny?
No, man. But I'll tell you what, the eyes were hollow. I mean, it was like this thing didn't even have a soul. That's what it seemed like. You look at something, normally it blinks at you. I shined a bright light in this creature's eyes. I just changed batteries recently, and I just shined the mag light right in its eyes, and the eyes didn't blink. I couldn't even really say they really reflected. It was just pitch black. It's not, when you go out in the woods, man, you see eyes from bear, deer, squirrels, raccoons. I spent a lot of time in the woods up in Florida. I was in the Florida woods. I lived in the Florida woods. I used to go fishing at night on the river, sit and drink a brew and fucking fish and, bring home fucking dinner and shit. Big difference between the forest and the desert. The desert, these type of creatures live in the ghost towns, the mines. They live underground. They live in caves, caverns. There's canyons that go for hundreds of miles that man cannot step on. It's government property, which borders 3 counties in southern Nevada, just outside Las Vegas, which part of it is Rachel, Nevada, where Area 51 is located, where I had went out there and was chased by troops after I smoked one in a convertible. I did get out of there in time, and I got my investigators out of there, and I started going. I went a good 70 miles an hour on that road that leads out, and they were talking about that road in a news article recently, and I was like, man, that's the road I was on at night, And I ended up killing the Easter Bunny, okay? This was a few months ago, but I killed the Easter Bunny. I ran the Easter Bunny over, and it went clunk underneath the convertible. And I had, at the time, Fighting Irish, and I had June in there and Karen, and we're all sitting in the car, and they're all snoring and sleeping, and I'm fucking running over bunnies and trying to escape U.S. soldiers, It's like, come on, what the fuck's going on here? Strange things happen.
Where was your Subaru? Where was your Subaru if you had a convertible?
I don't take the.
I
don't take her out anymore. I don't take the Subaru out anymore because I did a Dukes of Hazzard when I first came back out here. I was off-roading in a very rocky canyon with the Subaru, and I put a huge dent under my oil can. So now the Subaru, I'm just like, we better not take this baby off-roading. She's barely purring right now. You don't even have to put oil in the thing. She'll run. She'll just automatically, it'll stop ticking. I'm like, you're a sweetheart, I'm a man that loves my car.
I thought when you said you did the Dukes of Hazzard, I thought you meant that you were skidding across the hood. That you skid across the hood and maybe fell off on some rocks, and you were like, screw you, like that. I didn't know you meant like hauling ass. I thought you meant like skid across the hood. That's what I think when I think Dukes of Hazzard.
No. Well, I just hang my fist out the window, man, and go flying over mounds and shit. It's all off-roading in the desert. When you go out, they say that beneath this desert is caverns, hollow earth, and I believe it. There are areas that are very mysterious outside of Vegas. This is a paranormal investigator's dream. There are places, I mean, we had that experience at that ghost town a few years ago where we seen that flying dragon creature up in the desert. When they did atomic weapons testing, I believe it changed the genetics of whatever lived in those canyons. And I believe the strange shit that I'm experiencing out north of Las Vegas in the desert is contributed to the nuclear testing. So yes, is the desert strange? You bet. There's rattlesnakes all over the damn place. There's ghost towns in the middle of nowhere. There's mines that tell you do not enter, danger. I go in all the mines because all the mines out here are very hard and secure. You know, some of them are start falling apart, but you can tell if a mine's very solid. And in El Dorado Canyon, most of the mines are stone tunnels. You can physically walk in and go 50, 100, 200, 300 feet back, sometimes going to a lower level and a lower level. And then that's when you start seeing satanic cult symbols 3 layers down in the earth. And in those tunnels are ghosts, and there are things that will scare the shit out of you going inside a place like that. You will be so scared you will be trapped at night in a tunnel that goes 4, 5, 6 directions, and you don't know what's going to come around that corner. That is how we do our investigations. And we happen to encounter some very good activity. And tomorrow, what we're doing is bomb, man. It's bomb. And folks, you're listening to the Angel of Thy Night radio show. And this is your host, Lord Rick. And on the line we have Missy. And I want to thank also Bobby T for helping me out tonight and chilling in the show. Check him out, Bobby T 101 The Wave. He's got a great show out of Panama City, Florida. And make sure you also check out some other shows that are available through the network. We've had a great time tonight, and if anybody else wants to ask me questions on this, and if Karrie wants to contribute anything else, that's fine. I would like to ask her one thing before I, let her go. If you're still on, how do you feel about tomorrow's investigation? Are you ready for this?
I am. I'm so excited. I can't hardly wait. Probably going to be like last time. I'm not going to be able to eat or anything. Yeah, I can't wait. I've got everything ready already. I've got my batteries all in the baggie and everything ready to go.
You have an extra pair of pants?
I'm really...
Yeah. I am taking an extra pair of clothes, set of clothes this time.
How are you going to bring all your guns? Are you driving?
That's a different lady, dumbass.
Oh, man, sorry.
She's gonna be...
I don't know if I'll take my gun or not. I don't know.
She's gonna be driving, man, but she's got a truck, so she can she can handle a little bit of driving out there, and plus she's got a truck, and it's a little better to have a truck because there are a few dirt roads out there too. But it's a really nice place, and they've cleaned it up over the years to try to make it for tourists because they want to give tours now on canoes and different things. It's great because you can tour the ghost town, and the people are friendly. I'm going to tell you guys something. If you guys are listening, during the day there's a little shop that's ran in El Dorado Canyon, surrounded by mountains from the Old West. And there's a few girls in there that hang out always at that shop, and they are cutie pies, man. They are fucking cutie pies. All cowgirl hats and shit. I love El Dorado Canyon, but see, during the day, it's different than it is at night. We're going to be going right when the sun goes down, pitch black, strange lights in the desert, eyes. There is supposed to be demons in these mines. These mines particular we're going in probably has demonic activity in it. And we're going to go deep down into it. Sometimes you go in a mine and you just don't, you're bored with it, You go 200 feet back at dead ends, you're like, damn, there ain't no activity here. But then you go in one mine and you hear a moan come from 3 tunnels away, and you're like, what the fuck was that? So, bless you from the good Lord himself.
Definitely bless you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something's going around.
Oh, excuse me.
She got sick. She got sick right after our investigation, man. And
yeah,
after my investigation, I actually, I didn't. It's been on my mind all week, for a week about what I seen up in the Valley of Fire. It's just a strange world. We don't know about our world, man. And what I do, a lot of people laugh and they think, we don't know what we're doing. And it's like, man, I got years of experience under my belt, and I've seen these things firsthand. I don't have a reason to make them up. I don't get paid for this. But I'll tell you what I've seen, honestly, when I'm on my hikes. And if you snooze, you lose. If 10 people come out, if 10 people would have came out last week, 2 weeks ago, maybe all 10 would have gotten to see the Skinwalker, and it would have maybe changed how they view life itself in the Bible and the religious beliefs and all that. These things change you as a person. I could never go back to being some, Mr. Purity, because there is no purity. It's all, you have to walk on both sides of the line. You have to be one of dark and light to be able to work with this kind of stuff. You can't just run from a fucking demon. You can't do it. There are demons that can lift you up by the throat and throw you, and that ain't no joke. And we're willing to face that head on. And because if you do not love it, you cannot work with it. So I love demons as much as I love angels, if you want to call it that. And you combine the two together, and you can definitely see more than what other people are going to see. But you got to open up your minds to it. And that's the way it works.
Has anyone ever seen? Anyone here ever seen an angel?
Yeah, Missy, I
what
saw
about
your
an angel?
photo earlier.
Have you ever seen a real
definitely.
angel? Any of you?
I believe I'm talking to one.
I've actually seen a real angel. He actually showed himself to me over here in my front yard. I was going to go get the mail one day, and I saw this thing, and my jaw just dropped. I mean,
let me guess, you tried
dropped.
to shoot him.
No. Actually, I was too much in awe of this amazing creature. I mean, big, huge, white wings, very, very well-defined feathers.
Sure, was it a seagull?
No, I am absolutely positive of what I saw.
How the hell did you
Missy.
leave a red claw?
I saw this thing, and I was just blown away. I mean, it was just like, whoa,
So what kind of candy did he give him?
I didn't. He was in my front yard. I was in my house getting ready to go get the mail. And, you
forgot the
it was
story.
this radiant being of light. And I was so much in shock I couldn't even move.
If Karrie was there, she would have peed her pants.
The thing is, I just, eventually he ended up walking away, which is fine, but, it was just
when he has wings? Doesn't he have wings?
Well, yeah, but all I know is this beautiful creature. I can only describe it as
when life gives you lemons, you don't make pineapple juice. Like your story doesn't make any sense. Well, why would he walk away?
Because, he walked through a door of light, of bright white light, and he was just gone in a flash. It all happened in like a matter of maybe, say, 10 seconds.
Angel's with us. Our co-host is with us, Angel. Hi, I'm
sorry, I've been having issues tonight.
Aren't we all, baby? Aren't we all?
Well, when you were talking about
we're gonna have to change. We're gonna have to change the subject now that the actual person Angel is on the line instead of talking about angels. It's gonna get crazy.
Missy, have you ever seen a devil?
No, actually, I have not.
You know, Missy, have you ever? One question I do want to know is, have you ever been in the woods, like East Coast woods? I thought you said you were in California, the woods out near Jamestown.
I used to live in California a long time ago.
Yeah, right. Jamestown is a very wooded area. I visited Jamestown last year ago, and I visited the Mark Twain cabin up on a creepy hill. No. Around Jackson and Jamestown, California. There's Sonora out that way. And
I've been to Jamestown, California, yeah. But I was in the main town part of it, and
Jellystone.
It was real touristy about that time.
Yeah, well, I went to Jamestown. It's a historical town, very haunted and stuff.
Yes, I know.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's been a great show. But, you know, I'm going to be going back to California. There's a lot of gold mining ghost towns that are up in the hills and valleys. There's a lot of old cemeteries on hills. I love to investigate in California. That feels like a home to me. My son and I, we went trout fishing. I did a lot of camping. A lot of strange things happened. A lot of people contacted me in California. Like, Californians are cool. Californians are like, I'll hike, let's party, let's smoke. I must have smoked in Jackson with at least 10 different people, man. And I drank with bikers. It's a different world than Las Vegas. Las Vegas is, hey, you know, we're out here in Vegas. We're going to get laid. We're going to walk the strip. We're going to fucking party. It's a party town. But then you start to miss being out in nature, looking for Sasquatch, and going into these old ghost towns. Karrie's lucky enough because Karrie is able to investigate with me, and not a lot of people are able to do that. Now's the time. And if people don't join now, it's like, man, we're not going to be going back to Area 51 10 fucking times, you know? Some of these things are one-shot deals. But anyways, we have Angel on the line. She's our co-host. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, especially Bobby T of 101 The Wave. I'm going to get a banner out there for you, man. We're going to help Bobby out. I'm going to start working on a different button where I have a widget for Bobby, so that way he can pick up a lot more show listeners, because he plays beach music. It's good times. It's great fun. I'm promoting him. We got Angel. We got Missy on the line. We have a lot of good callers. It's a great show. I got a lot more comedy coming tonight, and the show's going to probably run pretty late. So for those that are just coming in, grab yourself a brew, smoke yourself a bowl. Either way, I don't care. We have Millie. Surprisingly, she's back into co-hosting our show. I'd like her to call in tonight and give her opinion on the Skinwalker and a few other things. But it's, you know, anybody can call in, man. Just be cool. Just be cool. We're all here to have a good time, you know? And that's all that matters, man. But anyways, Angel, what do you think it is that, you know, that I've seen out in the desert? Before I start changing topics.
It was definitely a dark presence. It was definitely a very dark presence.
Excuse me for just a second, guys. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You're not going to go in your pants? Or is that the other lady?
That's the other one.
I'm never gonna live that down, am I? That's nice.
No.
Thank you.
No. So they're always going to pick on you about peeing your pants when you've seen this thing. Do you know what, though?
I honestly hope the other lady never comes back.
I have a friend
I'm gonna tell you something,
exactly
man.
like her.
You know, it's better you
I'm
did number one rather than number two.
I peed in front of the Skinwalker almost, okay? And I thought to myself,
made my phone go dead when you were talking about him.
Yeah, well, yeah, you lost your phone battery, and I lost my two-way radio, lost all the juice. It was really strange because I'm walking past the beehives or these rock formations. I thought I seen with my eyes a dome or something that looked metallic blending in with the terrain. It looked like a disc a 12-foot disc sitting out there. And I'm telling you, man, the place is strange. I've been there, Valley of Fire. It's about 50 miles north, 60 miles north of Las Vegas. You turn on the road, you enter between the mountains, and you're trapped in a valley with historical points of interest, including a cross of an explorer who died there. It's near the Lost City. It's creepy. There are things going on. People have told me in the past they've seen eyes, they've seen crabs, they've seen glowing lights. And this is the real deal, man.
You wash your hands?
And I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put the report in, and we'll get all these.
Mountain cloth as an offering?
Why do you feel it was dark? I'm just a little bit curious.
Well, it didn't react negatively to, you said you had a knife on you. It didn't react negatively to that. And I think if it was something that wasn't dark, it would have had some sort of reaction to that.
Right. He didn't react at all to me, but I could have walked past the bush and he could have sat silently. Instead, he chose to shake the bush to get my attention. And I stopped and I said, no, I said, it's probably just a desert rat. And I said, nah, and then I walked past it and he starts shaking it again, and I slowly turned. I didn't turn fast, but I turned slow enough with my light and said, wow. That's exactly what I said, wow. And this thing's watching me pee. It's Native American ground, so it's sacred, and we respect the grounds. So I'm sitting there by the picnic benches, and I know this thing was watching. You ever feel watch? You get the goosebumps on the neck and everything else? Well, this thing was watching. Yeah. So it's obviously a creature of intelligence, and when I go into the desert, it's a different experience every time. I've seen UFOs. I have been chased by U.S. troops. I have fucking seen 1,000 bunnies running across the road in the middle of some desert road. You're 10 miles. I off-roaded in a convertible up on this mountain, and I can't even pronounce the name, Tempayute mine, and I went up there and off-roaded, and we were like 10 miles down this rocky road in the middle of nowhere. There ain't nobody going to save you out there, man. If there's UFOs and craft, they are going to take you, and they are going to do what they want with you, and there's nothing you can do about it, because advanced races look at humans. We're more like the animals. We're here to destroy each other, make our lives miserable, and that's it. It's, they're more superior, and they visit and they watch this behavior because for them it's more like a study. They're fascinated. It's like entertainment. It's like listening to the AngelOfThyNight radio show. They're probably tuning in right now from outer space, man. Fucking crazy-ass show, you know what I'm saying? I'm even calling my own show crazy. What's going on here? But anyways, it's great to have Angel calling back in. We've had a lot of participants in tonight's show, and a lot of good things going down. It's just, it's one of the best shows ever. And this is our Easter Bunny Bash, man, and I'm here to bash some Easter Bunny tonight. I don't know about you, but I'm smoking, I'm drinking, I'm having a good time tonight.
Again, for anyone else that's out there, my link is http://freewebs.com PGSNM.
What is dub?
www. Duh.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have a gun to my chest. Crazy.
Life is crazy. When you're with PGS, everybody's crazy, right? Missy's got a great site. Missy's got an okay site. Millie, if you'd like to call on the show right now, I'd love to talk to you for a bit because I'm going to be getting on with the show very soon. I don't want to focus too much on the Skinwalker. We said it. It's out. The news can get a hold of it if the media wants to talk to me, or I can do a live interview. It doesn't matter, man. I just want people to know that it's what we've seen is very real. It's I mean, it's obviously something that's very news-breaking for our organization, and to come on the radio and just add that into our show for an hour, 2 hours, it's a great thing. You know, we're not on another show. The host can actually tell you where he's been. And it's, you know, that you guys are very lucky to have that kind of radio. So we're going to go out tomorrow night. We're going to go investigating. We're going to go in some mines. It is dangerous. Some mines do have shafts, but most mines in that area are they just go gradually in and level off, you know. And we're going to go looking around. And of course, we still got to be safe because there's always that minor thing, you know, of falling or getting hurt. And I am gonna show Karrie how you do a mine, and she's gonna love it. She's gonna love going into a mine because it is very safe and peaceful. But sometimes in the tunnels you feel different presences. Some of them very angry. Some of them who have got their throats slit. We're thrown in these mines. There are things in those mines you don't want to deal with, but we're gonna face it head on tomorrow night. This is Angel of Thy Night Radio. This is your host, Lord Rick. You know what? When June was on our team, I took June on the edge of a shaft, and I told her how to get across. And I leaned over in case she slipped a little, I could grab her arm and pull her in. I work out almost daily.
Was it a wet shaft? Was it wet?
It was a shaft that went straight down for 100 feet, and actually you could get to the bottom by going in the lower levels and look up. But it went 100 feet down, and in between the pit was these cross beams of wood. So while you're falling, you would hit every cross beam, and you would break bones like your back, your legs. You'd break on the way down, a lot of bones. You probably would not live through that fall. But she was very happy she climbed over it, and she hugged me and cried. I made a movie. I have not put it for sale yet. And, of course, it's a very special movie, because me and her went up in El Dorado 3 times, and she's never climbed, and we were climbing big rocks and into these steep pits, and just, it was a lot of fun. But you still got to use caution. As long as you use caution, nothing will ever happen to you. But the ghosts are scarier than, you know, anything at all in a place like that, because you're inside a chamber, and you're surrounded. There is nowhere you can go. You see a ghost cross another tunnel in front of you, you're in there with the ghost. That's the thing. And if it's haunted, you're gonna feel so cold in certain areas. It's like you got something right there with you. And that's the power of El Dorado Canyon. Bodies buried in the desert with no fucking grave markers, with little paths and roads that twist and turn with holes in the sides of mountains you can climb in and fucking explore. There's a lot of secrets up there. There's a lot of cult activity. And, you know, we have fun on a radio show because, you go out tomorrow night, I could break a leg, you know. I climb. And I do put my life at risk at a 50% ratio almost every investigation. I will put my life on the line. And I've been doing it for many, many years. So our success rate is very high. We will complete, this will be my 5th trip out to El Dorado Canyon. It's the most visited place that I've been at in the Las Vegas area since I've started my career in the paranormal, and we're going to go in. Karrie's going to go in with me. We have a guy who is in the military. He's trained in combat and a lot of other things. He wrote me a letter. His name is Brian, and he says that, he actually would like to be my protector or my bodyguard, and he wants to be my bodyguard during the investigations, but I don't need a bodyguard, but, it's a generous offer because I do have a position for somebody who's a little bit more stronger in case, because I can't babysit everybody. People have to take care of themselves. When you go out on an investigation, you can't be like, hey, make sure you keep your fluids up. You can't babysit somebody because if you start babysitting them, that's when things start going wrong. You have to work together. Same thing in the mines, man. I took a chance. I climbed down a shaft. I didn't know if it was going to drop off like a pit. I was slipping, and instead it just leveled off into a way out of the mountain, another way out. It's like being in a giant piece of Swiss cheese. and you're climbing through the Swiss cheese. You know, you're like, God, how do we get out of this fucking mine? It's a lot of fun. And you're never going to experience anything like it unless you come out with me, Lord Rick of the Paranormal and Ghost Society. And, of course, we got Angel. She's up in Athens, Georgia. She's very inclined with the paranormal as much as Missy owns a chapter off our organization. Everything's growing within our group, and we will continue our success. I know that we broadcast to probably about 20,000 listeners through our widgets easily. I already know we do. Counters don't work, but I know what we broadcast because we get a ton of hits all over. We're all over the internet. We got widgets everywhere, and for those that are listening from the widgets, peace, man. I hope you're drinking tonight and smoking, safe in your homes, all safe in your homes, having a good time listening to my stories and the different things that I've experienced. We have Karrie on the line. She's my investigator right now. Karrie's going to be going with us for the next couple months to various places. If I stay in Las Vegas for a couple extra months, then me and Karrie will continue our endeavors in the area. We'll put it on the websites, our EVPs, our pictures, and the history and all that so you guys can enjoy it. We're going to continue down this path, man. You know, good things are happening for us. And, of course, the chat room was bombed, and it doesn't matter to me, man, because you know what? The chat room is not what makes you. We're here to host the show, and what counts is that people are able to hear us talking. So if you want to talk, you know the number and you know what to do. And right now we have Angel. Angel, you want to elaborate on anything?
Well, really, what would the difference be between, say, an angel and a devil if they're both spirits? And wouldn't it just be how they make you feel and what their motive might be? But couldn't they, since they're spirits with free will like us, couldn't they be more negative one day and have more positive the next day? Exactly. So when people are saying, have you ever experienced an angel or a devil? Exactly. That's what I was wondering about, what your feelings were on that. And do you think that maybe even what we perceive as an angel could be an alien? It could be a being from another planet and be what we would technically define as alien?
Yeah. People get apparition shots of aliens. You are right. I have one that I got at a cemetery. It looks like a gray to me. The eyes are hollowed out. The head is shaped like an alien, very big. You're right. You're definitely 100% right. But I don't differentiate between angels and demons because, see, good and light, good and bad, whatever, both are there. It doesn't matter what side you play on. You're still all the same. I mean, each demon's unique in his own way. I don't have demonic problems. Why don't I have them? Because I am able to open up completely to both sides of things. I can't. You can't be any other way if you're going to be involved in the field of the paranormal. You have to be totally open to all things, good and evil. So yes, definitely.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
Not you, Rick.
203.
Yeah.
Butch.
Listen, buddy. It's 1:50 over here on the East Coast. I gotta hit the hay, man.
Well, it's always been a pleasure, and I thank you for calling in tonight and being courteous.
No problem. Good. Huh?
Night, Butch. Good night.
Huh?
Rest well.
It says good night to you.
Oh. All right, Missy. I hope you run into another angel.
Oh, I'm sure I will somewhere along the way.
Don't go shooting anybody.
Nah. Not unless somebody really pisses me off.
All right. Well, you sound like a lovely human being. I'm a big fan. And Rick, I'll talk to you in 2 weeks.
All right. Thank you, man. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Right. You know, I'm glad that people can call in and they can speak a little bit. I want to wish everybody out there a very safe and happy Easter weekend. My sons and I, we made a vote today in the car, and they said, Dad, I said, you want turkey? Because I've been cooking turkeys like crazy. They looked at me, ham. So I said, Ham. He says, Ham. I said, okay, you win. They were dancing in the car and everything, man. And I'm telling you right now, you know, I guess I should get back on track with some comedy and stuff to try to get people to laugh a little bit tonight. But I have been racing in my Subaru other vehicles. I couldn't help myself, you know. But the other day I was going to a doctor's, and I had Vin Diesel behind me, man. It was Vin Diesel, I'm telling you. It had to be Vin Diesel. And I was fucking trying to speed, and I wasn't letting him go past me, and I was laughing. He was in some beat-up car. And I was like, God, this is more fair for the goddamn Subaru, all right? So I was like, you know, I'm like sticking my middle finger out the fucking window and shit, you know. Fucking Vin Diesel, man, I raced him. Fast and Furious with Lord Rick. Not only that, but the other day I took my son to the grocery store. There's a girl at Smith's I really like, okay? I love women. I'm not going to lie. People on the internet, Rick's a pervert. No, man, I love women. I respect women. I love to treat women very good. But anyways, there's this girl that we like at Smith's, and she says hi. All the girls at Smith's say hi to me. I just need to ask them to go to the movies, you know. It's like, hey, as soon as you tell them, hey, I'm part of AngelOfThyNight Radio, like, where's the concert tickets, baby? But anyways, we go flirt with the women at Smith's. We get out. I get up to the intersection. There's this group of it's a whole, you know, there's a group of black guys sitting in the truck. They're rapping. This is good rap music, man. I start dancing in my fucking car. They're looking at me. I'm dancing. I'm like, yo, yo, yo. And all of a sudden, I took off and I raced them. I won them bastards, man. My son was like, yeah. You know, it's like hail to the badasses, you know. It must have been just the long nails, man. I must have fucking freaked him out. It's like, I want to rip out your heart. Crazy shit's always down. But anyways, we have Angel on the line, I think, still, and we have Missy. Are you still with us?
Here. I'm only going to be on for a few more minutes, hon. I got to start heading for bed here pretty quick.
Like calling. Okay. Because that's good, because now I'm going to be getting into a little bit. I'm going to be getting into some humor. I should have did it earlier, but there's been the last 2 weeks my life has been very crazy. And, you know, it's good that I wait till later before I start talking about the madness that's going on in my life. So it is probably good that everybody kind of goes, because it's like, man, I'm going to embarrass myself tonight, you know? Millie, are you on the line with us? I've tried to get Millie to call in a few times. I don't know what area code. I think 805 or something's where she'd be calling from. But if you wanna call in when things settle down, which they are, now would be the time to do it. And I will patch you through so you can talk for a little bit. Are you with us, Angel? Or did you get disconnected?
Yes, I'm here. No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm home. My battery's charged. Weather's passed. I'm good.
Wonderful, wonderful. They call me Mr.
What part
Wonderful.
of the country are you in, Angel?
I'm in the southern part. I'm in Georgia.
Okay, down where those nasty storms are at. I hope y'all are okay.
Thanks. Yeah, we got soaked to the bone, literally, but we're good. We're home. So I like the severe weather anyway. The thunder, the lightning. The lightning really energizes me.
I don't like the sunlight. I hate the sun. I'm going to tell you something. I got up the other day and I looked at my roommates and I said to my roommates, I said, I hate the sun. That's the same sun that's going to fry all our asses in 2012. We're all going to fry because of that goddamn sun that you're looking at in the sky. Fuck the sun. Let's live in fucking darkness. Build tall fucking castles. Give me a castle. I'm Lord Rick. Give me a castle. I want what?
Hey, Rick? You ever been to Michigan?
I am here. No, man. That's one of the only states that I have not been in.
Oh, dude, there's some crazy shit up here, man.
You know, I heard Michigan's a really haunted state, and it's a lot like New York, and they do got an asylum. Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
Is Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of abandonments and things. I would love to go up there, but the problem is that in the last, since starting my society in 2001, 2002, we don't get enough funding. I've had 3 trips paid for, but we have not, in the last few years, we haven't gotten no funding. When we get funding, if someone wants to send me somewhere, I'll come out for a few days. I'll take everybody on an adventure. But we count on our members to donate, and that way, you know, we can go to places like Michigan and check out something that's really, you know, sort of major. Kind of like Massachusetts. We want to go to Massachusetts. We want to do some of the asylums out there, and they're very haunted and also good to explore. And that's what I would love to do if we could ever get the funding for it. So other than that, you know, I explore whatever's around me. Whatever I can find, I'll go into it. And it's either going to produce good results or I'm just going to have a good time with my friends. And that's how I look at it.
Yep. That's good. That's good, man. That's good.
But anyways, I want to thank everybody for calling in the show tonight so far. We still got more ahead of us. You know, I run a long show because some of our viewers don't like to listen till later on at night. So, yeah, you know, they might miss 2-3 hours of the show, but they get to listen to other things others will not get to hear. Unless, of course, they catch the rebroadcast, which most people, I found out that more people catch a rebroadcast than almost live listeners, it seems. You know, because people can go on our sister sites or whatever, and they can listen to them in the archives.
Where are your sister
we'll have
sites?
them available on disc from Season 4. We're into Season... Say what?
Where are your sister sites?
It's right here where you're listening to the radio show. If you go into my profiles, like through the Paranormal Ghost Society, you can easily click the banners. But I haven't made a banner for the one because I've been so strapped for actual time because I'm raising 3 boys, and it's funny because I got all different doctor's appointments. I have gone to hospitals and doctors for a week straight now, and I'm telling you, just the funny stories that happens to me going to these places. It's entertainment, man. Total entertainment.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, we're it's like I said, it's you know, you make the best out of whatever you can do. Las Vegas, I've talked to people who want to come out here. I had some lady write me. She says, "I want to move to Vegas. My dream is to investigate the haunted places." And it's like, yeah, man, you stay out of the casinos, you'll find all kinds of interesting places around Vegas to hike at. There's a place called Dead Man's Creek or whatever. I want to go back there actually before I move. I want to go down that road at night. And I'm trying to yeah, we could put together a team because it goes behind Snow Mountain and all that, but we would not climb to the peak. We would just go down Dead Man's Canyon, and it dead ends 3 miles in at a cabin. And some people say it's haunted. They said the guy died up there. We're going to go ahead and we're going to check that out. We got Karrie. She's an investigator now for us. I met her a couple weeks ago. And of course, I'd like to take Millie on some investigations, but I would never take, you know, I would never make somebody do anything they didn't want to do. Because you won't love the paranormal unless you want to do it. And that's why we've lost so many investigators, because once they see a ghost, that's it. I don't want to do it no more, you know? They're scared. And then there's some, it's like I want to see more and more, and you get greedy. And when you get greedy, that's when you stop seeing things. I stopped getting greedy. I took a couple months off, I rested up, and I went out there, and the rewards were that I seen something in the desert, in the Valley of Fire. And, of course, now, whole new journey into the Paranormal and Ghost Society, just like this radio show. Season 5 we're in. We're all having a good time tonight.
I'm out, bro. See you later, Rick.
443. All right, man. Good night.
All right.
443. Good night. 443. You're on the line.
Hey, Lord Rick.
443. Can you hear me? Well,
can you hear me, Lord?
Good evening. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
You're on the air.
Just wondering if you ever thought about like the possibility of a ghost taking over your house and then having like problems with like a termite salad.
I'm not sure what you're getting at. You kind of lost me.
You don't get what I'm saying?
Repeat that one more time.
Hello?
Yeah. Okay.
Something more.
I don't know, man. You sound very muffled.
You sounded very gone. Three sheets to the wind.
No, sorry, Missy. I didn't mean to mute you.
Yeah, I think somebody is 3 sheets to the wind.
Is that what I think it is?
That is nasty.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Is it me, or does this show get weirder every time?
That is gross. Oh.
I had to mute that person.
Yeah.
Because I hear demonic talking, and I'm sitting here thinking, is that what I think it is? But it sounds like demonic talking to me, you know? It's like, am I hearing shit or what?
That's me, like he was getting
I heard
sick.
something
I don't
too.
know. I just, it's like, that's the... I heard, like, blah.
Yeah. Sounded to me like
man,
somebody
I love
was
doing
sick.
this show. I can entertain myself for hours. Yeah. We get a lot of those calls where they get sick. I don't think I'll talk about the Skinwalker anymore because I'm scaring people, apparently, you know? They're getting scared of the Skinwalker.
I'm not
anyway,
afraid of it.
I don't know about
no.
weird Easter stories, but let me tell you a story, folks. Back then, many years ago when I was a kid, I worked at KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. And I had to work on Easter one morning. And I worked on Easter Sunday making chicken in the kitchen. Well, it started to snow, and I was in Buffalo, New York. I was in the ghetto section. I was downtown almost, you know. I'm fucking making chicken, and there's like lines out the door in the ghetto. They wanted buckets and buckets and buckets of chicken. And it's fucking snowing outside. It's like, don't you people eat goddamn hams? I'm a father of 3 kids. I'm making a fucking ham. I ain't going to Kentucky Fried Chicken on a Sunday night or Sunday morning or whatever. I am cooking ham. I got beer in the fridge. I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to get that horror movie, The Haunting in Connecticut, fucking about demons and shit. And my son says, Daddy, he says, you better get a horror movie. I want to see a horror. He goes, show me a good horror. He says gore. He says, gore and blood and guts? Even better, Dad. Even better.
Oh.
But I'm going to get a movie Sunday. That's what I'm going to do. I ain't going to go to no Kentucky Fried Chicken. When I used to work at Kentucky Fried Chicken, I used to play hockey with the biscuits. Play hockey and shit. Yeah, man. What's up, ma'am?
Well, I got an idea for you. Okay. I want to run this by you. What do you think of doing a radio remote for, your radio show out here at my Halloween haunted house?
Doing a show from your house? I'll do a show anytime. Yeah. I could do a show tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. I could do endless shows. But I could just walk right in your house, pick up the goddamn microphone. We could talk business at Angel of Thy Night Radio, and everybody can join in. And hell, we'll turn on the webcam, Missy. That way they get to see you and I partying. But here's the deal.
Sounds good.
You gotta at least, score me a joint, okay? You gotta score me a joint. I know you know people that smoke out there, all right?
Actually, I don't. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody.
You know anybody that grows?
Not at all. I don't know anybody here. No, I don't. I don't know anybody.
For the arrest report. See who's been arrested for that, and then you know who to look up in the phone book, right?
I have no clue. I
take the bus with I'll just take the bus with the joint. Man, I'll just bring my own joint. I don't fucking care. I'll stick the joint between my ass cheeks, all right? And I'll bring my joint to goddamn New Mexico, and I'll host the show. I will smoke the joint, and I will host the show live from your house. But I'm telling you, our trips that are funded. If I come to New Mexico, I will take you on some adventures you will never forget. Okay, because I know every
no
state
problem.
And I know every historical location and things like that. And you do a little bit of research, I can come up with places that you don't even know exist. We'll have a good time, but you got to fund my Greyhound ticket. That's the deal I make.
Okay, no problem. No problem. I'm planning on doing a ton of fundraising, through farmers market, through cooking books, through, homemade pancake syrups, homemade pasta sauce, homemade mixed butters and frostings, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, that shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Greyhound, I found out, I've been looking up. Greyhound's a great way to travel, Missy. And Greyhound's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
In 8 hours you can get across a few states. It's a continuous ride. So I've been looking into Greyhound, and for Millie to come to Las Vegas from the Riverside area, it's only $35 one way. And so I'm going to probably be buying Millie's ticket to come out here so she can, it's not bad at all, $35. And, it's probably cheaper if you buy the round trip. But
right.
She can come out here to Las Vegas, and she can party with me on the show. Everybody could party with me. There's ways to be on the show, but, like, I could come there or they can come here. But we can host the show live from anywhere, really. We don't have to do it from Angel of Thy Night Studios. We can do it from your house, per se. So definitely a good idea. We could host it from Angel's house.
That's not a problem. Plenty of room here.
520.
There's several haunted places around here.
520 is calling in.
520 is Arizona.
Hold on. Caller unmuted, 520. Welcome to Angel of Thy Night Radio. How may I help you tonight?
Hi. I have a question about zombies. Do you guys cover that stuff?
520.
Is that paranormal? Hello?
Yeah, that's paranormal.
All right, well, zombies.
Do we what?
Well,
do we cover zombies?
I think there's going to be a zombie apocalypse soon, and all these people I know think I'm crazy. But, they're making these batteries of viruses in them, and, these scientists are trying to make these new batteries, and I just don't know what to do. Like, everything's going down the path of a zombie apocalypse.
The zombie apocalypse is very real. Because technically you could kill the nerves that go to the brain and create a human type of zombie. And Haitian people believe in zombies. It's kind of like the Serpent in the Rainbow movie. But the apocalypse of zombies is quite possible. I don't know what kind of diseases are going to come to Earth and people will start walking around eating other people. I don't know, man, but I'll tell you what, my ass is not getting eaten, all right? I will run down the streets. I will get rid of my clothing if I need to get away. They can bite the clothing. You know, I'm Lord Rick.
So you're saying that
the zombie apocalypse, all right? And so
you're
you.
saying that you know, voodoo, all that voodoo crap, that's going to be, you know, a zombie apocalypse cause, or what? I mean, you know, they do that.
No, it's not going to be the
in
cause.
Haiti.
I'm just giving I'm giving you a similarity. I'm giving you a similarity that if you ever watch the movie, it's trying to show you that zombies are possible. But there is a government case where they said that they did this special. It's top secret where they dealt with zombies and actually took out a group of like 9 of them. They say that if you sever the nerve in the neck, you will actually kill the zombie itself. I don't know. I haven't dealt with a zombie, you know. I dealt with a skinwalker. I've dealt with Bigfoot. I've dealt seeing UFOs. But something else like this, have not dealt with it yet.
Well,
really,
you know, what would you zombies a vampire?
I thought I seen.
Well, zombies
the vampire
aren't
has
alive.
a conscious to what it does. That's
well,
not necessarily
you know,
true.
zombies, like, they're not
zombies
as
are alive.
as the vampires.
They're just brain dead. Well, duh.
Well, according to Asian
zombies.
mythology, zombies and vampires are the same thing. They're undead and they come back to feed on human flesh and drink human blood.
But, yeah, I guess you're right. But where would you suggest going if, you know, zombies took over and, you know, ate my mom's brains or something, and, like, I don't have any family
Night of the Living
left.
Dead?
Yeah.
Where would you go?
The mall might be a good
Where
place
would you
to
go?
hide out at. Or go out
they-
away from people.
You
But
can't
wouldn't-
hide.
wouldn't it be
You don't understand.
safer?
There is.
Well, they can't
It would never.
swim.
The world would never be
or-
safe. You would not be safe unless you were in an underground military installation. Otherwise, you would be exposed on Earth. No matter where you travel, there would be zombies in the streets, everywhere. I mean, it would not matter. You could go. The best place you could go would either be one of 2 locations. You could go where it's cold, somewhere like Alaska, maybe. Or because technically the virus would not spread that far because it's so cold that it would actually freeze the bacteria up there, and there would be less zombies as far as if there was an apocalypse like that. So yes, you go to Alaska, or you would hide in a cave up in the woods, and you would live there and hunt and stay in seclusion. But you would eventually be found because zombies, you know, you got 10 billion people almost in the world. Try taking 9 billion of them and spread them out, wandering aimlessly looking for flesh. Where would you hide? You cannot hide.
Well, do you think the
There has
government
been
would
theories
even
of one.
do anything to help us? Or would they just let us
I think the
all...
government would be the cause.
Do you know what the
You think it
government
would
would
be the
do?
cause?
The government would put the zombie there to kill off as much population as they could, or set them out as population control. And then when the population control gets out of hand, they will send in a nuke. There's a new type of nuke, I guess, out there, a more powerful one that is even more powerful than the atomic bombs that were dropped in Nagasaki up in Japan. And I can't think of the other city right now, but you know, that's what they would do. Sacrifice is very important. Obama, our president, he would like to eradicate nuclear weapons, and as I said earlier in the show, it's never going to happen. A nuclear bomb could go off right now where you're living, and you will be roasted. You will be, and that radiation can turn people into zombies too. So yes, you can deal with many types of zombies out there in the world.
They would roast me? You like over an open fire, you mean?
It would
I'm
cook
talking
you
about
alive. You're inside the
radiation.
oil. Yeah.
Well, no, if you can when you can be within 10 miles of an atomic bomb, 10 to 15 miles, your skin burns off. Within 20, you have radiation poisoning up to 30 miles, and after 30 miles, you suffer from minor burns. They're very powerful, and that kind of radiation can be used to alter the DNA, thus creating zombies and other things that really derive from an alteration of the chromosomes. So yes, you're dealing with, that's why I'm seeing creatures in the desert. These creatures were caused by radiation. They probably don't even know they're what they are. They're zombies, man. Zombies all over the place. Did I answer your question tonight?
Well, one second.
Kind of okay, guys, I gotta get out of here for the night. It's time to go to bed, and I will talk at y'all later.
It
Hello.
was nice meeting you, Missy.
Okay,
Hello?
you too, hon. Rick, all right with you if I just give my website link real quick before I go to bed?
Go ahead. Plug it to all our viewers.
It's freewebs.freewebs.com/PGSNM. Be sure and visit.
Hello. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you on our show tonight, and I appreciate the humor that you have brought into the show, and of course the honesty that you have brought tonight. I'm glad that you could come on out, spend a little time, have a few laughs. Like I said, we'll go on horseback and we will smoke one, because I know you can't really get a hold of it. So when I am in Vegas, when I ride the Greyhound, I'll put it in a bag, shove it up my ass, and when I get out to New Mexico, we'll smoke it. All right?
Hello?
Well, I don't really smoke. I've got asthma, so I can't. Hi.
Well, I got asthma too, but the good Lord is climbing mountains. That's like a miracle, man. You gotta love this show, man. You really do. Every hour.
Well, in any case, good night, y'all.
Smoking's bad.
Bye-bye.
I don't want to argue.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
I don't want to argue. Hello?
Okay. We have interference, so I actually have to mute. When I hear something like that, I gotta mute it because. Wait, wrong one. Sometimes
that was quite confusing.
The bandwidth gets a little bit down, and you're back, Angel. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But it's time for me not to take any more calls because I'm gonna get on. I'm gonna get on with the show. I'll keep Angel on.
Well,
I'd like Millie to call in tonight and get her on for a little bit. But
well, then.
We've been hosting a couple years, and tonight I started the show off with three songs, and we went ahead and we played the fireworks. I mean, it's just been a wonderful episode so far. I don't know
aluminum foil.
If you're with us, Karrie, but I wanted to thank you also for calling in. I think I said good night to her, but I wanted to make sure double good night. So
we hearing?
That I will just have to mute all the people doing that shit. See, okay, here's who we have on the line right now. 209-320. And of course, caller 702 just hung up. That is Karrie. I will see Karrie tomorrow. She'll show me the EVPs that she captured up at Valley of Fire. And we will head to El Dorado Canyon tomorrow. And that pretty much sums it up as far as my paranormal investigations. But I'm going to tell you guys some stories. I'm going to give you guys some comedy. You know, our room is still staying pretty average here where we're at. I want to thank Bobby T, 101 of the Wave. Check him out. I mean, you know, just good time. It's like being on the beach, man. I know exactly what Bobby sees. I seen it too. I lived in Florida. I was on the white sands. I was in the water with the sharks. I was fishing I was snorkeling on a shipwreck in the Keys. I know what it's like out there. I lived the Florida life for a while. I'll tell you straight up, I miss it. Florida was a very it was a paradise in my life, you know, but you can't. The thing about living in Florida is that if a tidal wave were to hit it, it'd wipe out the entire state. And living in that, knowing that, it's like this could happen like in India with that tidal wave that just hit, you know, and you're thinking, God, tidal waves could hit anywhere. What if it hits Florida? What if you get 100-footer? How far will that go in? They say 30, 40 miles. Well, Florida only goes across 100-something miles. So, you know, you could the coastlines could be doomed in Florida. So I got out of there. You know, I did a lot of adventures up in the woods looking for the skunk ape, a lot of southern ghosts, a lot of mansions in the middle of the woods, plantations. I lived the Florida life. And, you know, I know Bobby T. He's living it up out there, and he's having a good time. And, you know, you check out his show. Don't take my word for it. Find out yourself. You can check it out at the radiostation.info. You know, we got all these calls, but I'm not going to be taking calls anymore because people they act so uncivilized. You know, they call up, they start belching, and it's like, we know you're fucking drinking, man, but don't belch. Fucking ask me a goddamn question. I'll give you a goddamn fucking honest answer. You fucking understand? Jesus. But anyways, Easter's been weird. You know, I used to work at KFC. I used to play hockey with the Biscuits, and, you know, these people would come in, and you know, they weren't all mentally there, you know, like, that chicken's not crispy enough, and it's like, Jesus, complaining about the chicken. I'd have to give them extra chicken. They'd also take the one that's not crispy enough home so they get a little bit extra, you know what I'm saying? But I worked at KFC. We used to have fucking football tournaments. Throw the chicken breast. Catch the chicken breast, man. It's like the movie Waiting. When I watched Waiting, I said, that's Lord Rick. I said, I'm in that fucking movie, Waiting. The only thing I didn't do at work is the goddamn fucking bat wing, all right? I didn't do the goat either. And my son, we're sitting at the doctor's, and my son, he has a problem. He's a little bit angry. You know, he's like, I'm a bully. And he says in front of like 20 people, Daddy, I'm going to cut your balls off. He starts talking like he's the mafia. I cut your balls off. I feed your balls to the dog, all right? And he's like, all right, he's got the hand movements. Little mobster going on here, you know? Kids are crazy.
How old is he?
Oh, he's 7 years old right now. And he's he's got a personality like you would not believe. And he's just, everything about him, man, is just different. I sat at the doctor's office today, and the two girls sitting next to him and me, you know, and my sons, he beat up my older son. My son's about to be a teenager, and they had a huge fight in front of like 20 people, and the nurses are cheering it on, man. Because my little boy, he grabbed him by each hand, and he shoved him back in his chair, and he's like, put him in his place. And then he looked at me, and because I didn't interfere, and he's like, looks at me, and he's like, Dad, I'm going to cut your balls off. I'm going to feed them to the dogs, all right? And that's how it went down, folks. You know, I was looking in a magazine, and in the magazine, it had Dillard's. Then below it had Gladiator sandals. Ugly-ass fucking shoes, and I got a hot girl, and I'm like, you know what? I'd buy the shoes if the girl came with it, all right? But you know when you go into Dillard's, the girl doesn't come with it. So what the fuck are you going to do with Gladiator shoes? They're from Rome. They're designed like they're from Rome. So, you know, it's like they got these leather straps all around them and shit. It's like, Jesus Christ. I've always wanted to fucking live in the Gladiator days and bang some medieval fucking girl in the fucking Rome, you know? I'm like, we can go back to the Roman days. But as you've known on Angel of the Night Radio, I have given away concert tickets. I've given away babies, folks. And tonight, I'm giving away my heart. I am giving away love. So if any girl wants to call in tonight and tell me she loves me, that'll earn you some brownie points if you know what I mean. Hint, hint, hint. But anyways, Angel of the Night Radio has been going a couple years. So tonight's like an anniversary edition besides our Easter episode. And, you know, I was walking down at the doctor's today, and I seen a woman in the corner sucking a pacifier. I was like, okay. It's like I thought I was weird. Walking around, you know, I got a hat that says, fuck me, I'm fat. I'm sitting here talking with my son on his, you know, because my kids are bright. ADD means you're bright, man. You just want to touch everything and explore everything, you know. So I go to the fucking doctors, you know, and I put up the pictures on MySpace. I haven't put them all up. I'll put all the way up the ones I took today. But the doctor doesn't come in, so I become the doctor. I take the blood pressure. I examine the fucking ears. I gave my son his own exam today at the doctor's. And I pace back and forth, and I fucking, today I changed it. I was the patient. I put on the gurneys. My son was examining my ears. We were taking pictures. I'm at the doctor's. Like I said, you want to call in? You ask Dr. Rick. Add the Lord in front of it. Dr. Lord Rick. But anyways, if anybody else wants to call in, we will accept calls eventually. The show is still a young night. We'll probably be hosting for a little bit more because we got still a lot to discuss. At least we got a lot of paranormal blotter out for tonight, which is good because we are a paranormal show as well as a comedy show. We have Angel on the line. Angel, you can butt in any time you want to butt in. You're doing a spectacular job for your first night with Angel of Thy Night Radio.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
You're welcome. What do you think Millie should call on the show tonight?
I think she should. I think after all you've done for her and the beautiful MySpace profile you made for her, the least she can do is call and just say, hey.
I would think so, you know, but now there's nobody listening anymore except our very hardcore fans, so it doesn't do no good, you know. But I'm gonna tell you guys a really funny story.
So she still owes you a phone call.
I don't know.
Whether she calls into the show or not, she owes you a phone call.
Yeah. I think everybody owes one another a phone call. You know, I got a phone call a few nights ago. See, I met this girl on this Gothic service because I do believe Gothic people are very inspirational. They're poetic. They appreciate historical sites. You know, they're very much, their music, if you notice, I've been posting a lot of inspirational Gothic songs on MySpace, and you can see how the band leader, the singer, is either in love with one or two of the girls he's singing with, and they sing in sync with them, and they're so in love. The Gothic culture is very beautiful, and I try to portray that a little more often on MySpace and in my look, you know, in lifestyle and things like that. But I met this girl. She calls me up about 12:30 at night. She says, let's go get coffee. I said, come on. I said, I don't know. I took a couple pills, you know. And I'm going to tell you about it. I was busted by the cops, folks. see, this is funny because all our viewers from the chat room, you know, we were like up to 40, and it's like you leave, and then I tell you the good stuff on purpose. But I went downtown, and we had a cup of coffee, and there was a gothic girl I met, and, you know, she had some really cool music. She actually had blue tango, or Tengel. Blue Tengel, that's how you say it. She had that playing. She had Crew Shadows. We had a good time, and she started making friends with the police officer. We're waiting for our coffee. It's like 1 in the morning, and she's talking about gambling and how she don't gamble, and he's talking with her. And it's like, I know I smell like fucking weed, man. And the cop's looking at me, smiling, holding his coffee, and I'm just like, yeah, you know. But he was a cool cop. Honestly, he was. Very cool guy to talk with, biker cop, you know. We had our cup of coffee, and I'm talking real loud about fucking and dicks and ass and pussy and tits and this and that. And this lady's telling me her sexual fantasies. I'm telling my sexual fantasies. There's a couple off in the corner, and there was a long-haired, dark-haired girl. She was very beautiful, and they were cuddling, and they were in love. And I learned to appreciate all the little different things that are in my surroundings, couples in love, flowers, butterflies. I appreciate all life. I'm a very spiritual person, and that is why I'm such a good paranormal investigator, because I've chose to accept all of it. You can't, you know, it's a whole package, man, life itself, and we go out there and we deal with the living as well as the dead. You know, and when we have somebody call in asking about zombie attacks and everything else, we just deal with everything, man. But anyways, Angel, you're right. She should call in. She should have called in much earlier in the show, and she does not want to call in tonight at all, no matter how much I beg. But it's great to have you on as a co-host, and I know that, you know, like I make friends along the way, you know, from what I do and stuff. And so I made this friend the other day, and we're drinking coffee, and we go to the park, you know. And we walk in the park, and she's like, let's go for a walk. It'd be fun. I got holes in my shoes. I do got new shoes, but I wear the holy ones still because, you know, I am the good Lord. And I wear the holy ones, and my feet got all wet. And we're standing there, and a cop drives by the park, pulls in the parking lot, shines their spotlights on us, and he says, what do you got in your pocket? I'm holding on to my, you know, I got a knife in my pocket because I guess in the Las Vegas nice areas, there's drug deals and crimes being committed. We're in a $1 million neighborhood, and the cop tells us, you guys shouldn't be here, man. There's crimes here. You're not allowed to be the park at night. So I got kicked out of a park. And you ever notice how funny it is when you're with a girl, you start tickling the girl. It just happens, man. I start tickling this fucking girl, you know. She winds up in my fucking, I'm on the floor, and she's on the couch. And this girl winds up in my fucking arms. So, you know, we ended up having fun, and I was high on caffeine, man. I had smoked, but I had caffeine and everything. So the caffeine was like making me hyper, and the sun was just coming up, and she's got sunglasses on. She's gothic, painted nails, you know, painted black nails all over, and me and this gothic girl had fucking passion, man. We had passion, and the passion of a gothic woman is so much more powerful than most type of women, I noticed from my experiences. So definitely, man. But, you know, it's all about having a good time. That's what Vegas is about. And you make friends along the way, and, you know, those friends can, you know, people can be a part of a greater destiny. That's why I have the presidential petition, because I'd like to run for president because my ideas are you know, very important. Being around other people can be a wonderful, beneficial thing as long as people work together. And I think a lot of people on the internet haven't figured that one out. Even from our radio shows, the ones that call in and prank the show, it's like you would be better off fucking trying to be professional with me than fucking calling in and belching, because I won't answer questions, man. You won't get the answer out of me that way.
Definitely different people in this world, and it takes all types to make the world go around, but there's definitely the types that do a lot more to help with that than others. And I think the problem with a lot of people is that they're just very selfish, very self-centered, and they don't look beyond themselves to even realize that they're part of something bigger. And even when they're with someone in a relationship, all that they're tuned into is themselves and what they're feeling and needing and wanting and how they're reacting to everything, and they're fully oblivious. When, you really look at what it is they're doing, what they're saying, how they're feeling, they are so out of touch with what the other person is feeling and with what they're getting out of it. And it's just really sad because, we're all here, we live how many lives, and the thing is, you can't move on to the next step, the next, greater level that there is of awareness until you start, realizing these basic simple truths.
I agree with you totally. The whole thing is that I just want, what I'm teaching people from the show and stuff is how important it is to work together. Everything with me has a lesson. Even like Karrie, she's going to learn her lessons on these investigations. Everything is a trial that I do. Everything is a trial that I give to my investigators. It makes them a stronger spiritual person. And in the end, when they come out of this, they will be a lot stronger. They will be fearless in what we do. I think it's very healthy and very, very good what we do. And, when people are a part of it, they're included. There's no unequality, I promote Bobby T, and he promotes me, and there's no contest going on here. It's, it's just a matter of, hey, we're working together, and it's a pleasure to work with them. And if other shows on the network at the radiostation.info would like to work with me anytime, you want to, like Professor Fester, he's in Vegas. If he wants to come by my studio one night and be live when we can get it on camera, or we can figure something out where I can come to his place and we could host Angel of the Night Radio from there, some night. But there's different ways to work together. And you're a co-host, and you're part of it. Millie's a co-host, and Millie, you're sitting in her chat room and all distraught over haters in the chat room. You know who it is. I know who it was, all right? And there's a lot of jealous people in the world, but you let them discourage you when you should be calling in the show because you are a co-host. A lot of our co-hosts have not been dedicated in the past. They'll call in for 2 months, then they don't want to call in at all. Missy, she's not a co-host. She just, she's got a chapter off of us, and she likes to debate. So, but she only calls in. She's very busy on her ranch or wherever she's living. So, it's like some nights she don't listen, some weeks she don't listen to the show. But Angel here, she's going to be a part of the show every week, and I'm sure Angel will be very loyal. I'm sure you'll be very loyal to me on this show. I know you will be, because you've been a friend for a long time with me, and I really want to thank you for being my friend. I don't know what else to say, because I don't have enough true friends I can actually say thank you for being a friend. And there are some good people. Caller 203 tonight, he did a really good job calling in. He was inquisitive. He asked a lot of questions. He was always blunt and honest as always. And, of course, Angel, you're the same way. You're blunt and honest. As far as I go, I host the show. And this show, I love doing it, and that's why it's such a success. I mean, even though it's late, we still have dedicated listeners because they know I got more stories to tell. I mean, and you want to hear a funny story? So anyways, getting back to this Gothic girl, she was listening. She took off the Cruise Shadows and the Gothic music. I'm like, okay, what the fuck's going on here? And she starts driving me out to the mountains, man. Driving me out to the mountains, And I'm like, where are we going, man? This doesn't look like home to me. And she pops in a Broadway musical. And they're singing and acting, and all of a sudden she starts singing and acting and pretends to be a man in a car, a woman in a car, a little kid in a car, or a slutty girl in a car, and she's acting all these fucking voices out, and I'm trapped in the fucking car. And, of course, you know, the whole cops incident at the park made us like, maybe. She goes, what are we going to do now, Rick? This is what she says. She says, what are we going to do now, Rick, that the cops have busted us? I said, I got a great idea. We're going to go back to my place. And that is gothic passion at its fucking best by Lord Rick. At least my theory of it. But, you know, that's what Vegas is about, man. People just, you know, it turns out the girl lives a mile from me. It's like, how the fuck does somebody live that close to you, you know? But because of the paranormal and because of the radio show and things that I do, you meet some really cool people along the way. And then, of course, there are some you fall in love with, Angel. And, of course, you know, Millie is our co-host, but I've always loved Millie. Like 5 years ago, I had a crush on Millie, you know, 5 years ago. And every year we fight about her being with me, you know, because she's part of our society, so dedicated. It's like, you must be meant to be with me, you know. But anyways, she's, you know, she went to jail and she got out recently because the prisons were overcrowded. And that's fantastic. And now she's able to at least do a little bit more, like calling the show and you know, enjoy that freedom, man. That's what it's about. And I'm glad that they let her out. I really am. But, you know, people make decisions in life, and those decisions, one little decision changes destiny. Just like the death of my friend, Robert Carr. And I want you people to remember his anniversary is coming up. And he was a 19-year-old kid that got killed. And that decision, I'm telling you, he made a decision. He says, he came to my house, he says, I'll be back later. I'm going to take my girlfriend out for lunch or dinner, and then I will come back. We'll go investigating. Because he came back late, it timed it perfectly where he lost his life. A decision, one decision can save a life or take a life. Same thing with love. You know, that one decision you make could mean your future, your, you know, kids, good times, you know, and if you fail to make the right decision, it can cost you your life, it can cost you your soulmate, it can cost you a million other things. That's why as a leader and as a paranormal investigator, when I go into those minds, the way I say let's go is our destiny in my hands. If it splits off three ways, one way is death, one way is life, one way has got fucking the ghost of Mother Teresa at the end of it. I don't know. But we make decisions as human beings. And some of us are a little bit more human and can make those decisions a little bit more better because they keep an open mind on the paranormal world that's upon us. So very interesting. Anyways, you know, many Easters ago, I was a Cub Scout leader. And my son was a Cub Scout, all right? And we hit about 200-300 eggs at, I think it was Como Park, or it was the park that was up in Lancaster, Depew. Oh, man, I used to live in Paradise up in New York. What the fuck am I thinking? But anyways, you know, we were hiding eggs in the park, and some father and some little boy started stealing all the eggs that, yeah, we were putting them out for the Cub Scouts, and his father's letting his kid fucking take the eggs. We're looking up on the hill, he's getting them behind the trees, and the kid's got 12 fucking eggs in his shirt. And it's like, man, I could see this one. I beat the fuck out of the father. My sons are beating the fuck out of the kid. You know, Jesus. Because they're like, give us our goddamn Easter eggs back. So I started to get really fucking angry. And the guy and his son fucking took off. It's like, you ain't stealing my Easter eggs. These Easter eggs go to the Cub Scouts, thank you. That's what being, I seen some girl that wrote me today, sent me a video of her with Girl Scout cookies. I wrote her back, I said, I'm kind of like a Cub Scout. I'm the founder of the Paranormal Ghost Society. And I was the founder, I think, when I was hiding eggs. Because back then, I had the keys to the church. So one time I brought Mark in the fucking church, our old investigator, or past investigator, I should say, and he holds a picture up, and I'm holding the fucking cross in the church. I'm like, vampires, stay away from me, you know? But anyways, you seem to be very interested, Angel, in vampires as we talk today. And you do profess an interest in that.
Definitely. And I definitely believe vampires are real and do exist, but they're not necessarily what you would see in a movie. I believe that they're psychic vampires and that they go around, well, most performers, musicians, actors, actresses, athletes even, they feed off the energy of the fans and of the crowd. And in the same way, but on a smaller scale, I believe there are people who are psychic vampires who might go around, drama queens, stirring up trouble and chaos everywhere they go because they need that energy to exist, and they feed off of it. And I believe, today's society that is a very real component, and there are also still the more traditional, vampires that seek out life and suck life in a more literal sense. But yes, vampires is something that I've studied for many years. I've met some people who have professed to be vampires, read some of their books, attended some lectures. I have probably just about every old vampire movie made up until about 10 years ago. But yes, like I said, if you look at the Asian vampire movies, there's absolutely no difference between vampires and zombies, and I believe it's even the same word that they use for both of them.
I've always had an interest in vampires, too. We did a few vampire investigations and things. But it seems like vampires are more of an East Coast thing. But I'm hearing that in Sacramento there's a real vampire thing going on, too. And I suppose I want to live there because there's a lot of clans, a lot of vampire clans that they practice in California. Can't say they're real vampires, but the vampire practices are very popular in California, very popular in certain parts of the East Coast, particularly major cities like New York City, Sacramento, Los Angeles. And I talked to a girl, of course, she put the ditch on me recently. Not really a girlfriend or just somebody that wrote me, and I thought she was going to include me on this investigation. She was going to go see a clan of vampires out in L.A. and do an interview with them and find out about their lifestyle, like do they sleep during the day? Does this affect them? Does light affect them? And interview them. So the vampires, definitely, I do believe in them. I think a lot of times for young people it's a phase. I'm a vampire. It's like, well, what makes you a vampire? The vampire culture is interesting. You can practice vampire culture, but that doesn't make you a vampire. I
there's a religion now that's
like
a vampire religion.
Vampire. I can suck someone's fucking energy dry. Right, I can suck someone's energy fucking dry. I'm an energetic person, and you can feel a lot of energy going on. But it's I live a paranormal life, Angel, and people laugh at me. I want to tell you guys a story. See this show, it's going long tonight, but it's good content. Ever since, I didn't even tell Karrie about this. It's probably better I don't. But my son's been seeing something in the house ever since I seen that thing out in the desert, the Skinwalker. And he seen the other day. He went downstairs. We play Xbox, and there's a couch, and he seen a hand on the floor twitching, and he ran up to it, and the hand vanished. And he came upstairs almost in tears. He said, Daddy, he says, you probably aren't going to believe me, but I seen something. I said, son, what did you see? He says, I don't even know how to describe it, Dad, but I seen a hand behind the couch, and there's nobody near the couch. There's nobody there. And I got into the description, and he said there was a hand, and it was twitching on the floor, and he seen it. And he also seen something the other night, something dark in the house. He is seeing things ever since that desert experience. I didn't mention that during our Skinwalker interview, you know. Karrie is new to the team, so she's not really used to, you know, beasties flying out of nowhere and fucking attacking and shit. I mean, it's not, you know, we bring these people out, and it takes 100 investigations to see something, and this girl sees something the first trip out. You know, we're dealing with a lot of serious shit. You know, and vampires and all that, they're just as serious too. Especially if you walk in the house of a vampire clan, they have a lifestyle and a set practices. Not saying they're going to eat you alive or anything, but there are vampire cults that do drain the blood of their victims and have killed for the blood, to drink that blood.
Well, the cult of vampires, the religion, well, that falls under the Church of Satanism, and that would fall under more of a religious practice. It's not something they're doing because they have a physical or spiritual need to do this. It's, you know, a purely religious type act for them. And also, there's another type of vampire cult that does it purely for sexual reasons, and that's more to PGSNM. And that's the whole point of having subs, is that you drink their blood. That's what they're there for, is to fulfill your every need, both sexually and, you know, for all your sustenance, which includes their life force. And I think that the people who, you know, do it for a religious reason are far more dangerous than the people who might psychologically or because their natural physiology be a vampire. That religious passion, I feel, is just a more powerful driving force than, you know, not being able to change the way you are.
Yeah, I agree. I got a question for you, Angel. How many men does it take to open a bottle of beer? How many?
A bottle of beer? It depends if any of them have a bottle opener, I would say.
Yeah. How many men does it take?
You tell me.
Okay. Doesn't take none. That's what the wife's job is for. And my son made that. That's his joke he wanted me to tell tonight on the radio show. Of course, Millie left, so I guess she's not hearing it. But that's fine. Whatever. There's always a problem with one of our co-hosts. Fighting Irish walked out of the studio. June walked out of the studio. Kai doesn't call no more. The other one's got stage fright. And now this one doesn't want to call the show tonight because someone hurt her feelings in the chat room. You know, it's like we're here to talk. I'm not here to talk in the chat room. I'm here to talk on the radio. Call in and be a part of the show or not, you know. But anyways, my son wanted me to tell that joke. That chick that I met was kind of like a vampire recently. You know, she was, like I said, gothed out, and I never seen like a vampire girl sing a Broadway musical in the car. And it was just a crazy night because I got stopped by the cops. I had a knife in my pocket. The cops told me, they're like, consider this your pretty much he was warning us, you know, if you don't get out, we're arresting you. So he's like, we're here to educate, and we're educating you tonight. You're not allowed in the park past sundown. There's drug deals going on. And it's like, we ain't doing drugs, man. We're just going for a stroll in the park, you know? So the good Lord has a nice studio to party at, and this is where we do our party. And that's where I took the party, you know? You know, many Easters ago, folks, many Easters ago in Florida, I say about 3 Easters ago, we went to a place in Silver City, Florida. And they call the place the Silver City Hotel. And I went with 3 other cool guys. I mean, they were good guys. They just, you know, they smoked so much that they got lazy and didn't want to investigate and shit. And we went out to Silver City Hotel. We found that it's an abandoned hotel. It's haunted. There's supposed to be rituals that take place. Vampire cults. It's an abandoned 2-story thing. There's like about 50 rooms. The doors close by themselves. It's very haunted. Yes, the doors closed by themselves when we were in the hotel. They closed quietly. Something closed the door. It is a true fact. We had some experiences just like the website said. And back then, the whole hotel was vandalized. There was glass all over the place. And me and the guys stood in line, and I handed out the guys bunny ears. That's right. We basically, I told them to put the bunny ears on because it's near Easter, and we would investigate with the bunny ears. So here it is on, it's Easter fucking Eve or whatever, and all these guys were walking around the fucking haunted hotel. There's a restaurant with a bar. We're stepping on glass. I got bunny ears. We're fucking tossing shit around. We're having a good old fucking time because we had good ghost activity, and we were just exploring the whole building. And then we, of course, took our break in one of the rooms, smoked a joint. Good times, man. It's what it's about. And any of you people who are really serious and own a paranormal group, man, you guys need to lighten up because, you're not getting paid for it. Or maybe you are getting paid for it, but we don't get paid to do what we do. And I think people need to be a little more appreciative of that fact that we're going out and we're risking our lives for what? When I die, how many people are going to be at my funeral? How many? That's what I would like to know. Because people don't value life. They don't care about life. It gives people pleasure to see life taken away in the world we live today. But anyways, I had a little bit of an adventure the other night. All right, I'm a hard-up guy, I'm a real emotional guy. And I was real emotional with Millie because, like I said, she's part of the show and she's part of the crew and everything else. And just, so I had a lot of stress. I grabbed myself a beer. I started smoking. I went up on the roof of my house where I live. I went up on the roof. And I got to the roof and I started climbing. And I'm wearing these military pants and I'm slipping and almost fell off the roof. But I went out there and I smoked and I drank under the stars on the roof. And there's a girl, she's changing in the window, and I see titties in the fucking window, man. I'm like, I can't get any luckier than this. The stars are out. The tits are out. I'm smoking. I'm toking. I'm drinking. And I'll tell you what, my knee gave out because I still have not had knee surgery. My knee gave out. I almost fell off the fucking roof. I was like hanging. My pants were falling. My ass was hanging out. Tits are in the window. I'm like fucking sliding and slipping. I had to crawl on all fours and grab the railings and pull myself in. And I'm just like, man, I am mad. I'm drunk. I'm stoned, man. I'm telling you. Almost fell off the roof the other day. Lord Rick's Rooftop Adventures. Worse than El Dorado Canyon, right? But, I want to say something to everybody out there who's still listening. I went down Main Street with a good friend of mine, the girl I drank coffee with, and had some gothic, passionate fun the other night. She's a nice girl. And we went down Main Street hanging out because we're partying on the strip. We're drinking coffee and just walking around. And there was a hallway, or not a hallway. There was a street near the cemetery. And there are tents, hundreds of tents with homeless people living in them. And it just breaks my heart because I've been homeless. I'm almost at the brink of being homeless again, because it's very hard to live when you have, you got physical ailments and you got this and you got that. And with the economy and people hurting and, more roommates need to live together or roommates move out, and it's very tough to live in this world. But I feel for those people that are in Vegas. I feel for them because I tried to make a video that I was going to play tonight, and it came out too dark. But there's just tents all over that block. Some of them sleep in the cemetery, some of the homeless, and they're everywhere. They're just sleeping on concrete because they gamble their whole lives away. And unfortunately, this town will suck you in. See, I got the paranormal to keep me busy. But most people can go in and say, you know, hey, I'm going to gamble. And I'll tell you what, I would rather be hiking in the mountains than be in a casino putting $20 in a machine. But that's Las Vegas for you. Have you ever been to Las Vegas, Angel?
I've never been there, but we have a homeless village, if you want to call it that, not too far from you, maybe about 4 miles from where I live. In the woods, you can see where the path is worn, and when you're driving by on the freeway, you can see where their whole little village of tents is. And thankfully, we have good weather here most of the year, so I guess that's why more people are drawn here, because you can camp out pretty much year-round. But there's been a few times on Christmas Eve or on Easter, I've got a bunch of packages of hot dogs or smoked sausage or what have you, and got some blankets together for Christmas, and just taken it up there, you know, parked the car in the parking lot across the street and just walked up the path through the woods and just, you know, here. I hope, you know, I know it's not much, but it's something. Maybe it'll help make things a little brighter for you for a little bit. And, you know, people have told me I'm crazy for doing that, that I'm going to get stabbed or something someday, but, you know, I mean, they're humans too, and it could happen, something could happen to any of us. You know, it's not just necessarily that someone might be having a problem with an addiction. They could have made bad lifestyle decisions, or other people could have made bad decisions for them. And, you know, I mean, these things happen, and you never know when any of us can end up in a situation like that.
Right. You know, I must say that I've lived an interesting life, you know, and there's not enough people out there who really appreciate what we do, Angel. Because, you know, like I said, this show, I started a show at 7. It's past midnight right now, and that's good radio. I don't host every night, you know, every couple of weeks. And tonight, you weren't here, but we had a lot of haters try to come in the room, you know. They were creating multiple accounts, bombing the room with that site about me, and it's just like, you know, you people don't hike with me, man. You know, you're not in with me. You don't drink with me. You don't go hiking. It's a whole different show when you're not on the internet. A whole different show, you know. But, you know, tonight's show that I've given is like a $5,000 or $10,000 performance. It really is, and I'm doing it free. We don't get paid. But we do it for the fans, you know, and we're gonna go ahead and resell the episodes on disc. I got a couple bands I'm working with. RHC, she contacted me the other day. They're probably gonna sign a release with me. They know I sell their CDs, so it's an even exchange, you know. And we're gonna start playing RHC music again throughout our radio show, and we're also gonna hopefully talk to some of the bands you know. See if we can get some bands in here. In the beginning of the show, I played some music, and of course, you know, maybe every show I'll start playing a few songs before I start up the show, you know. But we got a lot of good things going on. You know, on the other end of the spectrum, there's just a lot of different shit going on. Like, I did a video the other day, okay? It's a parrot video. I didn't get into it very much, but I put it on YouTube, and it's me boxing two parrots. Or, you know, they're kind of like parrots, but I'm boxing them. It's not, you know, it's not hurting them, or I'm not shoving them. I'm sticking my fingers in the cage because, see, the one bird likes to play with fingers. The other bird, he just likes to, you know, he's a little more mellow. But when the other one plays, the other one gets jealous. So I did a demonstration of bird boxing. I stuck my fingers in there, and I started, like, see, they can take off fingers, but they don't bite hard because they're playing, and they know, you know, so they know how hard to bite. And they're trained to bird box. So I put the video on YouTube, and 100 animal activists flagged me, and they fucking threatened me, and they were like, you're like a lion, and you're abusive. I was like, man, nobody's hurting these birds. These birds are the birds like to play rough. They'll climb on your shoulder, they'll fly around. They used to be let loose in the house, and one of the puppies grabbed them a couple of years ago, so he's defensive. He'll bite your finger, but then he'll tell you fuck you when he's doing it, you know? So I put the video up, And all these animal activists wanted to come after me. And they made threats, take the video down. And I won with YouTube. YouTube kept it up because it is not an animal abuse video. I'm showing in the video how my birds play. These are my birds. This is how my birds are playing. My bird, you know. And the birds will let me pet them. Like when they're out of the cage, you can pet them on the head. Some nights I'll pet them on the head or I'll pet them on the back. But during the daytime, they don't like, during the day when you stick your fingers in, they try to get your fingers. And they look at you out of the corner of your eye. They're very smart, and you can talk to them, and you can actually tell them to try to get your finger, and they'll try to get it. So I put the video on of how smart the birds are and how they box me. And the one challenged me again. He opened his mouth, and then he climbed all the way up the other one, and I boxed the bird. And I'm very fast, you know. I mean, people think because I'm getting older that I've slowed down. And I haven't slowed down, you know. So I stuck my finger, I must have stuck it in like 3 seconds, like 5 times, and he just couldn't get my finger. So then what he tried to do is he bit the toy, and he looked at me to show me if he gets my finger, that's what he's going to do to it, is bite it. Those birds are just amazingly smart, and you can see in the video that the birds are very well taken care of with the toys in the cage. They're very well taken care of, yet the animal activists are fucking threatening me, you know? And it's like, wait. You see all these pictures and videos with my cat, my dog, you know, this and that. And you write me, people's problems are that they got to get involved in everybody's business. And they tried to write me and try to tell me that I'm fucking sick. I've been called sick, abusive, a jerk, a loser, immature, an asshole, a motherfucker. And I got called all these names on YouTube by a bunch of strangers I didn't even know. And it made me feel bad. It was like, you know, I worked hard on the video, you know, because they play and it hurts when you get bit. And I worked hard to make a video of me boxing with my bird because he's trained to play. He likes to play boxing. And these people write me and tell me I'm purposely abusing them. It's like, man, so in other words, you don't like Ace Ventura when nature calls. That's abuse too. When they're playing with the animals. The animals are trained to do that. So I had to write one guy, I'm like, we're just fucking acting, you stupid fuck. That's what I told him. I said, you're a stupid fuck. And I'm a producer. I'm not just a paranormal investigator. I produce my own material. And I produce my own comedy skit, and that motherfucker calls me the fucking asshole. It's like you're supposed to enjoy it. I just put out a movie for you. Laugh, man. Society just doesn't get it anymore, you know? And it's just like our radio show. We're giving you the radio show for free, and you still come in my room and you fucking flame me. Who's the clown now? It's not me. That's why these people doing this shit, that's why they're on theatrical clowns. Because they're just, most of them are not mentally with it. You know, Angel? They're just not with it. They're on there. They're on these hate sites, and it's like, you're not getting anywhere with it. It's, you know, because I don't care, because I do my own thing in Vegas, you know. I meet gothic chicks, I smoke, I climb mountains, I drink a nice beer with my friends, watch good movies, you know. You live life. You go out, you hike, you make friends. That's what it's about. And there's going to be people in these journeys.
It takes as much energy to hate as it does to love. So why waste your energy on hating and tire yourself out?
You're right.
So you're too tired and too out of emotion and run out of passion that you no longer have the capacity to love later in life.
I agree.
I mean, hate just consumes you way too much. I mean, there's just no point in it, and it ages you. So life's so short anyway. Why waste time, hating people?
Well, the YouTubers right now don't like me. I had 300 views overnight almost, or in 2 days. And they didn't like me because of the bird boxing video. Well, you're a jackass. It's like YouTube. You are self-producing your own film. How do you know that's abuse? How do you know me and the bird are just not acting for the camera, just to entertain you? So, it's like I shouldn't have to explain myself. But, see, that's the whole thing. A lot of human beings are ignorant. A lot of human beings are stupid. Not all people, but there's a lot of people out there who just don't think in their heads. That's why they are not leaders of the Paranormal Ghost Society. Because, like, you don't want my job because you can't even, if you can't decide that Parrot video, you can't separate abuse from just a bird playing with this fucking owner, then you got fucking issues, man. And these people threaten me. Well, they flagged me, but YouTube did not flag it because it isn't abusive. There's no animal is being hurt at all. And then I put out another video of me playing a song on the keyboard. I don't know if it was really a song, but, my son and I were at the dentist. We're sitting there. I shook my son's hand. I said, son, you play Guitar Hero. I said, but try playing a real instrument. Well, we own a keyboard here, and the keyboard's really awesome. So I said, we're going to have a war with a real instrument. We're going to play the keyboard. And I made a video of him, and I made a video of me, and we had the other kids vote. I got voted once. My son got voted once, and we played 2 songs apiece, or tunes, or melodies, or whatever you want to say. And I put it on YouTube, because we had this contest. Like, who's the better musician? My son probably would rather be a musician than anything, because my son loves music. He likes older music, too. He probably likes the things that Bobby T likes. Bobby T of the Wave 101, Pink Floyd, all that good shit. But I listen to a variety of music. I listen to a lot of Gothic music lately because, you listen to someone like Blue Tangel, and their songs have a lot of inspiration. I am going to play a song. You know what's really sad? Is I wanted to play this song for somebody special tonight, and she's not here tonight, or she was here. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play it. It doesn't matter, man. I give a dose of reality. You get the whole reality show here. I got some more good comedy coming up. I want to discuss a few articles, and then I will close the show tonight. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play this song. I think you people need a song. I need to get a piece of pie. It's a great song. It's by VNV Nation. And it's going to take me a little bit to get it on here because I'm on the other side of the studio. And I think I'm going to go ahead and play 2 songs back to back, if that's okay. Is that okay with you, Angel, if I play a couple songs here?
That's fine.
Because I need to go take a bathroom break. We still have a lot of listeners. And, I love you guys all, man, for sticking it through. Because, when you listen to Howard Stern, he's on the air 5-6 hours. We're on the air 5-6 hours. We may even go 6.5 hours tonight. But it's a special Easter episode. We only bring it to you twice a month, our episodes. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to play a song by VNV Nation. I'm going to play, actually, we'll do 2 back-to-back songs. This one's called End of Days, VNV Nation. And, for those out there listening again, bless your hearts, man. You guys been troopers. You guys are fucking great. I know you're partying. I know you're smoking. I know you're drinking. Nobody should be scared to be up past midnight. This is what it's about.
She's smiling like can't let go.
Your host, and you are listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio, and I'm still kicking strong after 6 hours almost of radio. We'll see if we can go a little bit more, shall we? You listeners out there, you've been great. On my sister's site, I'm sure I got some listeners out there too. It is our Easter special. I'm staying up late in the moon, I should say the howling hour, or the witching hour, because I got an investigation in less than 24 hours from here, and you know Lord Rick is going to be climbing in them mine shafts, because he's going to bring you a ghost story. He's going to bring you a story for his next radio show is what he's going to be doing. Are you still with us, Angel?
Yes, I am.
Cool. You are awesome. You know, I'm going to tell you what. You know what? I gave away, check this out, in my radio shows, I gave away concert tickets, pieces of ass, all these wonderful things. So here is what I'm going to do, okay? Now this is going to be really extreme, but this is extreme radio. We are in the extreme radio category. I will buy, if you are within near Nevada, if there is a girl who would like to spend 2 weeks with me, I will go ahead and I will buy your bus ticket, and you can come beyond the Angel of the Night radio show, and you can spend the next 2 weeks having a good time. You'll get an investigation to go on with our team, and I will take you actually to New York, and we will ride the roller coaster. So if anybody wants to take me up on that offer, and there's a girl who is within a reasonable distance of Las Vegas, go ahead, call in the show or contact me privately. Consider it your prize. Actually, it'd be better if you call in the show because I like people to claim their prizes, you know. But, you know, the whole thing is that it's so hard. Let me be honest with you. This is a late hour. It is so hard not to fall in love with some of your fans and your members. It's almost impossible. If you're a founder, some founders care about money, like Taps or, you know, on TV, they're in the limelight. It's all about money. But for guys like me, there's a deeper connection, you know, and you become like family. So I try to offer things on my show. I could get free concert tickets for every show, but the problem is nobody ever calls in from Las Vegas. So I'm not going to get concert tickets if we're not going to get call-ins from Las Vegas people. But if there is a girl out there who would like to go on the New York roller coaster with me before I move and would like to experience a couple weeks in Las Vegas with me, all your meals will be cooked by me personally. Yeah, I can cook. Isn't that amazing, Angel?
You probably can cook better than I can.
I'm telling you, I'm like a Susie homemaker. That's why I tell people you need to roommate with me. I cook for the kids tonight, you know, and I cook for my friends' kids because, you know, we generally, I mean, a lot of us, the kids eat together. I eat with kids every night, you know, and it's like, man, I'm becoming like a kid. You know, you sit in the little chairs and you eating with your kids every night, and pretty soon, you know, you end up like me. You go to the doctor's office trying to put on the kid's fucking gurney in the goddamn doctor's. All right? Dr. Rick was in the house. Wait till you see these MySpace pictures I'll be putting up tomorrow or something, man. Yeah, things really got out of hand at the doctor's today. Really out of hand, okay? I had gloves on. I blew up a glove like really the size of my head, and fuck, man. Woo! I was taking blood pressure and all kinds of stuff, you know? Doctor, I've been taking my kids to this doctor all week long, and, you know, they leave us sitting in the room for an hour, and my kids are like, we're bored, Dad. What are we going to do? So I become like a goddamn circus clown. I start making animals out of the fucking balloons, and you know, I'm sitting there running around with the fucking gurney on, and fucking, I'm sitting at the desk going on the computer typing away, looking for MySpace, you know, checking MySpace mail. It's like the doctor's in the house. So it's been a crazy week, but you know, I'm gonna tell you something. I took a trip to the mental health center about a week ago. Okay, now it wasn't what you think. It wasn't because I'm mental or anything like that. I have a bad knee and stuff right now, so I can't really walk too much on it. You know, a hike just kills me, like I did 2 weeks ago. But you know, they send you down to make sure that you're mentally stable, that you're not just, you know, trying to get compensation and stuff like that. And, you know, people lie. People are just full of fucking shit. And it's a true world. So they got to send you down there and make sure you're mentally there and that you're not on heroin or any drugs, which I'm a very free guy, so I use, you know, shrooms and fucking weed, those nice natural things, man, to get involved with. Beautiful things. But anyways, you know, it's just been really fucking crazy because I got in my car, you know, I got stoned and I fucking drove down there and I got lost and I parked 3 blocks from the place in front of a cop. I parked and the cop was issuing parking tickets. I didn't get a parking ticket. He felt sorry for the Subaru and he did not give me a parking ticket. And I walked about 3 blocks to the mental health center and I got up there and the lady says to me, "Sorry, son, we don't take your insurance." I'm sitting there, and I got some hot girl I'm sitting next to. It's like she's hot on the outside, but cuckoo on the inside. You know, something's going on in that fucking head, man. Cuckoo in the inside. So I was getting scared sitting there in the lobby, you know, and then they're like, "We don't take your fucking insurance." And I was like, what the fuck, man? I've been sitting here a half hour. I drive like 10 fucking miles, you know. I'm stoned, so I'm excited. I can't wait to play baby cakes with the fucking psychiatrist, you know. Patty cake, baker's mate, you know. Fucking playing patty cake and shit. I don't even get to play goddamn patty cake. And the lady says, "Well, there's someone that can help you on the floor above us," right? And I end up walking into, like, some financial fucking office. I'm like, "Can you help me? I'm supposed to have a mental evaluation," you know? And they're like, "What the fuck are you doing here, boy?" So then I went on the first floor, and there was a medical center. So I walked in the medical center, and it was for hospice. I'm like, maybe this is what she was talking about, for somebody to refer me to the right area to have my fucking baby games test done or whatever. So I get down there, and I sit in the medical center, and a lady who's the charge of hospice, and there was something else besides hospice written, comes out and holds my hand. Okay, and I'm sitting in the chair, and she's holding my hand, and she's like, "It'll be all right." And she doesn't realize I'm not really, you know, I mean, I'm just really out of it. You know, I'm stoned, all right? I'm stoned. I was just running from the fucking cops, trying to escape parking tickets and shit. And I'm sitting there, she's holding my hand. She's like, "I'm sorry, we could not help you." And she feels sorry for me and shit. And I'm sitting in there, and she's holding my hand. And I'm holding some 80-year-old lady's hand in the lobby, man. And I'm like, man, do I get myself in some serious situations. And so I'm sitting down there at the hospice center. There's like 30 fucking cute nurses, all tight asses. I would fucking bend all the nurses fucking over, and I would play musical asses, okay? It's like fucking musical fucking chairs. You jump chair to chair. Well, you do the same thing, you know, you bend them all over. I got a thing for nurses, okay? I love nurses. But anyways, it was so embarrassing, man. So embarrassing. I'm sitting there like fucking, I'm like, "Can you please help me with my problems?" "What kind of problems are those?" "Well, I'm supposed to have a mental evaluation. Can you guys help me?" And all the nurses are smirking and laughing. They're like, "Oh my God, did this guy just come off the fucking streets?" It's like, no, man. I was sitting on the roof, drinking a fucking brew, smoking and looking at tits. I think that's about as sane as you get. Because if a sane guy, if a guy is insane, he's not going to be looking in the window for tits. I look up, I see tits. I'm sane. I'm a normal guy. You know I like tits, and I like women, okay? But no, man, you know? You get down there and you just declare it insane because you can't, you know, you're stoned and you can't find the right goddamn doctor's office. My insurance, the insurance I have sucks, man. You know how health insurance is in this country. It's terrible. The economy's crashing, so is the health insurance. You there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I mean, I had two different kinds of insurance on my children. I had one through the state. I had one that I was paying into to my employer. My son broke his finger. We called the doctor's office. It was the after-hours service. I told them what happened. The doctor called me back and just go to the emergency room. We go to the emergency room. 2 weeks later, I get a bill. I call them back. I have insurance. I have 2 different insurance companies that we're covered under. One of them has to take care of this. Okay, we'll refile with them, and we'll get back to you. They get back to me, both insurance companies say the other one is the primary, so you're responsible for it. What? So they're supposed to refile it. I don't hear anything back from them. I get one notice from collections. I call them back, and they say, okay, we'll put that on the computer. I get another letter. I call them back, and they say, well, once it's got to collections, it's too late, so I don't know why we told you we could help you before. Mind you, the collection agency is owned by the hospital. It's housed within the business offices at the hospital. Well, I get a letter in the mail back maybe about a month ago. I get a certified letter saying they're going to start garnishing my wages. And now, as of my last pay period, they're garnishing a third of my paycheck. This was a $200 bill, and they're now taking out over $800 to pay for it. When I was paying to have insurance anyway. It's ridiculous. So I'm about to write a nasty letter to the newspaper here to let them know what's going on, because this hospital is all big about community and helping people out and stuff. And if they're going to go and, you know, it's just ridiculous that, you know, I had insurance. It should be covered. So why are you taking my money now?
It's, you know what? I don't think in society there's many people that want to help one another. I'm going to be honest with you folks, okay? I do the show because I care about all you people. And you know, it is the truth that we don't have that many loyal people. And the loyal people we got, I cherish very much. But, you know, you look tonight, it's only a little after midnight my time. We hardly have anybody in the chat room. It's like, come on, man. We work so hard at what we do. I put these shows together, and I work hard at them. And the way people treat you nowadays is just like shit. Same thing in the fucking medical field, and when you go to McDonald's and everything else. And speaking of McDonald's, I have decided that I would like to start a new franchise, and that franchise will be called Rick Donald's, okay? Rick Donald's. No McDonald's, Rick Donald's. And it'll be like a combination of Burger King. You go in and you can have it your way. The girls will serve you fucking burgers in the fucking nude, okay? Rick Donald's. Only thing is, you ain't getting me in a clown outfit, okay? You take my picture with me giving the peace fucking symbol, all right? And also, the people could sit at Rick Donald's, and there'll be these little headphones, you know, at each table, and they could tune in to all the episodes of Angel of the Night Radio. 2 years worth. Over 100 hours of fucking radio. Rick Donald's. You go in the bathroom, when you go in the bathroom, you don't have a male attendant, you have a female attendant. Like here in Vegas, when you go in the bathroom, there's like a guy, he hands you fucking paper towels and shit. You're like, man, I don't want you looking at my goddamn fucking pecker. The hell with that shit. I have my pecker. You get a woman in there, like you get her in glass in the bathroom. Yeah, in glass, and she's dancing, you know, and you're fucking in the bathroom. Can't touch her. Because, you know, you got, like I said, you got to treat a lady like a lady. Just because I like to have a little bit of fun in the fucking hay out in Las Vegas doesn't mean I don't treat a lady like a lady. But, you know, Las Vegas is that type of place. The medical really sucks. The people are very rude. You can go in a place, like I talked to a few medical providers for my sons today, and and, you know, you just get to run around, and it's not like living in Jackson, California. Everybody's like, hi, how are you? Good morning. You know, people are real friendly. They're like, I seen you walking on the streets. Do you need a ride? I had some guy give me a ride one time. Coolest fucking guy. Ran a shop downtown Jackson. Picked me up from the grocery store in the next town. He said, man, when I'm done getting my drink, he goes, or my Gatorade or whatever, he goes, I'll take you into town, you know? He goes, I see you walking and everything else. And the guy played some heavy metal music and fucking drove like 90 miles an hour. We were laughing. We were having a good time. I have to go back to California. Californian people honestly rule. It's a whole different breed of people, you know. It's great. In Vegas, you can get laid all you want. Most of the women, a majority of them, are crazy in the head. I think it's a lot of women around this area, cities like Los Angeles, Las Vegas. But, you know, you come here and have a good time, and then when you go to California, it's a different life. The pace of life in California slows down greatly. You know, you sit there and you fish for trout in the middle of the mountains. The next day you hike. The next day you camp. The next day you're fucking, you know, it's just a different type of life. And, you know, we did not end up staying out there, but I did bring you some explorations, and they're on our website. And if you're just tuning in, check out www.paranormalghostsociety.org and the radio station.info, which I am part of the network on. And, of course, you know, tonight we've had a lot of people call in. We had Millie didn't call in, and, you know, it's like I said, I really wanted her to because she just got out of jail about a week ago, and I really wanted her to come on the air and speak her mind, you know. Angel and our investigator, Karrie, they're able to speak their mind, you know, and anybody can say anything they want to say on our show. So we have Angel, who is our co-host. She's just signed up with us, but I've known her for an extremely long time, I would say. You know, and we get to know each other a little over time here and there because we don't rush. Because when you're friends, you know, you get to know about this, you get to know about that. But currently, it is past midnight in Las Vegas, and right now, it is raining heavily out here. We're actually getting some rain in the desert, believe it or not, tonight. Quite strange. And I've seen stranger Easter weekends. Like I said, snowing and fried chicken. And then a couple years ago, my ex-girlfriend laid an egg on a beach. She kind of like got in the middle of the street, put a big plastic egg near a pile of sand, and everybody was staring, and she bent over and pretended to lay the egg. And I had bunny ears on and was walking down the street past nightclubs, and girls on the beach were walking barefoot seeing me in bunny ears. Thank you. And that's the crazy life I live, being a paranormal founder and investigator. But anyways, I wish you lived closer, Angel, because you get to experience some of those things that we experience and that we do.
I would love to go on investigations. There's so many neat places even around here where I live. And unfortunately, you know, most people, when you let them know that you'd like to go here or there, or you invite someone to go hang out at the cemetery with you and take pictures, they look at you like there's something seriously wrong with you. So I haven't done too much exploring around here, and it would be great to have an active group, an active chapter here in this area where we could go on these investigations and have a group of people going together.
It's easy to form a chapter off our society, and Missy did it, and, you know, I joke with Missy a lot, and tonight somebody came in and said I'm trying to be the bad guy, and they just don't understand, you know, if you can't joke around and laugh at yourself, you shouldn't be on the show, just, you know, and that's just telling it straight up. But she's got a chapter, and all you do is just sign the paperwork, notarize it, send it back to me. Because I have to keep it on file because there are rules to a chapter. Basically, I don't care what the chapter does. You know, I put a banner up, and people click my banner, and they go to your site. It's just a partnership is all it really is. And we have certain rules set. But, you know, it's a good way to get noticed and established. I think that if we can form maybe 5 to 10 chapters across the country, I do think that Paranormal Ghost Society will be as big as TAPS. I really do. Even though we're not on TV, we just need to get chapters going. and she's formed a chapter, and, I know she'll work at it, but she gets discouraged extremely easy because of the haters. There's just a lot of haters out there, and some people can't take it. I know some of them called in my show. I know some of them made Millie upset in the chat room, but you shouldn't be a co-host if you cannot take the heat. You shouldn't be on the show. I went to the dentist about a week ago. My son lost his crown, or his acrylic crown, and I went in there and I held it up and I said, you guys didn't put it on good enough. And there's 20 people in the dentist, and they're all looking at me, and I'm holding up the tooth, and I'm like, he needs help, man. He needs to, we need to get this fixed. There's an Asian girl that works for the dentist. She got 2 kids. She's talked to me a little bit. And, there's a little bit of a connection between me and the Asian girl. She's kind of like, she's a very intelligent woman, So she put the crown back on because she didn't do it last time. And she's done a great job. My son hasn't had it loose. He hasn't lost it. And she spent extra time just for me and did it. And it's a real sweet Asian girl, But it was funny because I walked into the fucking dentist, and can you imagine me? Think about it. I'm stoned, I'm smiling, and I'm holding up a fucking tooth. And all of them are Mexican, and they're like, they're all sitting there. None of them speak a word of English, the workers, the people sitting in the chairs. And I'm like, he lost a tooth, man. He needs another tooth. And it looks real, but it's really acrylic, So just craziness at the dentist, because I got caught flirting with the Asian girl at the dentist. I love to flirt, man. You ain't a normal guy if you ain't flirting. And if I've always believed in having 2 lovers or, 2 mistresses, and you ain't a real man until you can handle 2 women. But it's just kind of funny, man. Just, I go to the dentist, and all these women, they come on to me. And the one girl looks like I'm not trying to be mean, but she looks like a bullfrog. And she has long hair but looks like a bullfrog. She's got like no neck, man. And she turns around and hits on me all the time. And, well, this time I come in the dentist's office, she's got her hair shaved almost fucking bald. She's got like no fucking hair hardly. And I'm just like, oh my fucking, I was like freaking out. Like, please don't hit on me. Please don't hit on me. Because it was like, there's this girl that contacted me on Tag yesterday, okay? Looked like a man with a fucking wig. And I got scared to death, and I'm like, oh, my God. And she sent me a wink, and I'm just like, oh, shit. Oh, man. I'm telling you. I'm not a guy that gets scared, all right? But I'm scared. I'm like, is that a man in a wig? And I'm looking at all the pictures. I'm like, I don't fucking know, man. I'm just on these fucking services, I'm on these services, Angel, because I want to fuck, Not just fuck, but, I'm trying to meet the special girl of my life because I've been a single father for quite some time. And, I've spent 5 years, not to embarrass Millie, but I've spent 5 years asking Millie to come be with me. And then recently I was going to buy her a bus ticket, and the whole thing's being avoided. And we got people coming in the room attacking her, and it makes me wonder, one called her a fucking agent, like she's, some fucking cop or fucking federal agent, You cannot trust people online. They lie. They cover up their careers, their past, their con artists. And people call me a fraud. It's like, man, I'm straight up, yo. I'm telling you I smoked. And I'm telling you I seen a Skinwalker. I'm telling you the facts. That's being straight up. But you don't know who these people are. People out there, they're so vindictive and jealous towards other paranormal groups. And I notice, like, other paranormal groups get nasty with me. Some of them are cool. I had some group write me the other day. They said, Rick, I see you as a brother, man. I'm not your enemy. And that is cool as hell, when people can get along like that and become friends. But all this fucking bullshit, people coming in our room tonight, flaming the wise men, I'm not going to feed into it tonight. You guys are never going to learn, man. You're never going to learn. You can be a part of something and get so much more done than being against something. And that's what separates a lot of paranormal investigators.
I mean, competition should be a good thing to help push you to be your best, not, taxing all your energy attacking someone.
Why, Angel, I like to work with other groups and other people, and I'm telling you right now, I don't care what the haters think, because I'll tell you what, I'm a very fascinating guy. I have a lot of knowledge, I don't have to discuss the knowledge on my show. I just am here. If people want to ask what I've seen on my investigations, I'll talk about it. I have a lot of articles, thousands of articles I can discuss. And it's, it's all good. I mean, you look at our show. We got you as a co-host. You volunteered. And we've had, Sneezer, he's here with us, but he can't talk into the mic. But he knows we're doing a show tonight, So, speaking of Sneezer, he's really an amazing feline. And I know there's a lot of people who aren't into cats, and but being a lion's a state of mind. And I've had Sneezer for a long time, and the other night, he went for like a walk with me, And I had my guest over, and there's 4 cats in the house. One of the cats knows how to open doorways and check on people at night. And he stands up on 2 legs, and he turns the door handle and opens the door. Well, Sneezer was doing it along with my company. And, the most irritating thing, Angel, is when I go to have sex with a woman, Sneezer's staring at me. And I'm like, Sneezer, you got to go, buddy. You are not watching me have sex. He's like a child. Sneezer is a big kid. The kids, I got my friends' kids, but I got my kids. And all day long, they hug him, they kiss him. He sits on my desk while I do my research. And he knows the show, and when the show time, he jumps up in the chair and everything else. So he's part of the radio show, too. He's one co-host you can count on, But, I just...
Well, my one cat used to hate my ex-husband, would bite my ex-husband whenever he would try to kiss me, even. It was really funny. The cats are very protective of the people who they own.
Yeah, he's very loyal to me. You can see it. Like if I put my face towards his, he'll give me a kiss. I get kisses all day long. But he's extremely loyal to me. I mean, the first day that he was born, his birthday's coming up in a couple weeks, so we're going to have a special birthday episode for Sneezer. Hopefully I'll have the camera working. I can get a birthday hat on him and stuff. But, he's a very intelligent species of animal, and I can actually talk to him, and he'll do certain things. And he will listen to me. Like I said, do you want to eat the other day? And he followed me through this entire house, downstairs, and onto the counter where we give him his food, But he's just a really amazing feline. And I work with animals, and I was bit this week by a possum on my leg. And these animal activists, like I was telling you earlier, they're writing me, you're a jerk, you're an asshole, you're a loser, you're a bully. And they don't realize it's like, yo, I got a fucking pet possum. That thing bit me, and I didn't even lose my temper. And it fucking took a bite in my leg. And it's got big, sharp fucking teeth. And it bit my fucking leg. If I can take a bite to the leg, I must love animals a lot. Because I do love animals almost more than people. And I post, my pet pictures on MySpace. Everybody's got MySpace, so we advertise it. But I got my pet pictures, and we have tons and tons of pictures of Sneezer. I have pictures of, him holding the microphone and stuff. It's, animals are very intelligent species. That's, seeing the Skinwalker, even though it was half animal, that it's an intelligent thing, So I don't care what the activists say. We're here to entertain. Anybody who takes entertainment personally is nuts. They haven't been around comedy. They don't remember Eddie Murphy Raw. They don't have appreciation. Andrew Dice Clay, Howard Stern, all these guys that are good comedians and funny, people don't have that appreciation for. I'm probably, I could work for satellite radio, and I could go in every day and host a good show and everything else. But we don't get paid. Like I said, we don't get paid to do this. So you guys are getting it right now for free, man. You don't have to pay for satellite radio. You just come on board and you fucking listen to us, and we rock and roll, And and those that support me, I will always be your friend. As you continue to be loyal, it's all about loyalty. And I know who was flaming my room tonight, and I want to address it because, these people must think I'm so fucking stupid. I do pay attention. I'm very wise. I'm not going to mention names, but I know who fucking did it, and that's fucking cheap of you. Jealousy fucking shows. I'm not amused. It's really a shame, man. It's really a shame that people just can't get along, man to man, and be civilized. I raised 3 kids religiously, Take my kids to the doctors. We have all these funny little adventures, McDonald's, we see this big 300-pound girl, and my sons are like, "There's your girlfriend, Daddy." We're at the doctor's office, my son's 7 years old, telling yo mama jokes. And he's telling all these funny jokes, and there's and people are getting offended, and they're staring like, "You going to shut that kid up?" Like, we got ourselves a real comedian on our hands, just like Dad. Real comedian. But just crazy things go on in life, and you just got to learn to laugh at them, and you got to look, you got to look at them. You can take them as a blessing or whatever. So you can check out, the Parrot video. We're also going to be hosting like I said, an episode soon. It's going to be called Nightfall. It's not going to be fancy sound quality, but I will go ahead, depending on if we get our other system up, or I may just do it from this system. And I'm going to be DJing music, and we're going to play some good tunes. You can come here, you can party for an hour or two, and I'll do that once a month or something. I'm not going to talk hardly, I might say, let you know what band is playing, and because I think Nightfall would be a big success, I mean, people can sit there, and I don't mock other radio show hosts, but a lot of radio show hosts play music, and sometimes you gotta get down to earth with people, and you gotta talk to them. And I'm talking to you guys tonight, but I'm allowing you guys to call in, and I'm allowing you guys to talk too. But anyways, we have Angel, who is our new co-host. She's doing quite well tonight.
Well, thank you.
And of course, you're welcome. And I mean, it's so great to have you call in because you're such an open-minded person, Just don't get the Gladiator shoes that I seen in the Dillard's catalog, okay?
I've seen them in every catalog lately. For some reason, there is a big thing now for spring. And yes, you're right. They're ugly as fuck. It looks like you're an Amazon princess or something,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't feel like this next big lesbian style because I don't see how a guy would find it attractive at all, unless it was maybe for him for, I don't know, a Greek costume maybe.
I don't know. But like I said, you got the hot girl going on, and I don't really care for the shoes much. I like my girls in skirts and little shoes. That's why I like the goth girls. They wear the fishnets and the stockings and the whole shoe, the fancy shoes and the boots. And so I like my girls in shoes. I like them to wear shoes in bed. But I cannot imagine having some girl I meet being like, "Hey, I want you to fuck me in my Gladiator shoes." It's like, whoa, I had sex 2 weeks ago. I had a booty call, I called some girl up off Craigslist, man, I was saying earlier, and she came over after my radio show, and then she was like, "Why are you so tired?" It's like, "Oh, I've been hosting for 6 hours, The crazy adventures that we reap, it's just funny because everything that I do ties into my group. You meet somebody, you post some funny ads for Craigslist in your show, and you get someone serious that you meet, and that just turns into something funny. It's just the circle of life. It's amazing. It really is,
Yep.
But, I still have some more things to discuss, and you're more than welcome, Angel, to elaborate on them. We'll at least try to get to the Easter part since I covered a lot of paranormal stuff tonight. And here's an Easter marriage joke. A man and his ever-nagging wife took a vacation to Jerusalem. I can't even pronounce it. While they were there, the wife unfortunately died. The undertaker informed the man that she could be shipped home for $5,000 or he could bury her there for $150. After great thought, the man chose to ship his wife home. He surprised the undertaker, and the undertaker had asked why. His answer: long ago a man died and was buried here, and 3 days later he rose from the dead. I can't take that chance.
That's bad.
So
is Jesus the first zombie?
Jesus, let me tell you something about Jesus, okay? It's late, and I'm glad that there's not a lot of people listening, because if I did this when we had like thousands of listeners, they'd be like, you're fucked in the head. But see, Jesus was put on the cross, and he was crucified, and it wouldn't really kill you, but it put your body in shock, and it's believed that they buried him there, and he went into a brief coma for a couple days, and he did not resurrect. He woke up from his coma. Back then, people...
Like Fall of the House of Usher.
Yeah, his body went into shock. They put nails in his feet. It's no different than piercings. There are in jungles, they pierce their fucking bones in their nose and their feet and everything else. I do think his body went into a shock, and they put him in there. And I bet you somebody opened the tomb because they heard him fucking screaming. He would not run out of air. They laid him in a cave and they put a rock in front of it. It's a fact. It doesn't mean he would die. And too many people believe he resurrected, and there was angels and Mary and Joseph and everything else involved. Like, no, man, you got to look at it from a scientific perspective. And religion, a lot of religions are built on lies. Some people think I run a religion because my beliefs are very different from all the other churches. And I'll have people who will follow me, you know, because I have a lot of different beliefs. My ideas carry on very far. And, you know, people laugh. I've had people tell me, you're stupid for running for president. Nobody's going to vote for you. Well, it's the end of not the end of the world, but if a lot of mankind died off in 2012, this country would need a leader, somebody strong, because this country, if disaster happens, there will be tyrants. There will be people raping women in the streets. There will be pillage. There will be looting. There will be people breaking into houses, shooting their people they don't like. People will be massacring each other. Society is going to go crazy. It's very scary. You're not going to be safe in your home. There's not going to be a government. And in 2012, they need somebody who can liberate the people and protect the people. And if people do not vote for me for president, if you do not sign the petition, you're either very dumb or you fucking just don't get the statement I'm trying to make. And it's going to get worse out there, and you cannot control it unless you have someone who can bring unity in the world. And people listen to me. They read my blogs, you know. If they read my blogs and 1 million people visit my paranormal site and all these people listen to our show, surely on national TV I can get millions of people to listen to me. And it is very plausible that I could run for office, and even if I do not win, those ideas will carry on in the hearts of every man and woman in America, the United States of America. And anyways, Angel, I do hope you signed the petition. It's not like you're signing over your life to me.
You know, I've looked at so much stuff on your different websites. I don't remember if I signed that or not, but I will definitely make a priority to double check and see if I have, and if I haven't, I definitely will.
There you go. You know, there was a thing about Easter, and I did say it'd be our Easter Bunny bash, and, you know, it's kind of, like I said, it's kind of funny because we're getting all this stuff later on tonight, but it doesn't matter. You know, things are quieted down. All the people have expended their energy. Now I can talk, and I can just, you know, keep the momentum going. But this was from you, actually. You actually sent this to me, and it says, think of celebrating Easter. And there's a book. It says, Are Your Children Playing with Lucifer's Testicles? The Truth About Easter Eggs. Wow. It says your children are playing... It says your children are playing with Lucifer's testicles. Is the Bible-based book for Christian parents who, the lack of faith, can't afford to send their children to a decent Christian school? Their precious youngsters are infected by the secular filth and lies taught by the unsaved teachers in America's public school system. It teaches parents how to easily explain to their children that Easter, as it's celebrated by the unsaved, has absolutely nothing to do with Jesus Christ, but it's a holiday of celebrating lewd and sexually explicit pagan rituals of fertility. It's not that difficult to understand, says the author and creation scientist. Dr. Cameron, in the old days, deluded pagans would gather around and hump like bunnies on Easter Sunday because they thought it would make their tomatoes grow faster. The more you fuck, the more that grows. Dr. Cameron explains that it doesn't matter what god or idol the pagans were humping under Easter Sunday, because any god other than Jesus is Satan. Dr. Cameron dedicates 4 chapters in the book to Easter eggs. Easter eggs are one of the williest tools of the devil, he says. Pagan kids didn't have to do anything to do on Easter Sunday because their mommies and daddies were stuck in a false temple all day, naked and writhing around with their neighbors in satanic orgies of the flesh. You see, parents had to come up with a way to occupy their children while they were away from home, praying and fornicating under the altar of Satan. And since they didn't have babysitters back then, they gave their kids eggs to play with and sometimes paint. He says, but the reason they chose eggs had nothing to do with the sort of fertility as fertilizers. And nope, it wasn't because of Lucifer's testicles. Glory to God, and I won't say a word about it. I don't want to ruin the book for you. Check out the book, Are Your Children Playing with Lucifer's Testicles by Dr. Daniel Cameron. Congratulations. Sounds like a good book, Dr. Daniel. I'm Dr. Lord Rick. And too bad we don't have this person on our show tonight because it would be an interesting, episode. And there's a little more about Easter. It says the renowned Oxford English Dictionary informs us the name Easter is derived from a name of a goddess whose festival was celebrated at the time of the vernal equinox. We are all told that she is originally known as the dawn goddess. No doubt the origin of sunrise celebrations at the time of Easter. According to the Venerable Bede, 7th century Anglo-Saxon theologian, the English word Easter is derived from the name of a pagan fertility goddess called Eostra. He tells us that the heathen Anglo-Saxons called the 4th month Estermaneth after the goddess of Eostra. Another name representing the spring fertility goddesses such as Astarte and Ashtaroth, the goddess who was introduced into the British Isles of the Druids. In actuality, Easter is just another name for Beltis or Ishtar, the ancient Babylonians, and can be traced all the way back to Hathor, the cow goddess of Egypt that was associated with the building of the golden calf of Mount Sinai. Easter has nothing to do with Jesus, everything to do with pagan abominations condemned by the Bible. We have a powerful adversary that wants us to involve ourselves with the worship of other gods, thereby break the commandments of our Creator. Even King Solomon, who God had given exceeding wisdom, was taken in by the worship of the fertility goddess. His wives turned away his heart after other gods, and he worshipped Ashtoreth, the pagan fertility god, identical to Easter. One important consideration at the direct connection between fertility worship and traditional Christianity is Easter eggs, eggs being an undeniable symbol of fertility. The art of decorating eggs dates back to the spring rituals of pagan sun worship thousands of years before Christ. The spring fertility goddess, by whatever name, was thought to have turned in a bird into a hare, thus the Easter bunny laying eggs. Cadbury bunny, bop, 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 bop. No Easter eggs have nothing to do with Jesus, and everything has to do with the ancient goddesses and their symbols of spring fertility. So how did a pagan festival come to be recognized by the most Christian observance? The 5th century theologian Socrates tells us that the celebration of the feast of Easter began everywhere more of a custom than by commandment either of Christ or the apostle. Prior to 325 A.D., Christians recognized Passover as a time of year that the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ took place. In the year of 325, the Council of Nicaea proceeded over the Roman Emperor Constantine changed the date for the observance of Passover from a biblically prescribed time to that recognized as Easter. Prior to the Nicene Council, Passover was celebrated in the eastern part of the empire on biblical prescribed 14th day of Nisan. Sounds like the car. the first month of the Jewish calendar. In Rome, however, the celebration was being observed not the 14th day, but the following Sunday. It was the decision of the Nicene Council that the Passover be observed on the first Sunday after the full moon, or after the vernal equinox. According to the biblical time, Passover could fall on any day of the week. Based on the time in the council, man's time in Passover would be always observed on a Sunday. Because of that, what is recognized as Easter is often far from the actual term of Passover. Final thoughts. What difference does it make? Theologians, as well as aware of the pagan nature of Easter, so are modern-day Antichrist. Non-biblical aspects of traditional Christianity are now being legitimately challenged by those who would turn away from Christ. And many are falling for the deception. Those who contend for the faith once delivered to the saints must stand by and let that happen. We must make it known that Jesus was not crucified or resurrection at the time of Easter. Sorry, folks, I've just ruined Easter, but this is very breaking historical information. And he was crucified at the time of Passover, as the New Testament states. He was the Lamb that was slain, the Lamb of God, taketh away from the sins of the world. The sinless sacrifices that had been foreshadowed in the Feast of Passover for many centuries. It's a good article. It just shows you how the past was misinterpreted, and I had to read it, you know. I'm not a religious person, but it has to be read because people need to know the truth. We can't live in a society anymore without knowing what to expect in the afterlife and what's going on. I got a joke for everybody. It's called the Killed Easter Bunny Joke. A man was blissfully driving along a highway. When he saw the Easter Bunny hopping across the middle of the road, he swerved to avoid hitting the bunny, but unfortunately the rabbit jumped in front of his car and was hit. The basket of eggs went flying all over the place. The driver, being a sensitive man as well as an animal lover, pulled on the side of the road, got out to see what became of the bunny carrying the basket. Much to his dismay, the colorful bunny was dead. The driver felt guilty. He began to cry. Buddy, I know the feeling. A woman driving down the same highway saw the man crying on the road, pulled over. She stepped out of her car, asked the man what was wrong. I feel terrible, he explained. I accidentally killed and hit the Easter Bunny. I killed it. There may not be an Easter because of me. What should I do? The woman told the man, don't worry. She knew exactly what to do. She went to her car trunk, pulled out a spray can. She walked over to the limp dead bunny, sprayed the entire contents of the can onto the furry animal. Miraculously, the Easter Bunny came back to life, jumped up, picked up the spoiled eggs, candy, waved its paw to the two humans, hopped down the road. 50 yards away, the Easter Bunny stopped, turned around, waved, hopped down another 50 roads, turned, waved, hopped another 50 yards, and waved again. The man was astonished. He said to the woman, he said, what in heaven is in that spray can? What was it that you sprayed on the Easter Bunny? The woman turned the can around to the man so he could read the label, and it said, hairspray, restores life to dead hair, adds permanent wave. Hairspray, you know, sounds like a blonde joke to me.
Oh, yeah.
Here's
well,
one.
What do you call a line of rabbits talking backwards?
A rabbit talking backwards?
Yes.
I honestly,
it's
I don't know, man.
It's a receding hairline.
Oh. You know, I didn't think you'd have any rabbit jokes, but you you managed to sneak one in there tonight. Here's one for you. What is Easter? 3 natural blondes died and found themselves standing before St. Peter. He told them, but before they could enter the kingdom, they had to tell him what Easter was. The first blonde said, Easter is a holiday where they have big feast and we give thanks and eat turkey. St. Peter said, no, banished her to hell. Second blonde said, Easter is when we celebrate Jesus' birth and exchange gifts. St. Peter says, no, and he banished her to hell. The third blonde says she knew what Easter was, and St. Peter says, so tell me. She said, Easter is a Christian holiday that coincides with the Jewish festival of Passover. Jesus was having Passover feast with his disciples when he was betrayed by Judas, and the Romans arrested him. The Romans hung him on the cross, and he died. Then they buried him in a tomb behind a very large boulder. St. Peter said, very good. Then the blonde continued, now every year the Jews roll away the boulder and Jesus comes out. If he sees a shadow, we have 6 more weeks of basketball. Blondes, man. I'm going to tell you something. I'm a blonde lover. I love blondes, but brunettes seem to be more... brunettes are better in bed. But I love blondes. You know, it's like one of those things. If you ladies are bisexual out there, you know exactly what I'm talking about, you know. It's like just something about a blonde, just that. I don't know. It's like, man, in Vegas there's plenty of them, trust me, you know. And some of them fit the whole St. Peter type of joke, you know. They're like, they think that Easter's like Thanksgiving, and they're like, what are colored eggs? And it's like, we're going to color eggs with my kids. Well, what are you talking about? Yeah, people are pretty dumbfounded in today's society, you know. I guess I should get a little bit more mean in the show. I haven't been mean tonight. And there's some Jesus jokes, you know, and they fit Easter. And an Indian man dies, and he arrives at the pearly gates. He says, yes, how can I help? Asked St. Peter. Well, I'm here to meet Jesus, says the Indian man. Well, St. Peter looks over his shoulder and says, Jesus, your cab is here. What's the difference between the real Jesus and the picture of Jesus? Well, it only takes one nail to hang up the picture. Jesus walks in a motel, gives the innkeeper 3 giant nails and asks, can you please put me up for the night? Oh, that is
that
bad.
was in the Crow.
Here's one. Did you know after the crucifix, Jesus pretty much lost his sweet tooth? The M&Ms kept falling through the holes in his hands.
Oh, dude.
The Christians and the Catholics, it ain't going to be the animal activists that are after me, okay? All the Christians, the Jews, and the Catholics, folks, they're going to be coming after me this Easter. I'm going to get like 1 million hate mails. Here's one for you. Jesus finds a small crowd who's surrounded by a young woman they believe to be a whore, a prostitute. They were preparing to stone her to death. To defuse the situation, Jesus says, whoever is without sin among you, let them cast the first stone. Suddenly, an old lady at the back of the crowd picks up a rock, scores a direct hit on the woman's head, breaking her skull, rendering her dead on the spot. Jesus frowns. He looks over to the old lady. He says, do you know, Mother, sometimes you really piss me off. Why wouldn't Jesus be good on a hockey team? I'll tell you why. Because he'll get nailed to the boards, that and the illegal headgear. Here's one for you. Jesus dies. He goes up to heaven. First thing he does, he looks for his father, as he's never met the man before, and he's curious as to what he looks like, and whether or not Jesus looks like his mother or his father, etc. He looks high and low, but can't find him. He asks St. Peter, where's my father? But St. Peter says he doesn't know. He asks the Archangel Gabriel, where's my father? But Gabriel doesn't know. He asks John the Baptist, where's my father? But John doesn't know. He wanders to heaven and patiently searches. Suddenly he sees out of the mist an old man coming toward him. The man is very old and white hair, stooped over a little. Stop, Jesus yells. Who are you? Oh, please help me. I'm the old man in the search of my son. Jesus is very curious. Could this be his father? Tell me of your son, old man. Oh, you would know him if you saw him. Holes in his hands where the nails used to be. He was nailed to the cross. You know, Father, screams Jesus. Pinocchio, yells the old man. And then I seen this cartoon, and there's like this fucking guy, and some Jewish guy, you know, and Jesus is on the cross or whatever, and he walks up to Jesus and says, where did you get that fabulous hat? I just love your nails. And they don't call it the Passion of Christ, they call it the Fashion of Christ. And folks, those are my Jesus jokes for the night. They're pretty raunchy. I was going to send this song to you, Angel. I got a dirty song, and I was going to have you sing it, and I just didn't have time to send it to you. But I'll try to sing it the best I can. I'm not a good singer. It may not even rhyme. But we're all drinking. We're all having a good time. And this one is called, I used to sing these Easter songs when I was a kid. Even at the age of 10 years old, I used to sing this song. And it goes like this. Here comes Peter Fukkingtail, hopping down the pussy trail, hippity-hoppy. Easter's on its way. bringing every hoe in gigolo baskets full of Easter toys, things to make your Easter bright and gay. He's got condoms for Tommy, colored panties for Sister Sue. There's even a dildo for your mommy and an Easter bustier, too. Oh, here comes Peter Fukkingtail, hopping down the pussy trail, hippity-hoppity, happy Easter day. Here comes Peter Fukkingtail, hopping down the pussy trail, look at him stroking, listen to him say, try to do the things you shouldn't. Maybe if you're extra slutty, he'll roll lots of big cocks your way. You'll wake up on Easter morning. You know he was there when you find those cream pies that he's been hiding everywhere. Cream pies, oh boy. Oh, here comes Peter Fukkingtail, hopping down the pussy trail, hippity-hoppity, happy Easter day. I love that song. And here's another dirty song that I put together. And, you know, it was originally called the Easter Parade. And I changed it to the Easter Gang Bang. It says, never saw you look quite so slutty before. Never saw you dress quite so lovely. What's more, I can hardly wait to keep our fuck fest this lovely Easter morning. And my cock throbbed fast as I came through the door. For in your Easter bra with all the frills upon it, you'll be the horniest lady in the Easter Gang Bang. I'll be in clover, and when they bend you over, I'll be the horniest fellow in the Easter Gang Bang. On the avenue, 5th Avenue, the photographers will snap us, and you'll find out that you're on the Paranormal and Ghost Society. Oh, boy. No Easter parades for me, all right? I got a head joke for you. Okay, there's a guy, you know, and he says the best part of Easter is getting a little head. And, you know, it sounds like it's dirty, and then when you scroll down, the guy's bitten the head off the chocolate fucking bunny, okay? And my grandmother for Easter used to make chocolate suckers. They were not Easter bunnies. Instead, for Easter, she was making balls and dicks. I'm 8 years old. I'm biting into X-rated fucking chocolate lollipops, man. I'm fucking sucking fucking chocolate fucking. I don't even want to say it because people take sound clips. All right. I have a chocolate sucker in my mouth shaped like a penis with balls on the stick, and my grandma's like, "I made chocolate for you this Easter." It's like, why can't I just be like a normal kid and just get a chocolate fucking bunny? But no, for Easter, in my basket, I get a goddamn chocolate goddamn fucking pecker. A chocolate fucking dick. And I got to eat the thing because I like chocolate. You're not going to say no. I don't give a fuck if it's shaped like a vagina, okay? A vagina on a stick. Which, quote, we did have vaginas on a stick, too. And here I am. You know, my sister's like 8 years old. I'm like 9 years old. She's running around holding a fucking pecker fucking chocolate sucker. And I got like a fucking Easter bunny with fucking tits, man. You know, it's like, wow. The crazy lives we live and the crazy Easters that we've had. You know, I think
his grandma could have had a second job making bachelorette party gifts.
Bachelorette. You know, it was funny because I did host a party once with all females. And, you know, the females, it got really wild. Like 2 girls were eating each other's pussies. You know, and there was girls eating pussies, and I had 3-4 girls sitting in my lap. My dick got grabbed by 4 or 5 girls. They were tearing me apart, man. You know, I'm a guy that would love to have 2-3 wives because I do believe that each wife would be different in her own way. You might have the sweet, sensitive one that worries and doesn't give up her sexuality very much, but you might have another wife that you could smoke with and have sex at the fucking park under the goddamn moon. And a lot of them gothic singers and them gothic bands, if they have 2-3 girls in the band, they usually are with all 3 girls, you know. And it's just the truth. You can see the connection. You watch someone like Blue Tengel, you know he's with all 3 girls. I seen picked a lot of photos of that group, and he's hugging on all 3 fucking chicks all over them, you know. So that kind of gothic love still exists, you know, and it's just, I mean, it's an interesting life that I've lived myself, and you know, to be able to bring a radio show so dirty and so diverse because it is the truth. This is the real life that we live in, you know, Angel, and it's you know, the people don't want to hear the reality on her show. It's just like the Skinwalker. There's going to be people that said, no, I didn't see that, and it really doesn't matter. People like us, we go out there and we take the world for ourselves, you know. We've lived strange lives for strange reasons, and you know, it's like my whole life seeing shadow beings and things like that. It's just prepared me for what's in the future. Millie came back into her chat room, and you know, she's like, okay, so now I shouldn't be a co-host if I can't take it. Yeah, I've only done this a long time already. You know, I know she's listening as a guest because I'm a pretty smart guy, and I know her better. And I'm going to tell you straight out, man, you're not a co-host if you didn't call in tonight. I don't care how bad you felt. You know, it's for me, you know, I'm sitting here with, like, for example, I got a bad knee, and I'm still out there hiking. I'm doing what I can. And I think, you know, our fans that stick it through, they're doing what they can, too, to listen and to continue to show their support to us. And our co-host is only a co-host if they can consistently co-host with us. If you call in every 2 weeks and you know you co-host with the show, you're a co-host. But if you're going to sit there and fucking not call in tonight when I have part of an interview for you, you really, you know, I'm done, man. I am so fucking done. You know, I sit here and, you know, there's people mocking her out in the room, and this girl can't even call in and just, as a co-host, show some gratitude. If you know, it's like our anniversary show, fucking call in. We actually had one girl that I met. She came here to the studio. She was pretty cute. I didn't do nothing with her, but we hung out, and she said she really wants to be on the show. And then she tried putting herself on cam and got really scared and was like, you know, I mean, she backed out. So if you're not about being real, you know, you're not going to like the Angel of Thy Night radio show, folks. But I want to thank some shows out there. There's some good shows, Jerk Off Radio, Professor Fester, Bobby T of 101 The Wave. You know, we have just so many different shows on the network. You can check it out at theradiostation.info. You know, I get stoned and I forget a lot of shows and things like that. But, you know, if you go there and you check it out, there's plenty of other shows. My show's only hosted every 2 weeks, but we get a heavy amount of listeners. We do extremely well. I get 5,000 hits in a 2-week period on our other sister site of our show alone, and it's just like the world's watching. You know, you never know who's listening out there. And I don't know about you, but I'm drinking Guinness, and I always do a special. And I know this is Angel's first night, so I expect her to be a little more listening to me, just so she can get a feel for, you know, how the show is and stuff. And we always do a Craigslist segment, and, you know, I got this together last minute, so it's not that good, but here we go. We'll go through them. Eat my little mound. I'm usually very busy with my job, but tomorrow night I have some alone time to spend with the right guy. I want a guy that can dominate me in bed, treat me like a little slut I am. I'm aggressive, and I'm a goal-orientated woman who knows what she wants and how to get it. Send a pic. Would like one of you two. Email me, and I'll tell you more. What the hell does professionalism and goals have to do with this ad? I'm eating your mound, okay? I'm going down between your legs. I'm sticking my tongue up your cooch, up your cooter, man. I'm sticking it up the cooter. I don't care if you're goal-orientated or whatever. Let's just do this thing, man. We're in Las Vegas. And by the way, ladies, I got a beautiful balcony view of the mountains. You can be the lucky lady to wake up to me with the mountains out my back window. Think about it. But actually, no, it doesn't really matter to me. You know, I host a show for my fans, not to get women. But it is kind of funny because sometimes, you know, you're sitting there like, for Christmas time, you're like, I'm handing out babies. No, this week I'm handing out concert tickets. This week I'm handing out bus tickets. Get a lady here at our studio because apparently, you know, when you offer certain people to come see you, they sort of avoid the question after 5 years, you know. But anyways, rock my bed, 24-year-old female. Just spending another lonely weekend. Was kind of hoping to hook up for a fun man for kicks. I take really good care of my body. I want a man who's going to take care of it as well. just want to hang out, have some great and safe sex. If you think you and I can have some fun, send me a message. You know, these people just, I mean, the whole thing is that it's the title I'm kind of aiming at, Rock My Bed. What am I going to do when I write this girl, Angel, and I tell her that my bed doesn't rock? How do you think she's going to react to this?
Would she sleep in a cradle that it rocks when she sleeps in it?
I sleep with Spider-Man blankets, and I got a sleeping bag, but I sleep in Spider-Man blankets, and I had sex with 2 girls the last 2 weeks. One girl I met on a gothic dating service, and the other girl I met off Craigslist. And I had sex with, the one girl, I mean, they both kind of hurt me, man. My hips hurt, and I had sex like 3 days ago, man. But the one girl really fucking rode the fuck out of me. She dug my hips into my bed, and I told her, I said, come to my bedroom. And then I said, the bed came with the place. Because my mattress is on the floor. And I have a single bed that I sleep on. I'm very poor, I'm not a rich guy. I'm sitting here hosting a show. I should be at a casino getting paid $10,000 right now. And here I am live, and these people come in the room and put me down. And it's like, I'm doing this for free, man. Fuck you, you fucking losers. There's another fucking loser out there we'll be discussing in 2 weeks. But I don't want to ruin the surprise. But rock my bed. I don't have a bed to rock. Sorry, sweetie. Here's one. I love white teeth. Hi, I'm looking for an honest, sincere man to get to know. I'm attractive, fun-loving Irish girl looking to meet up with a few new people. I'm looking for a fun, outgoing guy to hang out, maybe a little more. I'd like to take some hard fuck from any white, muscular, firm, hot man who'd like to get into free intercourse, oral, hand jobs, anal, if you like that. Serious inquiries only. I'm not here to play games. Honey, my advice to you is there is no free intercourse. We all got to pay, whether you get pregnant, whether I got to pay out of my pocket or take you to dinner. There is no free intercourse. There is no free anal and hand jobs and everything else, okay? I had to host a good radio show 2 weeks ago, and then that girl was like, awesome show, man. And she was over here in 10 minutes, But it wasn't free. I still had to work for it, folks. I still had to bust my ass with that comedy, make her laugh a little bit. I wasn't going to just come over and give me a piece of ass. I had to make her all laugh and have a little fun first, But these people on Craigslist, man, it's going to get better. Wait till you hear this. I put them in order so it gets better and better. Wine and roses. Do you have wine? What about roses? You keep the wine, I'll take the roses. Roses is a terminology a prostitute will use for money. 200 roses get you full treatment, And there's this fucking girl, and I'm getting really sick of her. For $50 you can have the works. Nasty fucking girl. And I found her on a gothic. She's on Craigslist. And she's $50, man, and you can get the time of your fucking life. But she's got a personal ad posted on a dating service. And it's very innocent. And it's like, let's see. So all these guys on the personal ad, they're fucking you and getting goddamn fucking diseases. While your fucking ass is out there prostituting on goddamn fucking Craigslist. What the fuck? Anyways, I'm the man responsible. I have broken up a prostitute ring. Thus, does that make me a good president of this country? I'm doing good deeds in society, folks. I have broken up a prostitute ring on Craigslist, and we are exposing them on Theatrical Clowns, and they have literally stopped posting. They have stopped asking for money to pay their bills for sex. I have not gotten an email in 2 weeks, and I've posted dozens of Craigslist ads, and all 3 prostitutes have stopped. So I am a superhero amongst the people in Las Vegas. Also, like I said, Rick Donald's, have it your way. Girls and burgers. Serve a little beer, serve a little mushrooms, be like Amsterdam, serve a little bit of weed too, Here's one. Unfortunate events. Need to help get on my feet again. This is a 53-year-old woman. I need someone to help me financially till I can get on my feet. Coming out here to be with a friend. I can do data entry, internet skills, clean your house, babysit dogs, laundry. Probably don't want to do the sexual thing. She says probably because she don't want to get in trouble or have her ad flagged. I need a room for 2 months. I am clean, drug-free, don't smoke or drink. Christian lady, just had a sum of unfortunate events. If you are mean, looking to abuse, don't answer. If you're manipulative, don't answer. If you want to be of service and charitable with no strings attached, there's the key word, I am pretty. Take care of myself, love to laugh, and won't be annoying to you or others. Can you imagine if I had this girl live with me? Come on, folks. This would be hell to pay, okay? I won't bother you. Next you know, I'm hosting the Angel of the Night radio show, and this fucking 53-year-old woman's pulling the dick out of my pants, nibbling on the goddamn thing. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I can't get no work done here, you know? You know, unfortunately, you know, I've always thought of Easter and springtime as a time for love. You know, and it's kind of funny because I always say this, when you're a radio show host or you run something like the Paranormal Ghost Society, it's almost literally impossible for you to find your soulmate because you don't fit the norm of society. You know, it's just like Missy. Missy is a great member. She's a good person. She's just, you know, she's been sheltered. It's not like me. You know, I've been traveling the world. I'm not a sheltered guy, and she's very sheltered. I guarantee if I went to New Mexico and I brought a joint and she smoked it, she would look at things in a whole different light. You know, you gotta try new things. Bertolli came out with a new dish. It's a Mediterranean style steak and rigatoni. My roommate says to me today, he says, man, that looks good, that smells good, that's different. And I eat Mediterranean food today for lunch while I was putting these Craigslist ads together, you know, and I'm telling you, I mean, it's just the work that goes into this, man. And here, I have my Craigslist humor has finally passed on to females and other members. I know people are listening to my show from Craigslist. And this one's called Craigslist Greatest by a female. Looks like this girl went off the fucking deep end. I thought I went off the deep end. I need to have this girl on her show, folks. Here's what she said. For a while now, I've been posting and hunting on Craigslist. I get bored at work a lot. It seems to pass the time. Every guy in here seems to think that he is God's gift to mankind, not even just the women. Joe Schmo posts on here looking for a brilliant model, single, virgin, wealthy, etc., girl. Do you smell that? Because it's time to wake up and take the huge whiff of that Folgers. Regardless, here's my commentary, taken directly from my post of men seeking women. Okay, this woman's pissed. Here's one. I am hoping to find an athletic, fun-loving white female. Here's her response. Okay, athletic. So should I, like, be on a team or something? Do you want me to be able to kick your ass when we wrestle? Fun-loving? No, I hate fun. Fun is the worst thing ever. You try to have fun with me, and the consequences will be dire. Woo! I don't want to mess with this bitch, Angel. Now, take me away. Yeah, take me away. Looking for a friend with benefits. Sigh. Where do I start, young sir? That's her response. There is a section dedicated solely to you and getting your Johnson stroked. It's called NSA. And what benefits are you looking for? Perhaps some spelling and grammar lessons? I'd be happy to tutor for you. Maybe I'm viewing this entirely the wrong way. Maybe you are, in fact, extremely clever and we're using a play on words. Benefits? I think not. Here's an ad. I'm 6'4", 270 pounds, black, straight teeth. Her response, black, straight teeth, maybe you should spend the time at the dentist rather than Craigslist or use a flippin' comma. Boy, this lady's going to like my fucking... She didn't even put my ad in, and I got, like, bad grammar, man. You know, I'm sitting here talking about ghost and all these wonderful things on Craigslist. I get high, and I'm, like, looking for someone to look for ghosts with me, you know, and we hop in the hay a little bit after, you know. Here's one. If you're a fake, I have no time for you. Here's her response. Sorry, sugar, but honestly, you don't want to see 99% of the women out there without a little fakeness. Otherwise, you'd split your wrists. Everyone fudges for the truth a little. Ahem, no, honey. You don't look fat in those jeans at all. Would you rather have me tell you what I really think about you when you come up to me at insert random bar name here? I don't think so. By the way, you have spinach in your teeth. Man, this girl's fucking worse than I am, folks. I am looking for a woman who takes care of herself. She says, I would hope that would be one of the requirements. I can't see asking for a woman who doesn't shower, doesn't buy clothing that fits, doesn't pay for her bills. I'm confused. I want to look in your eyes and tell you how much beautiful how beautiful they are than the stars. She says, weed and Craigslist ads do not mix. Stop making me vomit. Punch me in the face or something instead. You know, I'm going to tell you something. I didn't post that ad, folks. Somebody's mentioning weed and looking at the stars, and it's like, this sounds like Lord Rick, but this is not Lord Rick. Who is it? That's my question. Do I want to know? Probably not. And, you know, here's one. I also want to get to meeting without 6 months of useless messages. She writes back, would 5 months be okay? I'm not sure if I'll be able to tell you. Genuinely not a serial killer until then. Another one. I'm only 5'8", 130 pounds. No big girls or BBWs. She goes, I dubbed this no fatties claws. Don't you know big girls is freaks? And ooh, 130? I think my 95-year-old grandmother weighs more than that. This lady's fucking obviously very jealous because I think 130 pounds for a female is pretty good. 130-pound female is a girl with curves. You know, that's not... I mean, 90 pounds, 105 pounds is pretty skinny, but 130 pounds, usually a girl that's small-boned, you know, that's pretty good body. There's a lot of Playboy Playmates that are around 125, anywhere from 119 to 130, and they're very gorgeous girls. But you get a lot of girls on Craigslist who are very jealous of women. It's the world we live to. Here's one. I'm 5'6", brown eyes, 38, old, no child, but like. And then she replies, please press 1 for English. No child, but like. You are childlike. You are no child. You like children. Sorry, the subscription for my dumbass translator has expired. Another one. I am a spontaneous person. I like to do a variety of things. She says, I chose to spend my day doing the same thing over and over again, like washing my hands. It makes me feel better. Invisible bugs, for the future reference, spontaneous, happening, she goes, equal happening or arising without apparent external cause. This, quote, this does not mean you like doing a variety of things. Loser. See, people go nuts on Craigslist. They're kind of like me. You know, I get really frustrated, and I stop posting for a week. Sometimes I'll yell at the Craigslisters. I'll be like, you know, you people need to stop, you women need to stop being hookers, and you need to treat men with a little more respect on here, you know? Here's one, not interested in morally bankrupt women. She replies back, what if I'm financially bankrupt? Anyway, here's one more. Likes to be outdoors, but does not mind staying indoors sometimes. She's like, is that like breathing or not breathing? I was under the impression that indoors and outdoors were the only two options that humans had. Again, confused. Lastly, the Craigslist ad of the night could use your help. Like the title says, you help me, I help you. I'm in need of financial help, and I'll do almost anything in return. Email me soon, as I will get flagged. I cannot host because I care for my elderly parents here. Sorry, I am a female. Will exchange your pic for mine. Me, 5'2", 190 pounds, she typed wrong and put 3D. Her tits are a 3D. Bills are due soon. Thank you. Wow. Can you believe this? What's going on here, Angel? Angel's not here with us. But anyways, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm trying to reload our chat room just in case she calls back. Because sometimes what happens is people lose the connection, you know, they lose power on their phone or whatever the case is. But we're going over some funny stuff, and I'm going to give you 20 adult reasons why chocolate is better than sex. And oh, we got a little bit of an echo. Let me fix that before I get reading this funny thing. Here we go. Okay. Number 1, you can always get chocolate. 2, if you love me, you'll swallow that. Not the real meaning with chocolate. 3, chocolate satisfies you even when it's gone soft. Number 4, you can safely have chocolate while driving. Number 5, You can make chocolate last as long as you want to. 6, you can have chocolate even in front of your mother. 7, if you bite the nuts too hard, the chocolate will not mind. 8, 2 people of the same sex can have chocolate without being called nasty names. 9, the word commitment doesn't scare off chocolate. 10, you can have a chocolate on top of your desk during work hours without upsetting your mates. 11, you can ask a stranger for chocolate without getting your face slapped. 12, you don't get hairs in your mouth with chocolate. 13, with chocolate there's no need to fake it. 14, chocolate doesn't make you pregnant. 15, you can have chocolate any time of the month. 16, good chocolate is easy to find. 17, you can have as many kinds of chocolate as you can handle. 18, you can never be too young or too old for chocolate. 19, when you have chocolate, it doesn't keep your neighbors awake. And number 20, with chocolate, size doesn't matter. It's always good. Is it me, or do these jokes seem like they're favoriting the female species? Very interesting. I guess Easter is a female holiday, you know. But anyways, I was going to go over an interview with the Easter Bunny with AOL, and I'm checking it right now. And you can actually check this if you type it in your computers, because it's extremely long, and I don't want to get into it all, but it's a really funny joke. Just type in Google interview with the Easter Bunny, and it's written by a guy named Richard, and it's an interview between the Easter Bunny and American Online. And it is rather funny. You know, we're almost about to close up the show tonight, and I'm going to go over a few quick articles, and I'm going to close up the show. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a song by Hollywood and Troy, and I'm going to play one more song that I pick, a gothic song tonight. And, you know, it's been a great show. We've had all kinds of weird things happen, people calling in. We've discussed the breaking news, the Skinwalker, a lot of Easter humor, you know. On the news, Jeff Rintz was fired. I guess he wrote an article that was controversial, and they fired him. He didn't get paid, but I really feel bad because this guy works as hard as I do at exposing the truth, and he's just an honest, straight-up guy, and they fired him. And, you know, luckily nobody can fire Lord Rick because I own my society, you know. I own my own society. Nobody can fire us or tell us what to do. And he, you know, worked with the media and everything else, and his stories are extremely controversial, and they did fire him. Pythons in the sewers. I guess up in Portland, Oregon, they are finding pythons in the sewers. I'm not going to get into the whole article. If you're on our list, Portland, Maine. It's a historic port city, and in the sewers there are pythons. Just like Florida, there's pythons up in the fucking woods or jungle or whatever. Except those ones get like 8 feet, and it's like, you know, do I go home and do I smoke or do I wrestle the snake? I used to bring a machete and I used to bring a sword up in Florida, so I'm thinking to myself, if a python gets me, I am chopping that bitch's head off, much like eating the head off a chocolate Easter bunny. Thank you. But anyways, you know, I felt like I've ruined Easter for some of you. You know, I've told you some pretty interesting things. I haven't gone over my itinerary, but tomorrow's El Dorado Canyon. The 22nd is our meetup. We've reactivated our meetups at the Voodoo Lounge. You can come out. You can party with us. I'll do some videotaping. You can meet your host of Angel of Thy Night Radio, have a few beers, drink up. 50 floors above Las Vegas. Come on out. April 21st, 4th, Angel of Thy Night Radio. The 25th, we do a major ghost town trip. On the 8th, Angel of Thy Night Radio. May 9th, Ghost Town. May 20th, meet up again at the Voodoo Lounge. May 22nd, Angel of Thy Night Radio. May 23rd, we are doing a Ghost Town Mine Expedition. Maybe out in Pahrump. It's hard to say. We don't know yet. May 28th is my birthday. I don't goddamn know what we're going to do, but there's not going to be any Angel of the Night Radio or any investigations. I may have a little bit of a party here. June 5th is Angel of the Night Radio. June 6th, I don't know if we'll be investigating then. I probably will be leaving Vegas in the beginning of June. So this is it, folks. You know, I mean, it's time to move on to bigger and better things. Vegas is like a death trap. You know, you're sitting in the desert, and it's just like, it's like one of those places like it's dying here. Why are we here? It's dying. You know. Big story on the news. Knights of Templar guarded the Turin shroud during missing 100 years. Medieval knights hid and secretly venerated the Holy Shroud of Turin more than 100 years after the Crusades. The Vatican said yesterday in an announcement that appeared to solve the mystery of the relic's missing years. The Knights Templar, a crusading order suppressed and disbanded for alleged heresy, took care of the linen cloth which bears the image of a bearded man with long hair, the wounds of a crucifixion, according to Vatican researchers. The material kept in the Royal Chapel of Turin Cathedral has long been revered as Christ's burial shroud, although the image only appeared clearly in 1898 when a photographer developed a negative. Barbara Fowle, researcher of the Vatican Secret Archive, said that the shroud had disappeared in the sack of Constantinople in 1204 during the Fourth Crusade and did not surface again until the 14th century. In the Observatore Romano, a Vatican newspaper said in writing, Dr. Fowle said that the fate of those years had puzzled historians. However, a study of the trial of the Knights of Templar had brought to light a document which a young Frenchman, Arnaud Sabatier, entered the order in 1287, testified that as part of the initiation has taken to a secret place to which only the brothers of the temple had access. There he was shown a long linen cloth which impressed the figure of a man instructed to venerate the image of kissing its feet 3 times. Dr. Fell said the Knights of Templar had rescued the shroud to ensure it did not fall in the hands of heretic groups such as the Cathars who claimed that Christ did not have a human body, only the appearance of a man. She said that her discovery vindicated a theory first put forward by Ian Wilson, a British writer, in 78. The Knights of Templar was founded at the time of the First Crusade in the 11th century to protect the Christians from making a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. The order was endorsed by the Pope, but when the Acre fell in 1291, the Crusaders lost their hold in the Holy Land. Their support faded to growing envy for the popular and banking wealth. Rumors about the order's corrupt and arcane secret ceremony claimed that novices had to deny Christ 3 times, spit on the cross, strip naked, and kiss the superior on the buttocks, navel, and lips, submit to sodomy. Things were freaky back then, folks, and I am glad I do not live in the biblical times, and no, I will not be taking my time machine out there because I want to get stoned, but I don't want to get stoned to death. And if I do and I resurrect, imagine if I don't get back in the time machine. You people will be worshiping me on a cross. That's fucked, all right? That's fucked. King Philip IV of France, who coveted the order's wealth and owed it money, arrested its leaders and put pressure on the Pope Clement V to dissolve it. Several knights, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, were burnt at the stake. In 2003, Dr. Frail, the Vatican's medieval specialist, unearthed the Chinon parchment, the record of the trial of Knights of Templar, after realizing that it had been cataloged wrongly. Showed Pope Clement V had accepted that the Templars were guilty of grave sins such as corruption, sexual immorality, but not of heresy. They were perverts. Their initiation ceremony involved spitting on the cross to brace them for having to do so if captured by Muslim forces. Dr. Frail said after the sack of Constantinople, the shroud was next seen at Liry in France of 1353 when it was displayed in a church by the descendants of Geoffrey Charny, a Templar knight burnt at the stake. It was moved to various European cities until it was acquired by the Savoy dynasty in Turin in the 16th century. The shroud, Holy See, property since 1983, was last exhibited publicly in 2000. It's going to go on show again in the next year, the article states. But the self-proclaiming heirs of the Knights of Templar in Spain and Britain had asked the Vatican to restore the reputation of order, and now said they confiscated of its assets, and when it was dissolved by Clement in 1307. This story is the most major story out right now, believe it or not. And there's a lot of, there's just a lot of debate going on with the shroud. I realize it's possible that Christ had wore it. So, yeah, it is an artifact, and it is a very popular one. Does it have mystical powers? Will Lord Rick put it on and become invisible? Probably not. But these artifacts interest me, and in a way, it does sound paranormal when you think about it, how it was all conspired and hidden. Here's one. Woman finds bone in M&M's. Wasn't a peanut in the center by Paulette Potts. M&M's Candy Potts of Atlanta said she found a bone while eating one of the treats. Potts said she discovered the offending item in blue candy last Friday after she bit down and something her teeth won't go through. She brought the bone to a biology professor who identified it as a mammal vertebrae along with the mammal he couldn't say. It's definitely a bone. It came from a type of mammal, the professor, Larry Blumers, told. Potts has not filed a lawsuit against the manufacturer. Looks like it comes from a mouse, maybe a rat, probably a rat. It's just, it's a vertebrae, it's a backbone, it's blue, it fits in the M&M. It's like, wow, how the hell does that shit happen, man? When you think about it, it was like Pop-Tarts they found these rat tails years ago in Pop-Tarts, tails of rats in rat hair and rat parts, and I was just like, God, it's just so disgusting. You feed your kids these snacks, you trust the company, and then you turn around and find a bone you can't bite down into. It's rather sad, That's all I got to say. Cannibalistic Jupiter, it ate its early moons. It was a gas giant known as Galilean. It said the 4 giant Galilean moons orbiting Jupiter are last survivors of 5 generations of moons that circled the gas giant. All their moons could have been less than 20. Well, it says there could have been 20 or more moons were devoured by the planet in early days of our solar system. And, they can still study the moons that are on Jupiter, but it says that Galileo discovered 400 years ago evidence that not all bodies orbited the Earth, but until recently nobody has suspected that June once had that many moons. It basically, Jupiter's a big gas planet. They say it was a second sun. If it was a second sun, it technically would have eaten any of its moons nearby. Stars, the thing is about stars that, they burn and eventually they black out or they don't fully develop. And then, of course, you got the white dwarf and the black hole, which we don't even know anything about these type of anomalies in space. And, of course, that's why if aliens are visiting here, it's kind of like, we're not going to win against these aliens. If they can come from one of Jupiter's moons to here, there's not a problem with them taking over Earth at any given time. In the news, there was some UFO pranksters, and, before I get to that, I want to talk about a news-breaking story. Up in Boston, Massachusetts, a man stabs his 5-year-old sister to death at a birthday celebration, then they shot and they killed the brother. The Boston police, that is. 4 Boston police officers on Saturday forced themselves in an apartment and killed a 23-year-old man who stabbed to death 2 of his sisters before he could turn the kitchen knife on his 9-year-old sister. They broke down the door on Belvedere Road to find Kirby Revelis going after his sister Serafina after he had just decapitated his 5-year-old sister and stabbed to death his 17-year-old sister. This broke my heart, this story, And the officer immediately shot and killed Revelis before he could do any harm to Serafina. Serafina was the one who called 911, urging of her older sister before she died. The girl's mother was at work at the time of the attack. The grandmother was in the basement doing laundry, according to the Globe. It was not clear where the father was, but the extent of the involvement with the family is. And the Boston police, Richard Wells Jr., the chief, said the attack was the worst incident he had ever seen in 25 years on the force. Serafina was taken to Boston Medical with stab wounds, but she will survive. The 4 officers involved in the shooting have received psychological counseling. The 5-year-old sister had just celebrated her birthday. Birthday cake with 5 candles found on the kitchen table. Local Fox News affiliate report that Revelis had prior arrests for violent crimes, which included domestic abuse arrests and firearms offense that landed him in jail. The girl just had a 5-year-old birthday, candles on the cake, and he went up to his sister. He cut her head off, and he basically went after the other one, stabbed her, and went for the third one and stabbed her. Killed 2 of the sisters while the grandmother was doing laundry downstairs. People in society are going insane. You know, they listen to my show. They think I'm some insane guy, but I raised 3 kids, man. And when I take my investigators out, I have to be one of these guys that has a good head on my shoulders. You can't go out and be insane. You can't do it. You know, there's just no way about it. You'll die. You could have died. I could have died years ago. But these people, they decay. You know, all these stories, cops being killed, and you can kind of see a revolution going on. And that's what I mean by 2012. If a solar storm hits Earth, people will die. It'll be like Mad Max Thunderdome. People will be looting. The streets, windows will be broke. People will be out of control. There'll be way too many people panicking. It's going to be scary. Your cars will be stolen. Your houses will have rocks thrown in them by fucking gangs. It's not going to be a pretty sight, man. And this country will die unless it has a leader that is able to deal with a situation such as that. Anybody can deal with world situations with other leaders and be like, hey, it's time to get rid of our nukes. It's not the nukes you got to worry about. Society's going mad. Someone called in tonight, asked about the zombie apocalypse. It was a good question because, yes, society is going mad and people are becoming zombies, real-life zombies, and they're doing things that are crazy, and it's getting worse and worse. All it takes is one tragedy to hit Earth, like New Orleans when the hurricanes hit. There was fucking cops stealing cars. There was tribes, like 5, 6 guys, and they were going and raping little girls, taking turns on them, and it makes me so pissed. It's like, give me a fucking shotgun, and let me see you raping a fucking girl, and I will blow your balls off one at a fucking time, and I'll hang you from a fucking bridge, and I will write Lord Rick, I will carve Lord Rick into your fucking chest. You'll be reborn. We live in a society where people have become animals. Animals are more friendly than people. And the aliens visit this Earth because they know we're doomed. And there's a lot of UFO articles I send out, and it talks about this. I really don't need to go over them. A lot of our members or listeners, they are on our groups. They know these articles. They see these articles, And, of course, there's a lot of prankists, too. And here's one. UFO pranksters get sentenced. Daily Record staff reports in Morris Plains, 2 tricksters who created a UFO hoax in the skies in Morristown area were sentenced by a judge to pay $215 fines and each worked 50 hours of community service for their antics. Bitches, you give me community service, you put me at the library. That's the place to meet girls, my friends. The public fucking library. Municipal Court Judge Michael Carlucci told Chris Russo of 29 Morris Plains and Joe Rudy of 28 of Chester Township the hoax could have had tragic consequences. The pair's UFOs were made with road flares tied to helium balloons. Their hijinks on 4 foggy nights in January and February triggered 9/11 calls to police. So proud of their work, the 2 men posted a star log of activities on April Fool's Day on a website called eSkeptic.com. I know the site. Morris County Prosecutor Robert A. Bianchi said throughout we were concerned that what now was a joke could turn into a tragic situation, added tremendous waste to police resources, and posed a serious fire threat to homes, wooded areas, posed a significant danger to air traffic, tied up a valuable 9/11 resources. In mitigation, however, since these defendants stopped their actions once authorities asked them to, they already asked them once, have led to otherwise law-abiding lives. They didn't contemplate their actions would cause harm, and since they were in cooperation with investigators, I believe that the plea of a municipal ordinance violation with a fine and community service and no criminal record serves the deterrent effect in this matter to punish this conduct in a measured way. I also take in consideration that these young men should have not had to suffer criminal conviction in their young lives for what otherwise can be deemed as youthful indiscretion. Bianchi added, a municipal ordinance is not a crime conviction and does not appear on the record. Funny joke, it got taken out of hand. People drive, look up in the sky, and they get in car accidents. You panic. And like I was saying earlier in the show, we cannot be people that panic. I seen the skinwalker in the bush. If I would have panicked, maybe that would have been the end of my life, Maybe my investigators. You can't panic. You see something, just that looks at you like that, and it's just like, I can fucking panic and attack you, but what if you're stronger than I am? But see, as a psychic, I kind of know where my future is going, and I'll know if I'm close to death or not, And that's one of the abilities you develop when you start investigating. You know if it's safe or not. Your intuition tells you. But UFO pranksters are starting to get fined. I mean, because these people do anything to put lights up in the sky, and people see flares and they believe they're UFOs. And there's a lot of people out there who just don't have experience in what we do. There's a lot of other articles to discuss, and I'm going through them right now because I'm not going to be able to get to them. We're really running. I'm telling you, it's been a 7-hour show tonight, and that's okay. I might end up actually skipping in a couple weeks of show and just, sometimes if I take something away from somebody, maybe people will appreciate it a little bit more, It's been one of those nights, you're dealing with your members, and, some people are calling in, co-hosts are fighting with you, other people aren't calling in that's supposed to be calling in, people are calling in, belching and acting stupid, and it's like, when is our show not crazy? Every hour is a different segment on our show. I will go into maybe one more story, and I'm playing music, and I am cutting off the show tonight. And it's 3 Lost Treasures. We've talked a lot about religious humor and religion because it is Easter weekend, and I've told you guys some funny Easter stories through my paranormal society. And it's called The 3 Lost Treasures, and I'm not going to get into the article. I'll just sum it up. The Holy Blood, the a.k.a. Holy Grail, lost in Bruges. The Stolen Panel of the Mystic Lamb. And the Treasure of Louis the 16th and Marie Antoinette. You can go ahead and look that up. Just type in 3 Lost Treasures, and it's not that long, but we're talking about King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table. Hit search for it. The cup where the Jesus drank the wine in the Last Supper, and then of course you got the polyptych known as the Adoration of Mystic Lamb was painted in the 15th century. I'm not sure what. I think the painting gives away a secret artifact. And then, of course, the Treasure of Louis XVI, she wrote letters in a code that was borrowed from prophecies of Nostradamus. So this is a Nostradamus type of thing. And it's a treasure. And these treasures, they have codes written within them of mystical powers and certain things. And it's like, man, I'm the good Lord. I'd love to get my hands on these artifacts. Can you imagine? You put the Shroud of Turin on me, and you give me the Holy Grail, and fucking give me all the other religious artifacts too. Give me the Ark of Covenant. You know how many people would be scared to open the Ark of Covenant? If the Ark of Covenant was before me, I would be the one to open the Ark, and I would look in the Ark. Because you know what? I don't fear the unknown. And you know what? Death doesn't scare me either. I get a lot of death threats. Let's face it. There's a lot of people out there who hate me. Hell, I can't even get the girl for 5 years I've known to fucking live with me and be with me the rest of her life. Because people hate what they don't know. They fear the unknown. And the Ark is something that people fear. It's supposed to take out an entire army. And You know, these artifacts are talked about. It's Easter time, so a lot of people are talking about these artifacts, which really Easter doesn't have much to do with Christ, you know, as I was saying in the article before. We live in an interesting world, and we're always learning new things. But we've had 7 hours of radio tonight. I've given you guys a full fucking time episode, and some of you have stuck through on our sister network, watching from the radio station.info. The person that went in our room, flaming the room, and flaming hate sites, you know, you cannot possibly sway me, man. I pulled off a good show tonight. Whether your hate did not stop it, it did not stop the show. We started off the show with 3 songs. I played them. They won't be for sale when we sell them because we, you know, obviously we're not going to sell other people's music unless they sign releases with us. If you're a band, you want to sign a release, go right ahead. We do sell our episodes, but you get full promotion for the rest of your life. It's, you know, you'd have to pay thousands to get that type of promotion. So, you know, go ahead, be generous with us. We'll be generous right back to you. I love working with bands. I love gothic bands. The girls, definitely into gothic girls, they're more, they live a more open type of life. You know, they're not people that are like professionals, doctors, nurses, you know, painted black nails, that's a sin, you know. There's no creativity anymore. And gothic girls bring medieval culture into a public society. It's not been forgotten. The paganism, the paranormal, because the paranormal was very popular in the medieval times. Monsters in the woods, you know, the beast of so-and-so, the beast of Nottingham Castle. And these beliefs, you know, we try to bring these beliefs back into our culture. And the Paranormal and Ghost Society, although you know, you may think, you know, I'm a crock of shit or a fraud, we go out there, we hike for miles, I climb cliffs, I climb in the ravines, I go into the woods, I look for Bigfoot tracks, I go in the desert, I look for strange creatures, I go in the mines, I climb shafts, I climb ladders, I climb ropes, you know. We risk our lives, and then we turn around and bring you guys the report on the website, on the show, the pictures. We give you a dose of reality, and that is commendable, very commendable, what we do. But we have a new co-host, and she did hang up. Maybe her phone ran out. Her name's Angel. She called in a couple times tonight. We had caller 203. He was very most respectful. With Missy, he was very patient. He asked a lot of honest questions. You know, and I put him on tonight, and I gave him a few hours on the air because, honestly, you know, I don't care where you come from. I don't care, you know. I mean, if he is even on the Wiseman site per se or whatever, he doesn't act like the rest of them, you know. He actually shows a little respect for the show, and that's all I ask. Because the show's about unity. You could hate my guts, but when the show's going on, we're all partying and having a good time, and this is good. It's good that people are getting along. And, you know, I did see a Skinwalker, or whatever you want to call it. Evil, dark forces, I don't think so. My life has been, ever since I seen that creature, my life has been better. I mean, you know, I've met, it's strange because I met a very good friend a couple days ago, and she's into all the same stuff I'm into. But, you know, she's moving away, so, but she's into the whole, all these strange things, you know. And it's amazing how different souls connect because we're all part of the same system. You're into Ghost, I'm into Bigfoot. You're into AngelOfThyNight Radio. You love our comedy. You listen just for the comedy, and I enjoy hosting it. So, you know, we definitely work very hard. And this is like the start of Season 5, and what a way to start Season 5. You know, either last week or this week is the start of Season 5, and just a great episode. I was told tonight that this was one of the best episodes ever. The only thing we couldn't do is get Millie to call in, and you know, like I said, I'm going to start firing co-hosts. If you're a co-host and you fuck me, you're fired. That's it. You know, because even though you're volunteering, if we end up going to television or satellite radio, which, you know, we're trying to work on, I have to be able to take a crew on. I have to be able to hire a crew that's going to work with me And you can't have somebody who just calls in the show once every 6 months, you know? It's like you got to call in the show every week or come down to our studio and work with me on the show. And if you act stupid and you don't call in and you start not being yourself on the air, I have to ask you to leave. And some people go on the air and they're fake. We're not fake. This is straight up, man. You're getting words straight up. So now that I have the animal activists have kind of left me alone on YouTube, now I have a bunch of Jewish, Christian, and Catholic people after me due to my Jesus jokes tonight that I found on the web, and revealing that Easter is not about Christ, that it's actually about fucking and Easter eggs are evil. And so I want to wish all you people out there a happy Easter. You know, I'm going to color eggs tomorrow with my kids. I'm going to be a father. And I love children very much. I love all children, including the children that are not my own. When I step up to presidency and I run for president, I think of other people. I think of all you as my children, and I think of myself as a father to all those children. When I run, what being president means to me is changing the entire world. And I do believe there is a few people in this world who can change it, and I do believe that I'm one of them. I don't think there's any miracles. I think that I am totally submitting my heart and devoting my life towards other people. And for the person that said, let the media get a hold about my joke with the horse's dick, let the media get a hold of what I'm saying now to you. You can't win against me. You cannot win against me. My heart is very driven. If I climbed a mountain and I came back out of it alive, I'm very driven to live because I serve a purpose. And you cannot beat that. And it's just like, you know, Millie is very distraught over the hate groups. They're making fun of her. And she just doesn't understand. If you can bond with other people, you're way stronger together, you know, in unity. And that's how I'm going to save the world, because I think unity is very important. And unity will never happen until the right person steps in and is able to create that unity. You people damn well know if Lord Rick flew on Air Force One to the Middle East, you know them guys would cooperate with me. I can guarantee you that I could get rid of nuclear weapons in this country. Obama thinks he can do it. He can't do it. I can do it. Believe me when I say that I can do it. But it doesn't matter, because people sign my petition with hate messages. They're like, fuck you, you loser, you fraud, you this and you that. And they just don't understand. We have a bigger purpose than just AngelOfThyNight Radio or Paranormal Ghost Society. It's the people behind it that are making it possible. I'm reactivating meetups, investigations. I got a bad knee, and I'm still going out there climbing cliffs, you know. Still running my presidential petition. We're not giving up. We're putting widgets. We got widgets all over the web. I know some of you right now are still listening, because you can't tell me some people are in bed at 2 in the morning. It's 5 a.m. on the East Coast. It's fine. Some people are getting up for work. They're getting dressed. They're listening to this right now. They're just like, Lord Rick's still on the radio? It's fine. You know, we only host a couple shows. We're going to host a new show called Nightfall. It'll be once a month. I DJ. I will hold up the music to the microphone to the sound. It won't be very loud, but, you know, you can listen to the music that I play. And I'll do a little bit of DJing. You have a few drinks, sit back, talk in the chat room with other people. You know, there's a lot of interesting people out there that I've met. And you know, a lot of fans have been great. I had someone tell me that the show is awesome. They can't wait, and it's good stuff. And a lot of you will catch the rebroadcast. And if you do, I want to tell you, welcome to the AngelOfThyNight radio show. We've done very well. And I'm glad that our sister networks host us. You know, I'm very glad that, you know, they're able to let me be myself and host a show, and they're not causing me any problems. There's no drama. That's terrific. You know, the drama comes from people, though, because people don't want to appreciate good radio, you know, and it's like, good radio? This is good radio, man. I'm on the air talking to you, and you know, there is a couple special girls I want to, shout out to. Actually, one of them tonight that I want to wish a happy Easter to, and that's Erin Ray. Erin Ray has some personal problems. I won't get into her personal life because I respect her, but I care very much about her. She's a really nice girl, and, it's nice to be friends with people. I met her through, doing the radio here, and it's like you just meet so many good people, and, unfortunately you also meet a lot of bad people, and that is the world we face. I think I've taught a lot of people a lot of shit tonight, and like I said, this is like a $5,000 or $10,000 episode you guys are listening to. I think I'm going to go over one more article, and we'll go. It's a funny one because, like I said, we've discussed a couple paranormal investigations, actually 3 haunted places tonight, and this one is our last article. I'm going to go ahead and play maybe 1-2 songs for the night. I'll go ahead and I'll read the article. I'll play Hollywood and Troy. Check them out. They're on MySpace, Hollywood and Troy. They're rappers. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play some rap. They're one of their songs, probably Magnum or something. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play a Gothic song to close out the night. This is like our anniversary episode, and it's our Easter bash, And we've bashed the fuck out of the Easter Bunny, Craigslist ads, all my adventurous trips to the mental hospital, to the doctors, the getting caught in the cops making out at the park. Yeah, that was me. It's just been a funny couple weeks, man. Stories upon stories. Russian man dies after swallowing a bottle of Viagra. Moscow, Russia. A Russian man died after swallowing a bottle of Viagra to keep him going for a 12-hour sex marathon with 2 female friends. Oh, man, I love Russian women. The women reportedly bet Russian mechanic Sergei Tuganov that $4,300 he wouldn't be able to follow through on his half-a-day sex marathon claims. Soon after winning the bet, the 28-year-old died of a heart attack. One of the women, who identified herself as Alina, said, "We called emergency services, but it was too late. There was nothing they could do." Wow. That is some crazy shit. And I have like 20 other articles, but we'll discuss them on the next show, because future shows are going to be about articles mainly. We're going to change our style season to season, But just to make it interesting. But, Viagra, this shit can kill you. I'm going to tell you a funny story before I close this off. But about 2 years ago for my birthday, back then I was a married guy, or I was with my wife for 10, 11 years, and, she says, "I'm going to get lucky for the birthday." I was like, "Yeah, what do you mean you're going to get lucky?" And we get to the hotel, and before we go to the hotel, and she says, "You need to take your medicine." I said, "I ain't got no medicine." She gave me these blue pills, man. They were fucking Viagras. My fucking cock was standing up. I got to the hotel. I was already fucking my wife in the hotel. We hadn't even gone out for dinner or done anything romantic. I just, I was in the shower banging her. I was in the fucking bedroom banging her everywhere, banging her here, banging her there. We go play miniature golf, and there's like 3 Asian girls, and you got to know something about me. Asian girls I love. They're soft, they're tiny, they smile, they giggle, just everything about them, the culture. Asian, Japanese girls, they're all just out there playing miniature golf everywhere, and my fucking cock's standing up, Dick's standing up, and I'm walking around with a huge heart on, and these Asian girls are sitting there giggling, They're probably from like Hong Kong, and they're just giggling because they know American man, he has big sausage in his pants, And they're sitting there laughing. I'm like, God, I'm yelling. I'm pissed. I'm like, what the fuck did you give me in the pills? Oh, nothing. She gave me a little bit of Viagra, and my cock stood up for like hours on end, And then she was really mad because, like, you get stoned. You're a male. You get stoned. You drink a few brews. You really don't feel like having sex, She's like, I want it a couple more times. It's like, okay. See, here's the trick when you're dating between someone's birthday, okay? It's someone's birthday, and you're the one that's getting the fucking sex. So really, whose birthday is it, But I live each day like it's my birthday. And that's one of my rules, even with my kids, you know. My kids think it's their birthday every day. My son put on some latex gloves today and was pretending to be doctor at the doctor's office. I'm telling you. Been a crazy few years, folks. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to close out the night. We haven't had any more calls. I'm not sure what happened to our co-host. You know, it's a lot of people have stuck through with the show. You know, I want to thank Bobby T of the Wave 101. I really need to get a banner up for him. I love his show. He's one of the best radio show hosts I could ever work with, you know. I can't explain it to you, but I've been working with radio for a while, so I understand how radio works, you know. I understand there's drama involved, there's arguments involved, there's people who just, you know, it's not for them, and it's like, man, it's just about calling up and having a good time. If you don't want to be a part of it, don't be a part of it, you know. But I'm glad that Angel called in tonight, you know, and it's amazing that I'm still co-hosting the show, or hosting the show, but we're about to close, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play probably Magnum by Hollywood and Troy, and I'm going to play one more special song. I got to look here and see what we got on the itinerary for the night, but I'm thinking that I could go ahead and do something like the Temple of Love, the Sisters of Mercy, or we can go ahead and host by Blue Tengel, Angels of the Dark, but we've already played them, so I think we'll do Sisters of Mercy. They sang Cry Little Sister of the Lost Boys movie. They've also sang Temple of Love. They're an early 90s Gothic band. Back then there wasn't many Gothic bands or the lifestyle, really. It wasn't very popular, you know. I mean, when I went to school, there was no goths. Now, when I went to school in the 80s, we used to eat across from, like, the high schoolers. And back in the 80s, you had people with mohawks and you know, skaters, and it was a different time back then, you know. But back then, people had the big old Oldsmobile cars, and they'd park at the lake, and they'd get stoned and fuck around, and it's like, man, you know, I try to bring those days back. Even on our investigations, I try to, you know, we sit under the moonlight, and we smoke one, and we drink a couple beers, and we have a good time, and I think a lot of paranormal groups, even TAPS has lost that, you know. Everybody, some of these paranormal groups pull in $2,000 a month. If I pulled that type of money in, I would upgrade our show with multiple computers. I would, you know, get some better equipment. We don't even have decent lighting tomorrow night. I got a headlamp, but it's very weak. And we have a couple flashlights, and I bought a few upgrades for our investigation, but nothing fancy, man. We're just going out, and we're just roughing it tomorrow night, and it's going to be dangerous. I don't have enough on my team tomorrow. It's just myself and Karrie, maybe a guy named Brian, who I've known for a while. We've had about 20 other offers, and they've backed down. You know, nobody anymore is loyal to what we do. People don't take it seriously, and, you know, you can be serious and have fun doing it. And we're having hauntings here at my house. Toys are going on by itself. My son seen a hand the other day. This house is very new, but it's probably built on burial ground, or at least, you know, the Indians at one time roamed the entire Vegas Valley. We don't know what we're seeing, but ever since I've seen the Skinwalker, like I said, good things are happening. Good things are happening, but at the same time, my son has been seeing all kinds of little stuff here and there, and he's been asking me about it. He's like, why am I seeing stuff, man? What is this? What is this going on? We live in an unknown world, folks. I've been hosting this show for almost seven hours tonight. Actually, it right now is 2:30 in the morning, almost 3 in the morning, and I have almost given you 8 hours of radio tonight. That is phenomenal, with hardly any music at all. And we've just, I mean, if people listen to the reruns on our sister site and all them segments, I'll be blessed if they listen to it all. You know, just to download the whole thing and just listen to rebroadcast, it's like, wow, 8 hours. But you could sit there and play 2 hours a day, you know. You could run it while you're on your computer surfing the web. And we'll eventually get season 4 and Season 5 up for sale. You can buy it on disc and keep it on disc and put it in your library, and then when you want to listen to the shows, do it. You can listen to them 2 years from now. After I die, Angel of Thy Night Radio will always live on in your homes, in your lives, for those people who are hardcore fans and own every episode or have bought it on CD before we had it taken down. But we'll be putting it back up, and we got some bands that will probably be signing releases with us. So anyway, for all you folks out there listening tonight, it's been a very busy night. We've had at least 20 callers. I haven't been able to keep up. Sorry, Wolfinator, I could not put you through. We had too many callers on at once. I know he'll probably listen. Some of you did not get through. You'll have to try in a couple weeks. I can't put you all through. But, we did have Missy call in on her new chapter. We had our new co-host call in. I want to thank you people. I want to thank caller 203 for all his questions. And anybody else who called in and asked me questions, including the girl on the zombie apocalypse. I'm here to answer questions, man. And if you check out my MySpace, www.myspace.com/AngelOfThyNight, you can see my doctor's pictures from my visit to the doctor's office. If you go to YouTube, look up Angel of the Night, you can see the Parrot boxing that I've done for Angel of the Night Radio and the musical piece that I had played. And there's just a lot of, because I do videos along with their show. Less than a week and a half, we have a meetup at the Voodoo Lounge. I'll do some videos for our show. Maybe down the road, maybe months down the road, I'll play these videos during our show, and everybody can watch them. We can run it through our feed in our cam or whatever. Just like I said, we're out to have a good time. Tomorrow, we'll be heading off before sunset to the Wild West, El Dorado Canyon. Will we see another Skinwalker? I highly doubt it. Will we see the ghost of miners, demons, entities, eyes, UFOs? Anything's possible in the realms of El Dorado Canyon. Where we'll meet Boot, who's a bootlegger. I'll meet up with him. He'll give me tours of certain mines and areas to hike at. And, it's funny because, Karrie's never been, done climbing. And in some of the mines, you got to climb over rocks, and in some of the mines, like the chambers, you got to crawl in because it's collapsed or whatever. And it's just, so she's going to have the time of her life. And she's going to be doing EVP. I'm going to be doing photos tomorrow. We got a good investigation. Things are rolling ahead with the Paranormal Ghost Society. If you're out there listening, check us out, www.paranormalghostsociety.org. And you're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio, live out of Angel of Thy Night Studios. Your host, Lord Rick, live in Las Vegas and, of course, Sacramento, where we'll be hosting future shows. And for those that have been with me tonight, I want you to have a safe Easter, man. I'm going to be running some horror movies. I'm going to be cooking a fucking ham. I know for a fact I'm going to try to get laid. Okay? I'm going to try to get laid. I actually know this Latina girl. It's like half Latina and half German. She's a spicy little thing, Loves to smoke weed and wear high heels and it's like Vegas has so much culture, but I'm going to have a good time on Easter. And you guys got this episode all weekend long to listen to. Have a good time. It's been our Easter Bunny Bash. I've told you all kinds of funny stories about my experiences on Easter. Covered the KFC, the snow and the snowing on Easter. My investigation I did on Easter with the bunny ears at the hotel. And my ex-girlfriend laying a goddamn fucking egg in Daytona Beach in front of everybody. Crazy lives we live, folks. You're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio, and we are almost done promoting Hollywood and Troy. We have some new bands that are going to be stepping up soon, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to play Magnum, and it's kind of, it's a little bit of a feisty song. It's like, but the words do make sense, and you got to listen to the music. So Hollywood and Troy, rappers out of the great South, new style of rap. Actually, it's more older. More, you can understand the words. Magnum. And we're going to play Gothic. I want to wish everybody a good night. Thanks for listening. This is Angel of Thy Night Radio, your host, Lord Rick.
Say what